That will also happen.
Numbers.
That will also happen. Before you get the numbers, I'm just saying the earlier numbers that we got. It also said agriculture, though employs a lot of people, does not actively contribute so much to the GDP. This long-term, income
18%.
generation will happen only when agriculture starts positively contributing to the GDP. How's that going to happen? Yes.
Look, I mean, 4 things that could be done. I don't know if will be done, but 10,000 crores, for example, on new job creation schemes. That is something. I'm just looking at what could be something that when we are putting numbers to initiatives.
Okay.
Then let's talk about that. Perhaps increase in the budget for skill development programs by at least 20%. Okay.
But here's the case. Sorry, on
one
skill
last
development.
one.
Okay,
and
third
tax,
number. Okay.
And tax, perhaps some sort of tax cuts for startups that create a certain number of jobs. So qualify it. Don't just give a blanket one. But perhaps these 3 things could be done in the immediate. Of course,
see,
to create that feel-good jobs, okay, we're focusing on job creation.
But the quality of the job creation is important. Startups can create any number of jobs, but they've got to be quality jobs. They've got to be long-term. Secondly, when you talk about your second point, when you said that skilling has to be done, Gautam Chikarmani is also with us. Now, I want to ask you this. When you say skilling, there is a suggestion which says that the government should not be doing the skilling. It has to be done by the industry. It has to be in partnership with the industry so that you skill where the need is to be skilled. Otherwise, you're skilling in one end, and the industry wants somebody else. Those are pictures of the finance minister
at Parliament.
At Parliament. Yeah, these are pictures just from a short while ago. We came back with these pictures only, and then she'll stand there. There will be a pose, and then she'll walk through the one of the entrances to the new Parliament. That's where she is. So there will be a briefing of the cabinet. We should get pictures from inside. I'm going to get a confirmation if we have a reporter, and we also have details of the Prime Minister if he's already reached Parliament. But yes, Gautam Chikarmani.
So I think the skilling is already being done by the private sector in the sense that there are various associations or bodies that are working with skill developers to develop curriculum, to create skills, and then there is a whole industry out there which teaches, then assesses, and takes the candidate right up to the job level. So I don't understand what the Ministry of Skilling is really doing. It's just another administrative bureaucratic structure. But the skilling...
Finish your point, because I have some data here which is sort of... Skilling is a problem and it's been flagged. Finish your point.
Yeah, so finding skilled labor is a problem.
Yeah.
Other than unskilled labor, which is in abundance. Every other labor up the chain is very difficult to find, hence skilling is important. The point I'm making is government cannot, somebody mentioned that the government is not skilling, it's already the private sector. There seems to be a few gaps that are still there, and I think those gaps should over a period of time get fixed. For instance, I do know that the automotive skilling is really working well, not only from the outside of providing skilled personnel to companies, but within the plants of companies where the skill teaching is going inside.
I have some data points, and I think to my mind, and I keep going back to this, I mean, we keep talking about jobs, but I think there's an employability problem in this country. As per the National Employability Report, released by the Government of India, by the way, 45.9% is the number of graduates who are employable, which means that more than 50% of the graduates who are coming out of college in this country today are unemployable. They don't have the skills to be employed. The World Economic Forum report says that 54% of employees in India will require reskilling by 2025. The India Skills Report 2024 says there is a 60 to 75% demand-supply gap in key roles like ML engineer, AI scientist, data scientist, DevOps engineer, data architects. This is, to my mind, the biggest problem that we are facing.
They have a huge,
hence a huge employability gap which needs to be bridged.
Increase budget allocation for skill development programs by at least 20%. You have to do it. I don't know.
No, Rajiv doesn't agree. Yeah, Rajiv.
Neither do I.
In the last 20 years, let's look at 3 industries, telecom, IT and pharma, which have grown very rapidly in the last 20-25 years.
Without any skilling.
From nothing, right? Did they have some special skill development package? The question is why. So they were hiring basically freshers. In fact, for probably 12 to 24 months, many of these industries have trained people on their own.
So they have
on their own
reskilled
time.
them, or they have upskilled
They
them.
have
or
managed to
reskilled
do
them.
that because there was an incentive for businesses to do it.
New
Yeah.
sectors.
So we don't need to get into this debate on who should scale, how much scaling, what is the budget, let's increase the 30%. I think it's unnecessary.
You are saying create avenues for
Leave it to
businesses to
businesses.
set up,
Leave it to
businesses to
businesses.
set up,
Absolutely.
manufacturing
Everyone should not try to
otherwise,
do everything.
however,
Absolutely.
they
A
will
government-
figure out a way to
government is
skill
not even
as long
close
as
to the
it's
customer, the
Yeah.
end buyer. They don't know what the industry wants.
Okay.
The
I
customer
agree.
wants.
If you look at your spend already on your central sector schemes, which is close to about, I think budgeted, the interim one was close to 15 lakh crores. You keep increasing is fine, but there is already a larger debate on how effective most of these schemes are in terms of their trickle down or effectiveness. You would rather use that money to actually incentivize your corporate sectors to say use skill depending on what you need, and you kind of
So
help them with
incentivize the
that.
corporate sector. See, the Prime Minister sometime back said, even as Payal Mehta joins us, Sanjay Nair, President ASSOCHAM, is also with us. Sanjay ji, just give me a second. Going across to Payal, she's in Parliament. Let's try and understand what's happening in Parliament. The Prime Minister was very clear that government must get out of business. The onus of creating jobs, creating wealth is on the private sector, and we've got to incentivize the private sector via
Some
deregulation
people say there's
or
more
many
governance right-
others.
There's more government right now than ever before.
That's what the PM said. So are they working on it? Yes, Payal, what's happening in Parliament?
We are currently waiting Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the other cabinet ministers to come for the important cabinet meeting, because remember, Anand, the cabinet will have to approve the budget before Nirmala Sitharaman presents it. So in a short while from now, in a couple of minutes, we'll also see Nirmala Sitharaman coming for the cabinet meeting. It is a customary meeting where not much is discussed, although, the passing of the budget, or rather the clearing of the budget by the cabinet is the most important rasam or tradition, as they say, before the finance minister goes into the house to present the budget. So it will be important to see what really comes out from here and what the Prime Minister says, because last time around, when we had the budget on account, the Prime Minister told all his cabinet colleagues in one single line that it is a very good budget, and tell the people about his benefits as well. So will he give any message to his cabinet colleagues remains to be seen, but we are waiting for ministers to arrive. Already seen Dharmendra Pradhan, Jai Shankar, Mansukh Mandaviya, all of these ministers have already reached the room where the cabinet meeting will take place, and about 10:15 in the morning, you'll see Prime Minister Narendra Modi come in for the cabinet. That's what's happening right now.
About 8 minutes from now, Amit Shah, Rajnath Singh are already there. Is there any sentiment? Is there any mood? Because the markets have not opened on the green. They are all in the red right now, even as we show the stock markets. Payal, what's the conversation in the corridors of the government?
Well, of course, the government ministers, the cabinet ministers, in fact, Anand are just walking into cabinet. We couldn't catch them or couldn't speak to them right now because of, the urgency of the meeting that has been actually called in as well. So once the meeting is over, probably we can sense from them if the Prime Minister has given them any message. But the BJP, remember, understands it's not a BJP government anymore, it's an NDA government. And that's the reason yesterday there was a coordination meeting with all the allied partners in Kiran Rijiju present in that meeting, saying that we have to speak in one tone. So obviously a coordination has been made. Floor management has been decided. Every party has been asked to ask all the MPs to remain present. And of course, common sharing points will be given out so that, they speak in one language. That's been something which has been very, very different from what we've seen last time around, with 2019 and 2024 being quite a different scenario for the government.
Well, have they got the narrative right within the allies or within the alliance is one question. Will they be able to seize the initiative or the narrative from the opposition? Because Zaka said that since the 4th of June, there seems to be a response of the government to what the opposition is setting the tone. And will they be able to wrest that back? I'm just going to check if Sanjay Nair is with us. Sanjay ji, namaste. Okay, we'll try and go across to Sanjay Nair in just a bit. Let's bring it back into
This has to be a little bit more of a political budget than the ones before. We've got used to the Prime Minister coming out and sticking very closely to the fiscal glide path. We've, talked in terms of pragmatism, a great working man's budget and this, that, the other. But this time, there has to be a greater political emphasis. There has to be political messaging that can be traced right back to the budget speech itself. We have forgotten that this is the first time in 10 years that Prime Minister Modi is presenting, or his government is presenting, a budget when the BJP itself does not have a majority. And to blindly believe that the Prime Minister is not going to pay heed to the political cues, I think would be a bit of a mistake.
No, but is it possible that despite the political cues and the compulsions, there can be enough that this government today can do to ensure that we continue to be not just on the growth path, but perhaps on a far more accelerated rate? Because one would like to believe that compared to 2014, Saket Mishra, in 2024, Bharat is in a far better financial health, be it its banks, be it its own coffers, be it its own, the overall health of the nation. Where do you stand?
I mean, I think there is no choice. Fundamentally, we need to stop thinking about the fact that we are the fastest growing economy in the major economies, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Eventually, we need to measure ourselves against our potential.
Correct.
I think as a country, we can do reforms much faster. Second, we need to fundamentally accept the dichotomy in this country that there is a large cap sector that potentially can skill, but guess what? That cannot create jobs of the level that is required. There is also a huge population that requires support in terms of whether it's skilling up, whether it's getting a livelihood, and these are two very, very fundamental strategies. One strategy can't cover all. So we need to reform, release our private sector to do what they do best, which means without without a lot of impediments every day. Improve things like deemed approvals and fine them heavily.
No,
if
but
they
Saket,
don't.
this is where the problem is. You see, we talk about reforms. We started our conversation this morning about deregulation and reform. I have to ask this sort of pessimistic question, and please, I hope you can come up with an optimistic response for all of us. Have we missed that reform, the hard reforms bus? Have we missed it? We had 10 years of a government with a phenomenal majority that the public gave. Reforms did happen. The pace was wanting and the depth was wanting. So you had breadth, but you didn't have depth. Now, can it be done in a situation like
100%.
this?
I mean, I have enormous faith in the potential of this country. I think first step has to be that whether it is the government bureaucracy or whether it's the parliament, there needs to be a responsiveness to the requirements of the country. I'll take a simple example.
So is the opposition on board? Is it
I'm
responsive enough?
sure, I hope to God they will be. But it's not just the opposition. I think let's take skilling, right? Every time there is a budget for skilling and there's a huge amount of money there, we do not measure outcomes. It's garbage in, garbage out, and people keep. The fact is that the money should be seen to be used as producing jobs, not in creating another building with another office, another commissariat.
Right.
Second, the reason why reforms haven't perhaps had as big an impact is because the end of the day, we do have a large population of people who do not feel they're getting the benefits of that reform.
Yeah.
So we need to ensure that the benefits of the reform, which means that you create, let's say, X $100 of additional value through reforms, at least 20 of that has to go towards not just free cereal, and I think there was a panelist before who was talking about folks not wanting to work. That's an absolute problem because in Punjab, for instance, today, you do not have guys who want to work in farms.
Yeah, now here is one thing. So Rajiv to your right and then Rajiv to your left, and then we'll take it to Zaka and the others. This issue of a lazy workforce. Now, Rajivji, is this a serious problem for us as a country, and how are we going to shake this out?
Well, I don't know why we should worry about the laziness of the workforce or not. The point is, do they feel that there are opportunities to advance themselves? Do they know that they can? That none of that stuff is available on the ground. So they just soldier on as is, as when, and nothing ever happens. So I don't think it's fair to blame the laziness of the workforce. I think, first of all, the government should leave the economy well enough alone, first of all. It shouldn't tinker with his, that and the other, and they bring in all these tax experts in the finance ministry to knock off 0.1% of some tax or whatever. This is some sort of a primeval thing. It's not real, it's not modern, it's not contemporary. And I'm afraid that a lot of people expected it from this government, but that hasn't come. And because you haven't changed the finance ministry, it's the same people. Doesn't matter who's on top.
No, I wouldn't pass a judgment saying they're lazy or something, but if you pay people not to work, they won't work. Why is that surprising?
Who's paying people?
All the welfareism that we're having. I mean,
Do
you have welfareism on a
Do you
scale.
even know the welfare amount dedicated to welfare? This is
Okay,
there is a
let
significant
him say his
welfare
piece.
push
Let him
going
say
on
his
in the
piece, and then
country.
you can counter. Yeah.
It is true that it is hard to find workers. Please run a business
That
and
is
see
true.
for yourself.
It is.
what do you think I've done for 40 years, man?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know
No,
your
no,
personal
okay, tell
background.
me, why is it hard?
No, no. Is it because there is a lack of availability of the kind of labor that you need? Or because I think to say that people are lazy, I think it's
Yeah, that's
I didn't say that.
that's-
I mean, that was
unfair.
not my word.
Okay, no, no,
That's why I
I'm
disagree with that.
okay, okay. We'll take back the roll back the word and say it's not lazy. But are we seeing a workforce that wants to earn money but does not want to work as hard?
No, so can I just come in?
Yeah.
Could it be not in terms of laziness or availability or skilling, but simply a wage issue? Suppose you were to double wages tomorrow across the board. Do you think you will find better workers? Do you think you will find more
How do you run a business
skilled
viably?
people? You
How
find
will
more
the business stay
motivated
viable if
people?
you pay double or triple the wages?
No, I'm not. That's the second part of the argument. I agree with you. But so therefore, it's not an employability or an employment problem. It's probably a wage problem. We are still trying to figure that out. But the bigger issue,
And when the government wanted to double, let's say, farm incomes through a set of bills that it brought, we saw what happened.
No, but
ran it
Rahul, you
aground,
mentioned another thing, and I just want to come that about hurdles in the way on the way of doing business. Now, here is $1 million. Do any of you have the courage to set up a business?
No.
There are 26,100.
I take $1 million. Yes.
Whether you set up a business or not is out of the question.
Billion or million?
And in what currency?
Look at our compliance.
Look at our own compliance.
Look at our compliance network.
point on
There are
direct tax
69,000 compliances that a business at an aggregate has to go.
Compliance.
There are
You're better off taking
26,000.
that money.
Okay, one minute.
26,000
Let me just shake this up a bit. I'm sorry, I'm doing this right midway. So let's look at this setting up a business. You said let's set up the business. Now, you're saying $1 million to set up a business.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
And
nothing.
That's nothing.
no.
10 year.
Okay, take
Take
10.
a billion.
Let's say
Take a
10
billion.
million.
He's
10
giving
10
you-
This
million.
is just a figure of speech.
It's just
Arey, sir,
it's just
sir,
an example.
let's look at the argument and not get into the minutiae. So let's say $10 million to set up a business. You said how many thousand compliances?
69,233.
Thousand odd compliances.
Yeah.
ठीक है?
Yeah.
Okay,
Of
then-
which 24,134 carry jail terms.
Okay, and you're saying 24,000?
26,134.
26,134
They carry jail terms.
carry jail terms.
And then somebody mentioned that perhaps jobs, I think you mentioned that jobs don't happen at the larger level. Yesterday's economic survey shows that the major jobs are having at the large corporations level. But more importantly, it is only the large corporations that have labor laws, that have security, that give protections to labor, etc. Not your SMEs. I'm not against SMEs, by the way. I'm just putting some facts out here. And that's the reason why there are 63 million enterprises in our country, of which only 1 million is in the organized sector. Now, why would anybody want to get into a sector?
63 million enterprises.
The moment you
Get into an
organized sector from an unorganized
is what
scale, you face 400 compliances on which you have to pay about 20 lakh per annum to a labor advisor, labor consultant or other kinds of consultant. Why would anybody want to do that? So you just set up another factory and stay below the regulatory radar. I think this is, to my mind, one of the easiest reforms to do, but has not been able to done. Jan Vishwas bill did come last year, but it only decriminalized 114 out of the 26,134 provisions. Now, I think this is a very easy, low-hanging fruit that the government can do. Not the budget, but the government can do, and it must do.
Gautam, out of these 69,000 odd compliances, how many does the central government have to do, and how many do states have to do?
I'll tell you, I don't know the upper number. Of the 26,000, 5,000 are at the union level.
5,000 at
remaining-
union level.
The remaining 20,000
the
are
remaining are at the state level. But, for instance, labor is a concurrent subject. So when the union makes the law, the state governments have to change theirs on the way.
Correct.
So the government can do. They have already made the 4 labor codes, but they haven't yet notified them. I don't understand why. I mean, this should have been done. This could have been done any time. I think the labor codes were enacted in 2019 or 20.
So if you couldn't do it with a massive,
how will you-
majority,
With a massive
how
number,
are you
yeah.
going to do it now?
So
That's
I-
the fundamental question.
I just want to close here. I think Narendra Modi and the government has the conviction for reforms. They have proven it. But I think now those convictions have to be tempered with
Political
consensus.
reality.
Yeah,
Consensus.
political
So
consensus.
every time they will have to go in for a consensus. It will be a slower journey. Our expectations will have to be tempered accordingly. And I think I'm not expecting too many reforms in the next 5 years.
No, but unless if you don't get reforms,
No, it's
how
not
are you going to grow?
reforms. It's not exactly. So
How are we going to grow if we don't have reforms?
So that's why
I'm
now
not
it comes
setting up a
back.
shop
Now-
with
now-
69,000.
that's why when you interviewed Zaka yesterday, the economic advisor, he took such a sort of tempered view of GDP growth over the next 1 year. So then you have to start to sort of ask yourself, why is the government
What's
not
going on? Yeah.
why is the government not so gung-ho? Why isn't it actually outdoing the figures that have been put out by some of
But
these
you look
private
at the
assessors?
geopolitical
So-
context. You have two wars going on.
no, but despite that,
oil
the
prices are
the so-called foreign,
No, but
policy
where is it
think
coming? It's
tanks-
coming into your stock markets.
Exactly.
It's not your FDI,
And that is what-
direct
that is what-
investment has actually fallen
Exactly.
by about a
And-
couple of billion.
Exactly. And manufacturing has fallen.
Even further. I'm saying
13%
the point is, look,
of GDP.
I come back to this. Gautam, bear me out on this. I don't think any country in the world, large country in the world, is going to see double-digit growth for some time, given these geopolitical risks that we're seeing. We've got two wars. You have Trump coming back in November. You think he's going to be the poster boy of globalization?
So hence
of sending
hence I
jobs
asked-
to China and to
hence
India?
I asked
No.
Mr. Mishra a very,
there
very
are other
pessimistic
issues with
question.
that
Give me
cannot
hope. Give me hope,
Namely demographics.
Joanna. Give me hope, Joanna, that reforms can actually still happen.
See,
and they're
my,
not
my
flagging.
point is how much of this is dependent on geopolitical factors and how much of it can be also fueled by internal and also regional consumption. So I'm asking you, are we still going to struggle to grow at 7%, or can this government hope to grow at 9% or push to grow at 9%, and how is that possible?
So I just want to make one point, since you're still on that blackboard of compliances.
Whiteboard.
Whiteboard. These compliances are, they have degenerated into becoming tributaries for corruption. I think if you remove corruption, capital will flow. That $10 million which I offered everybody here to set up a business will translate into actual business.
So you are saying remove corruption.
I think.
Okay, let me write this here.
I think the cost of corruption today
remove
is around
corruption.
10 to 15%.
Sorry, I'm coming in the camera.
Apart from the harassment.
Corruption. And you are saying capital will flow.
That's right.
But आप
So
कह रहे हैं
these
कि आज भी
compliances-
सिस्टम में capital will flow. आज भी सिस्टम में corruption है बहुत ज़्यादा.
बहुत ज़्यादा है. Yeah. It's about 10 to 15%.
this is the
I think
biggest,
real estate prices
You know,
will fall down.
Just because the politics changes does not mean the bureaucracy changes.
Bureaucracy changes.
Remember that.
I think two large things that at least that did happen, and 26 is still a huge amount, because this government, at least in the two previous terms, was very, very clear about decriminalizing quite a few, in terms of quite a few acts and offences. So that was good. And I think that needs to carry on as far as it is at the central level. See, somewhere at some point, pitting states against each other did work when you had the DPIIT's ease of doing business. That's when your Andhra and your Telangana and Gujarat and all of them kind of was vying. Now, the one big factor that's been lost out, and I know many people have said, see, earlier when you still had the planning commission, right, your development and what you were achieving was tied to basically your allocation of funds. Today that's changed, and I think maybe somewhere you need to tie in your devolvement of funds in terms of whether not just special status, but what you're giving. One corpus, of course, comes to states as part of taxes and as part of devolvement, but some bits have to be incentivized and set for two reasons. Because while you're talking of social spending, you call it freebies, whatever, there are states where the freebies is exceeding their own state revenue. I'm not talking about what center is giving, but state subsidies that they're offering, whether it's electricity, whether it's anything else, is exceeding their own revenue.
See, my point is politicians love to take populist decisions. They deter from taking unpopular decisions. And when there are politicians who step up and take unpopular decisions, they are whittled down in such a way that you have to go back to becoming populist.
No, but that's where I
Just
think
pause.
marginality
Just
is
pause.
the same.
Just pause.
One second.
I have to go.
CII.
I have
You
to
know,
go.
there's a
Go
little
across to CII. Avantika Singh joining us with members from CII.
There's a
Over to you,
word at the
Avantika.
back of him.
Good morning, Anand, and good morning to all of you. Anand, here the mood is very upbeat. It's very positive, very optimistic because the growth trajectory has been phenomenal. So I've been speaking to a lot of corporate honchos here, and each one of them have a lot of anticipation, but the mood is bullish. I have with me right now Mr. R. Mukundan. He's the Vice President for CII and also MD and CEO for Tata Chemicals, and also Mr. Kamal Bali, who is the MD for Volvo Group. And Mr. Mukundan, coming to you, one of the major asks of CII has been that capex spending needs to be increased by 20% to 12 lakh rupees. Which are the areas that you're looking at? Because there's been such a phenomenal push as far as infrastructure is concerned, freight corridors, railways. So what exactly are your expectations?
In terms of infrastructure, I think two factors of production are very, very critical to manufacturing. One is logistics, other one is power sector, energy, or whatever you want to call it. And I think the issue on logistics, we cannot say that there's enough has been done. We must continue our push in terms of rail, road, as well as air freight. Our air freight traffic in India is probably going to increase 3 to 4 times if we continue on the trajectory where we are going. Same way, I think the logistics at the port, the congestion will increase if we don't plan ahead. We can't wait for that to happen. So I think the push from government to continue to make this whole logistic much more easy and improve the ease of movement of goods and services as far as the industry is concerned is the right step. The second one, of course, is we need to look at how do we sort of reform our state electricity board, and that's been a continuous effort from the power ministry. But I think they constantly get into some issues. Different states have different issues. But I think addressing this together in a GST type council where we can arrive at a framework on energy for India. Energy also is bucketed in multiple spots. If you look at India's energy today, it has renewable energy, it has petroleum, it's got coal ministry, so many ministries are involved. But I think we need a holistic view of energy as one sector so that all of them sit at one table and arrive at an energy policy for India. So if I were to say logistics, good work is going on, continue to put the effort on power and energy, I think build an integrated approach for India's energy transition.
Interesting. Mr. Bali, auto sales is a very significant indicator of private consumption in India. Your expectations from the budget, what do you foresee? Do you think it's going to be a very political budget? Do you think that there's going to be a message in this budget? And as far as the auto industry is concerned, do you think that the focus should be on generating further initiatives to scale the auto sector in India?
Yeah, so thank you very much, Avantika. See, what I believe is that this budget is going to be growth-oriented budget, because I think that's one of the biggest imperatives for the country, because we still are a very low income economy. If you look at our per capita income is about $2,500. We need to move up to at least $15,000 per annum. So I think that's one thing. So it has to be a growth-oriented economy. And when I talk of growth, and I think we've looked at last year, we grew at 8.2%, and manufacturing did the bulk of our work, 9.9% growth in manufacturing, and 48% of manufacturing contribution is through the automotive industry. So the automotive industry has to play a role, but as you know, automotive industry is also going through a major transformation.
Yes.
We are going into renewable energy needs, so new technologies are coming in. So we are at a cusp of a very, very major shift which is happening. So we need to continue with the existing technologies for some time, and also at the same time invest into new technologies for the future. So it's going to be an interesting scenario for the auto industry. And as you rightly said, I personally believe that manufacturing, government should focus a lot on manufacturing, continue to focus a lot on manufacturing. As Mukundan rightly said, logistics, good logistics will help the cause. Energy transition will help the cause a big way. And we should have some ideas on how do we really take manufacturing to a much larger role in our GDP. Today it's about 15-16%. How do we take it to 24-25%? And I think
that's the goal, right? And enough work has been done. But if I wanted to ask you that PLIs have had limited success as far as increasing manufacturing is concerned, yet do you see some sectors that have benefited? Do you think that perhaps the budget will bring about some tweaks and introduce labor-intensive sectors as well?
So in fact, we have been highlighting in CII, not just PLI but also ELI, a bit of tweak. and also introduce a factor of, let's say, what is it doing for India's exports, overall trade competitiveness. I think those two areas we need to focus. And clearly, I think PLI is one of the elements which we need to get right. If you heard our Chief Economic Advisor yesterday, I think he went very granular. In fact, he was focused very clearly on land and labor. On land, he went to the extent of saying even within the current construct, if you look at land which is used for factories versus what is left unused, the ratio in Haryana versus what other states are doing, just by moving it to the level of Haryana, he was mentioning that we could probably double the amount of production, double the amount of labor we employ. So I think the granularity he brought yesterday was very, very refreshing. And I think many of those ideas are not big ideas. They are actually doable at state level. We should engage with state. Also on the labor codes have been already rolled out by the government. But I think we have to work with states to get them on board. I think they're all really good codes. They simplify a lot of things. And I think we need to sort of focus on these two factors also. So in addition to PLI,
empowering the states is also key.
Working with states, labor codes, working with states on this whole land-related issues which you highlighted already yesterday, and also the whole issue of PLI, and then making it a slight tweak into ELI.
Interesting. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. And those are some of the first initial reactions pre-budget. We will continue to get you lots more reactions right here from CII. We're going to be slipping into a short break. Continue watching CNN News 18 for the very latest on the budget of the Modi government. Stay tuned.
Co-presented 19 or the pre-election budget. This one, there is a pressure on the BJP, not just from the opposition, but from within the BJP, because they feel that a feel-good budget could actually turn the tide in their favor in terms of perception, and important state elections also coming up as well.
Right. Thanks for that, Pallavi. We'll come back to you. She is going to be meeting the president at the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Then she'll come back. She'll be into Parliament. The budget will be approved by the cabinet, and then she'll be now the narrative.
Feel good budget. I think there is a very important signalling problem that needs to be overcome very quickly. The expectation here is a little bit of a populist budget, and of course that term is a loaded one, because populism could also mean that you're cutting, for example, taxes for the middle class, which many people will again have a problem with, or for the corporate sector. But populism comes in different shades. All I'm trying to say is that the government needs to wrest control of the narrative from the opposition. That's really the fundamental problem. Talking from a completely political economy perspective, I think it's just about perception.
What would you do to ensure that the headlines tomorrow are like Dream Budget 24-25?
Well, that's right.
What would you do?
It would necessitate
a headline like that in 91.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Budget Day Studio.
Back live on the CNN News 18 and DBS Bank Budget Day studio with the coverage and footage of Prime Minister Narendra Modi entering Parliament for that cabinet meeting with less than half an hour to go, just about 26 minutes before the budget should be tabled in Parliament and the Finance Minister should be speaking. These are pictures from a short while ago, ladies and gentlemen, because we're getting the update that the cabinet has actually approved the budget. The cabinet has approved the budget. Doordarshan is also confirming that the cabinet has approved the budget. And these are pictures coming through a short while ago, because pictures from inside Parliament are courtesy the Doordarshan. So I'm just saying that these are pictures from a short while ago with the Prime Minister walking in for the cabinet meeting, but the cabinet meeting is over. Slowly you will see all the ministers trickling into the Lok Sabha. The galleries will be full, and there should be the NDA allies have been urged that all the MPs should be present. It should be a full house as the budget is presented. It's a full house here in our studio too. So quickly, ladies and gentlemen, as we have those pictures, let's bring it in. Next 15 odd minutes, we'll try and focus on some of the low-hanging fruits that this budget can address, which can also make us feel good. On the part that, this feel-good factor is very important for all of us. So I'm
it's actually more important for the government right now. Let me be honest.
See,
the headline
everybody
tomorrow,
wants to feel good, sir.
look,
Everybody wants to feel good.
The fundamental issue here is, how do we get 45% of the workforce out of agriculture into manufacturing or into another sector of the economy? I think fundamentally that is the question that we need to address.
We've parked this, that setting up a business, this is one of the low-hanging fruits. That the compliance issues, 69,000 compliance issues which are there can be done away with. Agree, disagree to everybody here. That this is one of the...
Not all can be done away with.
No. I'm just saying it can be reduced and it can be watered down.
Some of them are important.
You can make it easier to set up a business. It's a low-hanging fruit. It's not going to take
hang
too
on,
much.
you know, all of this, I don't see that happening in this budget. This is a budget which has to be relevant to its political reality. The finance minister has to be seen as giving some kind of SOP or some kind of tax benefit to the middle class. There is simply no way you can ignore that political reality, aside of whatever she needs to give to Chandrababu Naidu and to Nitish Kumar. I'm not even getting into that. The point is, there has to be some kind of tax rationalization, either slabs or rates, number one. Number two, if the Modi government wants to statch the narrative and wants to give this feel-good thing, I would look at two things. ATC, which has been unchanged for God knows how many years now, and Rajiv knows this whole business about interest on housing loans. That has been unchanged for, again, God knows how many years. If they really want to change the narrative for the middle class and want to bring feel-good back, those are the two things that they need to do.
Zaka,
No,
here
I
is
also say gold and import duty.
No,
I'm
that's
still
fine.
quite
Okay,
down
gold
on it.
but you know, just let me say one thing, that I think the government has to prioritize who they are really targeting here, who actually cost them those 40 seats, to be honest. And I don't know if the middle class figures very high in that computation. I think it is the Kisan,
rural economy,
the rural poor, and I think fundamentally you have to address that constituency. How you do it without messing up the top line numbers, without actually coming across as being imprudent, has to be seen. I think that's fundamentally where, because look, the first thing that the opposition is going to come out with and say, "Bhai, garibon ko to kuch diya nahi," because we've always told you that this is a rich person's sarkar. And that is where I think the balancing has to, that if they have to seize that narrative going into 3 assembly elections in the next 6 months, it has to happen today.
It's very difficult for the government to get rid of that image, because everybody still remembers during the epidemic all the people marching back, walking to the village.
I think that's
still there.
People,
more like a politician.
Sir, we are going to digress from the discussion because those people marched back because those states which were actually living off, imported labor said, please go back home. There is a thing. Maharashtra is depending upon labor force from Uttar Pradesh, so you're blaming UP for having to deal with them when they were sent back. Maharashtra didn't say, I will take care of you because you're also fueling our economy. Our work is working. So let's come back here. So some of the points which you put out, there needs to be SOPs for the Aam Aadmi, as Zaka was saying. Some of it can be the ATC and the interest on housing loans. That's something which can. You've spoken about the import on gold duty needs to be there. Rural economy, Kisan will be a focus. They will have to. Ji, Saka ji.
See, rural economy, I mean, there are again some easy wins. First of all, I don't think there is necessarily a mutually exclusive kind of thing about doing things for the middle class and the rural economy. Where does the Kisan not get their money? They don't get their money because our holdings are too small or unproductive, whatever. I'm assuming that production can be improved through organic use of agriculture, other things. The other thing is that today's date, still our Kisan is unable to sell as close to the direct market as they can. There are too many layers there.
Okay,
logistics
sell close to direct market. I'm just going to go straight across to Sanjeev Nair.
Sanjay Nair, what you are suggesting is exactly
it's the middleman who held the country to hostage.
Sanjay ji, good morning. Good morning. We are having a conversation on what all this budget should encompass, even as we are counting down just about 20 minutes to go. So there are expectations. Overall, this should be a feel-good budget. This should also be a competitive budget. This should also be a budget that perhaps creates avenues for creating more jobs, especially in the manufacturing sector. This is what is a collective thought here in the studios. Your thoughts and your expectations from this budget, Sanjay ji.
Hi, thank you for having me on the channel. I think, from my perspective, you've got to be pretty straightforward in this budget about addressing some of the issues that are in front of us. Having an economic survey that shows incredible stability, fantastic secular growth post-COVID. I think we have to keep the realities that the economic survey highlighted, which is the world is going to be a lot more insular rather than global. So I think we have to tackle two big equations. One is the consumption and capex equation. Domestic consumption has to pick up. I think you were already discussing. There is a lackluster consumption in the middle and the lower middle class, and I think that needs to be addressed through some tax changes, which I think can be given, given the fiscal flexibility and a little bit of the rope that can be given to the middle class who have been genuinely hurt post-COVID, during COVID. The income has come back, but the core wealth has diminished. So I think that's one thing. And I think if you get consumption up, I don't see why you should not have private capex pick up, because corporate and bank balance sheets are as under-leveraged as you could think of. So I think that's one equation we need to solve.
Right.
And in that capex element, we have to also think of the MSMEs, which are very big manufacturers on the supply chain side, manufacturing for the sake of manufacturing, job employers, and also for exports. So let's see what comes in the budget. It's got to be very targeted towards MSMEs, whether it's innovative means of financing. And I think more than that, really, it's going to be the cost of doing business and the ease of doing business has to be simplified, whether it's a single window, multiple windows, whatever it is. I think the MSME's life has to become much simpler and reduce the number of compliances. So that's the consumption capex gap. I think the second big one is the savings and investment gap, right? You do need a significant higher level of savings if you want to meet the 7% plus GDP growth rate.
Right.
And frankly, you know, given the total debt to GDP we carry and the fact that we preempt a lot of local savings to finance the deficit is a good thing, but it's also a bad thing because you squeeze out the private savings that could go to the real sector. So we end up depending a lot on foreign savings, whether they come in the form of FPIs, which is frankly very fleeting. It's more bridging the current account, but you need to get real FDI. And that's not necessarily just private equity, venture capital. It is real FDI that comes from overseas that goes into the ground and creates real assets and increases gross capital formation. For that, I think you need much more focused, I wouldn't even say announcements, creation of real single windows that work, that are deliverable, that can be measured. And I think that's the way you bring FDI in, because for the foreigners, there is no bigger market than India, both for manufacturing in India as well as manufacturing for the world, given obviously the cost competitiveness that we talk about, but we should make sure that it's translated when the foreign investors come in here to actually create real assets. Value addition has to go up. So that's the saving investment gap and the consumption capex gap. I think these are two big things. And finally, I would say, you know, we're hearing a lot about AI and innovation. I think this government is very well-meaning and actually is quite futuristic looking. So a significant benefit for R&D and innovation. In what form it comes, I don't know, but I think that'll be a critical one if you want to enhance the tech capability of the country's corporate and financial sector.
One big headline that you would want to take away from this, you know, everybody's saying what's going to be the big headline. One big headline for you, Sanjay ji, that you're looking forward, that you hopefully will be able to take away post, say, about 1 p.m. today.
I think setting India on a growth path of a very sustainable 7 to 7.5% growth rate. I wouldn't even endeavor 8, frankly, but sustainable. And I would say within that growth path, a clear takeaway that is coming from this increment and this sustainable growth is coming from local consumption and local private savings being crowded in. Very critical. And in the meantime, if the government has to bankroll infra for a little bit more, couple of years, it's not a bad idea. But you finally got to crowd in your local savings and your local capex of the private sector. And I can tell you that once you get that going, the foreign flows come automatically.
Mr. Nair, final question. This is Rahul Shivshankar from the studio. Very quickly, I wanted to ask you this because you sort of stressed upon this. The consumption. How do you boost consumption in this budget meaningfully so it also sort of captures the headlines? So 3 or 4 things that need to be done to do that.
I think it's going to be income tax. I mean, I don't see this consumption tax through GST, there's income tax, and I think there's got to be some innovative way of collapsing the early slabs and making it optional for the taxpayer to adopt, one or two options to make sure this whole slab between 0 and 30 lakhs can be the one that is reduced. And I know it'll be damaging to the exchequer, but again, like I said, if you are able to utilize the fiscal flexibility you enjoy right now for very prudent fiscal management in the past, I think this is the time to give a little bit of that consumption boost. But it cannot be cyclical like we saw 10 years ago. It's got to be secular. So it's got to come through either a sustainable income tax cut in that slab for the lower middle income and middle income, or as I said, dare may I say, maybe a reduction of few points of GST, which I know I may not be a popular person to say that, but these are the things we'll have to really think about hard. And I think that's the only way you get sustainable consumption.
Well, so be it President Asocham or consulting editor News 18 Network, everybody is talking about, and across the band is talking about some tax relief for the middleman and this feel-good aspect. Sanjay Nairji, thank you very much. Quickly going across to Avantika, who's with Chandrajit Banerjee at CII.
Yes, Anand, and the sentiment is pretty much the same here. A lot of expectations about tax relief. I have Chandrajit Banerjee, CII Director. Mr. Banerjee, you hailed the economic survey yesterday. You called it very pragmatic in its approach. You said it has a futuristic vision to enable India to achieve the status of a developed economy by 2047. So, in your view, your expectations from the budget, and how can India sustain this robust economic growth and, most importantly, bolster the competitiveness of India's industry?
So, it's good you asked that, because in the economic survey you see many points which are critical for just not the first 1 year or 2 years, but this entire period till one reaches 2047. Now, one is it talked about the partnerships, the private sector coming into play in a bigger way. So I see that that's a very important statement, because yes, private sector needs to come in with investment. It has already started, and for which there is a lot that can be enabled through making India competitive through the policy ecosystem. So ease of doing business and all of that. I see that being carried forward. Yes, of course, private sector would need to employ and can employ if one is able to expand its businesses. So the expansion of businesses takes place with ease of doing business, and an important play there is how do we involve the states, because at the end of the day, investments comes into the states of India, and how do we create enabling ecosystem in the states, and how do we take the states along? So that's going to be again critical.
Private sector investment in getting additional capacity has been a bit sluggish. Do you think that this budget perhaps would change the trajectory?
Number one, yes, I think private sector has started investing. If you really look at across the sectors, and since COVID, today we have come back to capacity. Capacity utilization has crossed 80% in almost 70 to 80% of the sectors in our surveys. The second important point is it's sluggish, but it has been sluggish, but it is now investing. But going forward, I would think that it is important for us to see how do we make it even easier to do business for the private sector, to have the appetite to increase business, for the small scale, the mid-sized companies to be much more enabled. This entire area of work which started a few years back on decriminalization, I see that being continued very strongly. That would enable a greater participation of different types of companies coming into play.
Wonderful. So that's from the CII Director, and all eyes will be now on the budget. Back to the studio.
Thank you for that, Avantika. So we've got some measures, what we are expecting from the budget largely. They are counting down, just about 11 minutes to go. So I'm going to just delete this and focus on the tax break for the middle class. What can be done? What all is possible in terms of how can this tax relief be structured? For me, for you, for everybody who is saying, "बहुत 5 साल से कुछ नहीं दिया आपने, तो अभी कुछ दे दो." That's what's going to make me feel good. Put some more money in my hand and increase consumption. So, what are the options that the government has? Just to the panelists and to the house, I'm just going to ask you to weigh in on this. So, middle class, beg your pardon, there you go. Middle class. Yeah, your suggestions. Anybody can go, please. Tax break, how?
So I think tax breaks is a function of every budget that I have tracked over the past 20 years. So everybody wants tax breaks. But if we are thinking creatively, let us say ATC, as somebody mentioned earlier, then why not apply ATC to some consumer spending? ATC.
Number
Oh, sorry,
80.
80. Sorry.
A C charge.
Air traffic control.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay. ATC. Okay. Yeah. Got it.
The tax break under ATC. Why restrict it to only investments? Why not, let us say, put it onto spending of a certain kind? Housing is already there, but why not? Suppose you buy a car, suppose you buy a two-wheeler, suppose you buy a washing machine, suppose that there is an array of broad consumption spending that you can do, which makes you eligible for ATC or similar, maybe ATD. You can create some new kind of an instrument for that, but give those benefits. That way, not only would you give a break to the middle class, as you are asking, it would also help increase the consumption story.
So you're saying
I think that would be
incentivize spending by saying that I don't give you a break for saving money. I actually incentivize you to.
Yeah, you buy a car, you get whatever 10% or 50,000 off or whatever.
So right now they've got it for the e-cars. EVs, there is a duty waiver.
So maybe
but you can
instead
do it
of just sticking to investments and then putting infrastructure bonds and then putting this section and that section, just turn it around.
You spend anything more than 5 lakhs,
so
I'll
that
give
way
you a 50,000
2
rebate.
cards ho jayenge.
You can claim 50,000 from an.
Second, your old regime, new regime thing has to be sorted out. Your tax, I mean, you do all your ATC, great, but if I'm on the new regime, I get no benefit from that and I have no way of going back to the old regime. I think, first of all, that was a disaster. So I think this old regime, new regime business has to be sorted out.
So that giving money back, it's like those car dealers in the US, you buy this, we'll give you $5,000 back. I mean, I don't think this is a car dealership, so.
No, I actually disagree. I think it's good to have a income tax regime which is getting rid of the exemptions, simplifying things.
No, I have no problem with that.
So,
I'm just saying pick
be
one,
clear.
but
Dono
be
mat
clear.
rakho, ek rakho.
Because you can't incentivize one and
Keep
not the
one.
other, na?
Keep one
That's
because
what's been happening.
Yeah, keep one and
He was in the other room, the guy who did that.
But that's the problem. I have no problem. I'm quite happy with the new regime as it is, but then you can't have tax incentives in the old regime.
Now slabs. Slabs.
I just think
now he said 0 to 30 lakhs.
ATC and all, to my mind, will not help consumption because when I need to spend money, I need money in my pocket. I don't really care about putting it into infrastructure or whatever else. Just reduce the tax rates, give the middle class a break. They will have more money. That money leads to security.
For which slab?
For every slab simplified, what I think Sanjay was talking about just now. Just make it simple, reduce exemptions, give money in their pocket, let the people decide where they want to spend money. If either they'll put it into a bank or investments or they'll go buy something. Let them do that.
Broadly, I would say direct
this
tax
0 to 30 lakhs.
Long overdue.
Should there be something special done for the 0 to 30 lakhs?
Just reduce it.
And I think you need
Reduce
to
it.
rethink the cess
Reduce
that
it
is
to how
there
much?
on each of them. You don't even know where that cess money is going. That itself is a good 5% almost.
Cess.
With
But
cesses,
the
it should
cess-
not be over 20%. It would be that may be a hope. But I'll tell you why. Because if you look at it, who doesn't pay tax
Why
today?
can't they do away with the cess altogether? Yeah, tax to
Cess
वैसे लगा रहा
is
हो यार.
get rid of
Simplified. I'm
ऊपर से और tax.
At this moment in time, if you were to
cannot be
open your
done.
phone-in lines, you would get great suggestions from a large number of people who are expectant. I'm sure if you just open her call-in lines, you'll probably get some suggestions.
No, I know, but
there is
I got
also
8 minutes to the budget.
Yeah, we got 8
7
minutes to the budget.
Yeah.
No,
We
but
need to
cess
widen
cannot
it,
go
right?
because
Our
cess is
CAs,
money that is
doctors,
collected
lawyers
and goes
don't pay
straight to the
enough
union
tax.
That's
government.
right.
Okay.
All
So
other
think about
taxes
that.
have to be devolved and shared with the states.
Correct.
So cess is something that goes
And the elephant in
entirely
the room,
to
let's
the
bring
union
some
government.
Nationalize it and
elephant
also
in the room.
reduce
If
it
you
along
really
with
are
that.
worried about the balance sheet at the end of the day, there are also a large number of very rich people who don't get taxed at all. And some of them are sitting in the border right now in their lovely Humvees. So think about that also. So I'm just saying, of course.
So the
I
elephant
think-
in the room, you're saying this tax should we tax the rich kisan?
Yeah, exactly. But
Agriculture
unfortunately-
tax.
Unfortunately,
Rich kisan.
Unfortunately,
I
that's
Rich
not
kisan.
going to happen.
That will
Or any
happen.
government.
That will never
That's
happen.
not part of the union.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not part of the
Unfortunately-
union's remit. The
Unfortunately,
union government
yes,
cannot.
that's true.
I don't
That is
think
true. Yeah.
we are losing, it's like that old story about how farmers get free electricity.
Yeah.
How much does a farmer use? He uses a bulb and a tube well. The truth is electricity is stolen by industrialists. Okay, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm being very blunt here.
Go ahead.
Same thing here. There are rich doctors, rich lawyers, rich CAs who pay almost no taxes. These are the guys we need to have a minimum tax or whatever else for. I mean, the poor farmer fundamentally, forget the guys in the Humvees. I mean, they're there, of course, but that's a small minority.
Okay.
The average farmer does not have a lot of money, does not get enough value.
I wasn't talking about a blanket tax at all.
A certain income bracket should
Exactly.
be
I think that.
Anybody,
I think that.
Can I
anyhow,
just,
it's not going to happen
agriculture
because
tax
there's
cannot
no
happen
political
in the
elbow room
union
for
budget,
it.
bhai. It's
So
a state
it's
subject.
just
Sharp elbows.
exactly they have sharp.
I'm saying don't let self-employed professionals escape tax net as a thing. Escape the tax net. They should pay taxes. There is a doctors, lawyers, professionals.
A lot of those people, self-employed consultants, pay tax at 18%, whereas others who are above the 30 lakh bracket pay 30%. 30%. What explains this 12%?
How does
Can I
this?
be a contrarian here? Can I be a contrarian? For a longest time, we've been saying that we need to expand the tax base. We've been crying hoarse about the fact that only 1.5% of India pays income tax. Okay, and we've been talking about things like broadening, expanding the tax base, etc. Where is that discussion gone? Why?
No, but Gautam,
how much can we keep?
No, one second. Before 2014, before the Modi government came, the number of returnees was less than 2 crores. Last year it was 6.5 crores. It's gone up 3 times.
It is still 1.5% of the whole.
But the point is to say that the base is not expanded.
We need to expand. We need to expand.
My question is, if
in every
taxpayers,
normalization is happening.
If every budget is going to increase the point where taxes are paid, at some point this 1.5% will become 0.5%. Is that the direction we want to go?
No, but with more exemptions, see, expanding the base is 2 things, right? One is in terms of how many people are filing returns. Of that, how many of them are filing nil
Actually
returns.
paying,
That
I'm
is
being
one.
contrarian to this end. I'm saying if only 1.5% pays taxes, should we even have direct taxes?
No.
Yes, we do.
But that's
Hold on. Direct taxes.
That's a very old discussion.
Direct taxes today.
Do away with taxes and you'll be fine.
Direct
Do away with direct taxes. I'm not saying do away with taxes.
That's a very old discussion.
Direct
You're in
taxes
Chidambaram
today
style.
are larger than indirect taxes already. Individual taxpayers are larger than corporate taxpayers already. That 1.5% that we are talking about is larger than the entire corporate sector tax.
So let me put this.
I don't think it's right.
So let me draw an example from America. For example, you have a total tax revenue of $4 trillion. Individual income tax around 50% of the total tax share. By the way, the individual income tax, corporate tax around only 10% of total tax revenue, and payroll tax share around 20% of the total tax revenue.
Because in the US of A, everybody is taxed.
That's right.
Everybody comes under the tax net.
Here,
in the INDIA or Bharat of today, everybody doesn't come under the tax net.
State and federal, all kinds of things.
So the point is that obviously there are vast acres that
They
are
have other
untapped.
forms of, real estate taxes.
I think
There are all
that's
kinds
the
of taxes.
real estate sector, tourism spend,
We don't
things
have
like
that.
these. I think should find these kind of
Incentivize.
consumptions. Yeah, because these kind of
Incentivize spending.
because these kind of spendings usually have a multiplier effect also on business.
Okay.
With spending there, with demand going up, particularly things like tourism, etc. You have those real estate for certain.
It comes back to deregulation, right? So setting up a hotel business in this country
Is ridiculous.
is so difficult.
Yeah.
From land acquisition to cost of the capital, debt capital which you need to
Rajiv, which business
finance.
is easy?
But hotels
than
in particular,
private
right?
equity.
How can you have a tourism
Other than
industry if you
private
don't have
equity
hotels?
and finance, which business
For the
is
longest
easy?
time, we
Pause
didn't have
everyone,
airlines.
pause everyone, 60 seconds everyone has. One big headline, each one gets 10 seconds. One big headline that you want.
Welfare supported by wealth creation.
Correct.
Welfare supported by wealth creation.
Middle class gains.
Middle class gains.
Some spend on the welfare bracket.
Some
Employment.
more focused welfare spending.
Employment.
Employment.
Comprehensive direct tax reforms.
I would go with direct tax reforms. I think there is elbow
Direct
room to
tax.
do it, both in slabs and in rates. Whether she does it, we'll have to wait and see.
I want the headline to say this is a feel-good budget. Just a simple one which says everyone is feeling good about this budget. If that can be, is that possible?
We need the same coffee that CII is.
So that you're saying is very tough. But overall, I think there are expectations, ladies and gentlemen. We are counting down to the finance minister entering Parliament and beginning the proceedings, getting over in Parliament, and we'll cut across to that. It's just 30 seconds. It's the big day today. Because since 2014, perhaps the most expectation from a government which does not have absolute majority as a party on its own is dependent on its allies. It's an NDA, it's a coalition, and that's when the focus will be on the middle class and the focus will be on jobs, ladies and gentlemen. Will these two boxes be ticked? Middle class and the jobs. Will these two boxes be ticked while this biggest aspect of the Kisan are also taken care of? This is where the government will have the opportunity to seize the narrative. We've gone through the bullet points. We've put down a lot of thoughts that have come from our experts. Now it is about post. This was a pre-expectation from the budget that this budget has to set Bharat to become competitive. It has to set Bharat on the course, solidly on the course to growth, irrespective of the geopolitics around. We have to be Atmanirbhar, but we also have to manufacture for the world. So can we do all of this? It's a tightrope walk for the finance minister. Not many would like to be in her shoes, although many would say I can do a better job. They would not want to be there.
माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
माननीय सदस्यगण, मुझे अपनी ओर से तथा सदन के माननीय सदस्यों की ओर से अंतर संसदीय संघ IPU की प्रेसिडेंट और तंजानिया संयुक्त गणराज्य की नेशनल असेंबली की अध्यक्ष माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन का स्वागत करते हुए अत्यंत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। वे हमारी सम्मानित अतिथि के रूप में भारत की आधिकारिक यात्रा पर आई है। यह हमारे लिए खुशी की बात है कि डॉक्टर एक्सन बजट सत्र को देखने के लिए यहाँ उपस्थित है। माननीय डॉक्टर तुलिया एक्सन शुक्रवार दिनांक 19 जुलाई 2024 को भारत पहुंची। उन्होंने 21 जुलाई 2024 को आगरा का भ्रमण किया और इस समय वह विशेष बॉक्स में आसीन है। हम भारत में उनके सुखद और सफल प्रवास की कामना करते हैं। हम अंतर संसदीय संघ के प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में उनकी भूमिका के लिए सफलता की भी कामना करते हैं। उनके माध्यम से हम तंजानिया गणराज्य की संसद के सदस्यों, तंजानिया की सरकार तथा वहाँ की मित्र जनता को बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देते हैं। माननीय सदस्यगण, जैसा कि आपको समाचार भाग 2 के माध्यम से पहले ही सूचित किया जा चुका है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात माननीय सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन काउंटर से प्राप्त कर लें। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय मंत्री द्वारा बजट प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात बजट की प्रतियां आपको मेंबर्स पोर्टल के माध्यम से भी उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। माननीय वित्त मंत्री श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण।
Honorable Speaker, I present the budget for 24-25. Introduction. The people of India have reposed their faith in the government led by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and re-elected it for a historic third term under his leadership. We are grateful for their support, faith, and trust in our policies. We are determined to ensure that all Indians, regardless of religion, caste, gender, and age, make substantial progress in realizing their life goals and aspirations. Global context. The global economy, while performing better than expected, is still in the grip of policy uncertainties. Elevated asset prices, political uncertainties, and shipping disruptions continue to pose significant downside risks for growth and upside risks to inflation. In this context, India's economic growth continues to be the shining exception and will remain so in the years ahead. India's inflation continues to be low, stable, and moving towards the 4% target. Core inflation, that is non-food and non-fuel, currently is 3.1%. Steps are being taken to ensure supplies of perishable goods reach markets adequately. Interim budget. As mentioned in the interim budget, we need to focus on 4 major castes, namely the Garib, Mahilaye, Yuva, and Annadata, the poor, women, youth, and the farmer. For Annadata, we announced higher minimum support prices a month ago for all major crops, delivering on the promise of at least a 50% margin over costs. Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana was extended for 5 years, benefiting more than 80 crore people. Administrative actions for approval and implementation of various schemes announced in the interim budget are well underway. The required allocations have been made. Budget theme. Turning attention to the full year and beyond in this budget, we particularly focus on employment, skilling, MSMEs, and the middle class. I am happy to announce the Prime Minister's package of 5 schemes and initiatives to facilitate employment, skilling, and other opportunities for 4.1 crore youth over a 5-year period, with a central outlay of 2 lakh crore rupees. I will speak about them shortly, while more details may be seen in the annexure. This year, I've made a provision of 1.48 lakh rupees, 1.48 lakh crore rupees for education, employment, and skilling. Budget priorities. The people have given a unique opportunity to our government to take the country on the path of strong development and an all-round prosperity. In the interim budget, we promise to present a detailed roadmap for our pursuit of Vikasit Bharat. In line with the strategy set out in the interim budget, this budget envisages sustained efforts on the following 9 priorities for generating ample opportunities for all. Number 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Number 2, employment and skilling. Number 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice. 4, manufacturing and services. 5, urban development. 6, energy security. 7, infrastructure. 8, innovation, research and development. And 9, next generation reforms. Subsequent budgets will build on these and add more priorities and actions. A more detailed formulation will be carried out as part of the economic policy framework, about which I will speak later in this speech. This budget details some of the specific actions to be initiated in the current year towards fulfillment of these priorities, with potential for transformative changes. The budget also covers some of the previously made announcements with intent to strengthen them and step up their implementation for expediting our journey towards the goal of Viksit Bharat. Priority 1, productivity and resilience in agriculture. Transforming agricultural research. Our government will undertake a comprehensive review of the agricultural research setup to bring the focus on raising productivity and developing climate-resilient varieties. Funding will be provided in challenge mode, including to the private sector. Domain experts, both from the government and outside, will oversee the conduct of such research. Release of new varieties. New 109 high-yielding and climate-resilient varieties of 32 field and horticultural crops will be released for cultivation by farmers. Natural farming. In the next 2 years, 1 crore farmers across the country will be initiated into natural farming, supported by certification and branding. Implementation will be through scientific institutions and willing gram panchayats. 10,000 need-based bio-input resource centers will be established. Missions for pulses and oilseeds. For achieving self-sufficiency in pulses and oilseeds, we will strengthen their production, storage, and marketing. As announced in the interim budget, a strategy is being put in place to achieve Atmanirbharta for oilseeds such as mustard, groundnut, sesame, soybean, and sunflower. Vegetable production and supply chains. Large-scale clusters for vegetable production will be developed closer to major consumption centers. We will promote farmer-producer organizations, cooperatives, and startups for vegetable supply chains, including for collection and storage and marketing. Digital public infrastructure for agriculture. Buoyed by the success of the pilot project, our government, in partnership with the states, will facilitate the implementation of the digital public infrastructure in agriculture for coverage of farmers and their lands in 3 years. During this year, digital crop survey for Kharif using the DPI will be taken up in 400 districts. The details of 6 crore farmers and their lands will be brought into the farmer and land registries. Further, the issuance of Jan Samarth-based Kisan credit cards will be enabled in 5 states. Shrimp production and export. Financial support for setting up a network of nucleus breeding centers for shrimp brood stocks will be provided. Financing for shrimp farming, processing, and export will be facilitated through NABARD. National cooperation policy. Our government will bring out a national cooperation policy for systematic, orderly, and all-round development of the cooperative sector, fast-tracking growth of rural economy and generation of employment opportunities on a large scale will be the policy goal. This year, I have made a provision of 1.52 lakh crore rupees for agriculture and allied sectors. Priority 2, employment and skilling. Employment-linked incentive. Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. This employer-focused scheme will cover additional employment in all sectors. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons. Participation of women in the workforce. We will facilitate higher participation of women in the workforce through setting up of working women hostels in collaboration with industry and establishing creches. In addition, the partnership will seek to organize women-specific skilling programs and promotion of market access for women SHG enterprises. Skilling program. I'm happy to announce a new centrally sponsored scheme as the 4th scheme under the Prime Minister's package for skilling in collaboration with state governments and industry. 20 lakh youth will be skilled over a 5-year period. $1,000 industrial training institutes will be upgraded in hub and spoke arrangements with outcome orientation. Course content and design will be aligned to the skill needs of industry, and new courses will be introduced for emerging needs. Skilling loans. The model skill loan scheme will be revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakh rupees with a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. This measure is expected to help 25,000 students every year. Education loans. For helping our youth who have not been eligible for any benefit under government schemes and policies, I am happy to announce a financial support for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. e-vouchers for this purpose. E-vouchers for this purpose will be given directly to 1 lakh students every year for annual interest subvention of 3% of the loan amount. Priority 3, inclusive human resource development and social justice, saturation approach. Our government is committed to all-round, all-pervasive and all-inclusive development of people, particularly farmers, youth, women, and the poor. For achieving social justice comprehensively, the saturation approach of covering all eligible people through various programs, including those for education and health, will be adopted to empower them by improving their capabilities. Implementation of schemes meant for supporting economic activities by craftsmen, artisans, self-help groups, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and women entrepreneurs and street vendors such as the PM Vishwakarma, PM Swanidhi, National Livelihood Missions, and Stand Up India will be stepped up. Purvodaya. The states in the eastern part of the country are rich in endowments and have strong cultural traditions. We will formulate a plan, Purvodaya, for the all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. This will cover human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata industrial corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in our growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. An additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited. Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline for Andhra Pradesh and its farmers. This will facilitate our country's food security as well. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways, and roads in Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai industrial corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru industrial corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. PM Awas Yojana. 3 crore additional houses under the PM Awas Yojana in rural and urban areas in the country have been announced, for which the necessary allocations are being made. Women-led development. For promoting women-led development, the budget carries an allocation of more than 3 lakh crore for schemes benefiting women and girls. This signals our government's commitment for enhancing women's role in economic development. Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan. For improving the socio-economic condition of tribal communities, we will launch the Pradhan Mantri Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan by adopting saturation coverage for tribal families in tribal majority villages and aspirational districts. This will cover 63,000 villages, benefiting 5 crore tribal people. Bank branches in northeastern region. More than 100 branches of India Post Payment Bank will be set up in the northeast region to expand the banking services. This year, I have made a provision of 2.66 lakh crore rupees for rural development, including rural infrastructure. Priority 4, manufacturing and services, support for promotion of MSMEs. This budget provides special attention to MSMEs and manufacturing, particularly labor-intensive manufacturing. We have formulated a package covering financing, regulatory changes, and technology support for MSMEs to help them grow and also compete globally, as mentioned in the interim budget. I am happy to announce the following specific measures. Credit guarantee scheme for MSMEs in the manufacturing sector. For facilitating term loans to MSMEs for purchase of machinery and equipment without collateral or third-party guarantee, a credit guarantee scheme will be introduced. The scheme will operate on pooling of credit risks of such MSMEs. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide to each applicant guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees, while the loan amount may be larger. The borrower will have to provide an upfront guarantee fee and an annual guarantee fee on the reducing loan balance. new assessment model for MSME credit. Public sector banks will build their own in-house capability to assess MSMEs for credit instead of relying on external assessment. They will also take a lead in developing or getting developed a new credit assessment model based on the scoring of digital footprints of the MSMEs in the economy. This is expected to be a significant improvement over the traditional assessment of credit eligibility based only on asset or turnover criteria. That will also cover MSMEs without a formal accounting system. Credit support to MSMEs during stress period. I'm happy to announce a new mechanism for facilitating continuation of bank credit to MSMEs during their stress period while being in special mention account, SMA stage, for reasons beyond their control. MSMEs need credit to continue their business and to avoid getting into the NPA stage. Credit availability will be supported through a guarantee from a government-promoted fund. Mudra loans. The limit of Mudra loans will be enhanced to 20 lakh from the current 10 lakh for those entrepreneurs who have availed and successfully repaid previous loans under the Tarun category. Enhanced scope for mandatory onboarding in trades. For facilitating MSMEs to unlock their working capital by converting their trade receivables into cash, I propose to reduce the turnover threshold of buyers for mandatory onboarding on the trades platform from rupees 500 crore to 250 crore rupees. This measure will bring 22 more CPSCs and 7,000 more companies onto the platform. Medium enterprises will also be included in the scope of the suppliers. SIDBI branches in MSME clusters. SIDBI will open new branches to expand its reach to serve all major MSME clusters within 3 years and provide direct credit to them. With the opening of 24 such branches this year, the service coverage will expand to 168 out of 242 major clusters. MSME units for food irradiation, quality and safety testing. Financial support for setting up of 50 multi-product food irradiation units in the MSME sector will be provided. Setting up of 100 food quality and safety testing labs with NABL accreditation will be facilitated. E-commerce export hubs to enable MSMEs and traditional artisans to sell their products in international markets. E-commerce export hubs will be set up in public-private partnership mode. These hubs, under a seamless regulatory and logistic framework, will facilitate trade and export-related services under one roof. Measures for promotion of manufacturing and services. Internship in top companies. As the fifth scheme under Prime Minister's package, our government will launch a comprehensive scheme for providing internship opportunities in 500 top companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. They will gain exposure for 12 months to real-life business environment, varied professions, and employment opportunities. An internship allowance of 5,000 per month, 5,000 rupees per month, along with a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees will be provided. Companies will be expected to bear the training cost and 10% of their internship cost from their CSR funds. Industrial parks. Our government will facilitate development of investment-ready, plug-and-play industrial parks with complete infrastructure in or near 100 cities in partnership with the states and private sector by better using town planning schemes. 12 industrial parks under the National Industrial Corridor Development Program also will be sanctioned.
Veggie paper, no. Please, petty.
Rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be, just 1 minute. Rental housing, I repeat, rental housing with dormitory type accommodation for industrial workers will be facilitated in PPP mode with VGF support and commitment from anchor industries. Shipping industry, ownership, leasing, and flagging reforms will be implemented to improve the share of Indian shipping industry and generate more employment. Critical mineral mission. We will set up a critical mineral mission for domestic production, recycling of critical minerals, and overseas acquisition of critical mineral assets. Its mandate will include technology development, skilled workforce, extended producer responsibility framework, and a suitable financing mechanism. Offshore mining of minerals. Our government will launch the auction of the first tranche of offshore blocks for mining, building on the exploration already carried out. Digital public infrastructure applications. Turning to the services sector, I propose development of DPI applications at population scale for productivity gains, business opportunities, and innovation by the private sector. These are planned in the areas of credit, e-commerce, education, health, law and justice, logistics, MSME service delivery, and urban governance. Integrated technology platform for IBC ecosystem. An integrated technology platform will be set up for improving the outcomes under the Insolvency Bankruptcy Code for achieving consistency, transparency, timely processing, and better oversight for all stakeholders. Voluntary closure of LLPs. The services of the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will be extended for voluntary closure of LLPs to reduce the closure times. National Company Law Tribunals. The IBC has resolved more than 1,000 companies, resulting in direct recovery of 3.3 lakh crore to creditors. 3.3 lakh crore rupees to creditors. In addition, 28,000 cases involving over 10 lakh crore rupees have been disposed of even prior to admission. Appropriate changes to the IBC, reforms and strengthening of the tribunal and appellate tribunals will be initiated to speed up insolvency resolution. Additional tribunals will be established. Out of those, some will be notified to decide cases exclusively under the Companies Act. Debt recovery. Steps for reforming and strengthening debt recovery tribunals will be taken. Additional tribunals will be established to speed up recovery. Priority 5, urban development. Cities as growth hubs. Working with states, our government will facilitate development of cities as growth hubs. This will be achieved through economic and transit planning and orderly development of peri-urban areas utilizing town planning schemes. Creative redevelopment of cities. For creative brownfield redevelopment of existing cities with a transformative impact, our government will formulate a framework for enabling policies, market-based mechanisms, and regulation. Transit-oriented development. Transit-oriented development plans for 14 large cities with a population above 30 lakh will be formulated, along with an implementation and financing strategy. Urban housing. Under the PM Awas Yojana, Urban 2.0, housing needs of 1 crore urban poor and middle-class families will be addressed with an investment of 10 lakh crore rupees. This will include the central assistance of 2.2 lakh crore rupees in the next 5 years. A provision of interest subsidy to facilitate loans at affordable rates is also envisaged. In addition, enabling policies and regulations for efficient and transparent rental housing markets with enhanced availability will also be put in place. Water supply and sanitation. In partnership with state governments and multilateral development banks, we will promote water supply, sewage treatments, and solid waste management projects and services for 100 large cities through bankable projects. These projects will also envisage use of treated water for irrigation and filling up of tanks in nearby areas. Street markets. Building on the success of PM Swanidhi scheme in transforming the lives of street vendors, our government envisions a scheme to support each year over the next 5 years the development of 100 weekly hearts or street food hubs in select cities. Stamp duty. We will encourage states which continue to charge high stamp duty to moderate the rates for all and also consider further lowering duties for properties purchased by women. This reform will be made an essential component of urban development schemes. Priority 6, energy security, energy transition. In the interim budget, I had announced our strategy to sustain high and more resource-efficient economic growth, along with the energy security in terms of availability, accessibility, and affordability. We will bring out a policy document on appropriate energy transition pathways that balances the imperatives of employment, growth, and environmental sustainability. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana. In line with the announcement in the interim budget, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana has been launched to install rooftop solar plants to enable 1 crore households obtain free electricity up to 300 units every month. The scheme has generated remarkable response with more than 1.28 crore registrations and 14 lakh applications, and we will further encourage it. Pumped storage policy. A policy for promoting pumped storage projects will be brought out for electricity storage and facilitating smooth integration of the growing share of renewable energy with its variable and intermittent nature in the overall energy mix. research and development of small and modular nuclear reactors. Nuclear energy is expected to form a very significant part of the energy mix for Vikasit Bharat. Towards that pursuit, our government will partner with the private sector for 1. Setting up Bharat Small Reactors, 2. Research and development of Bharat Small Modular Reactor, and 3. Research and development of newer technologies for nuclear energy. The R&D funding announced in the interim budget will be made available for this sector also. Advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants. The development of indigenous technology for advanced ultra supercritical thermal power plants with much higher efficiency has been completed. A joint venture between NTPC and BHEL will set up a full-scale 800 megawatt commercial plant using AUSC technology. The government will provide the required fiscal support. Moving forward, development of indigenous capacity for the production of high-grade steel and other advanced metallurgy materials for these plants will result in strong spin-off benefits for the economy. Roadmap for hard-to-abate industries. A roadmap for moving the hard-to-abate industries from energy efficiency targets to emission targets will be formulated. Appropriate regulations for transition of these industries from the current perform, achieve, and trade mode to Indian carbon market mode will be put in place. Support to traditional micro and small industries. An investment-grade energy audit of traditional micro and small industries in 60 clusters, including brass and ceramic, will be facilitated. Financial support will be provided for shifting them to cleaner forms of energy and implementation of energy efficiency measures. The scheme will be replicated in another 100 clusters in the next phase. Priority 7, infrastructure investment by central government. Significant investment the central government has made over the years in building and improving infrastructure has had a strong multiplier effect on the economy. We will endeavor to maintain strong fiscal support for infrastructure over the next 5 years in conjunction with imperatives of other fiscal consolidation. This year, I have provided 11,11,111 crore rupees for capital expenditure. This would be 3.4% of our GDP. Infrastructure investment by state governments. We will encourage states to provide support of similar scale for infrastructure, subject to their development priorities. A provision of 1.5 lakh crore rupees for long-term interest-free loans have been made this year also to support the states in their resource allocation. Private investment in infrastructure. Investment in infrastructure by private sector will be promoted through viability gap funding and enabling policies and regulations. A market-based financing framework will be brought out. Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, Phase 4 of the PMGSY will be launched to provide all-weather connectivity to 25,000 rural habitations, which have become eligible in view of their population increase. Irrigation and flood mitigation. Bihar has frequently suffered from floods, many of them originating outside the country. Plans to build flood control structures in Nepal are yet to progress. Our government, through the Accelerated Irrigation Benefit Program and other sources, will provide financial support for projects with estimated cost of 11,500 crore rupees, such as the Kosi-Michi intra-state link and 20 other ongoing and new schemes, including barrages, river pollution abatement, and irrigation projects. In addition, survey and investigation of Kosi-related flood mitigation and irrigation projects will be undertaken. Assam grapples with floods every year by the Brahmaputra River and its tributaries originating outside India. We will provide assistance to Assam for flood management and related projects. Himachal Pradesh suffered extensive losses due to floods last year. Our government will provide assistance to the state for reconstruction and rehabilitation through multilateral development assistance. Uttarakhand too suffered losses due to cloudbursts and massive landslides. We will provide assistance to the state. Recently, Sikkim witnessed devastating flash floods and landslides that wreaked havoc across the state. Our government will provide assistance to the state. Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Our efforts in positioning India as a global tourist destination will also create jobs, stimulate investments, and unlock economic opportunities for other sectors. In addition to the measures outlined in the interim budget, I propose the following measures. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Of Vishnupad Temple Corridor and Mahabodhi Temple Corridor will be supported, modeled on the successful Kashi Vishwanath Temple Corridor to transform them into world-class pilgrim and tourist destinations. Rajgir holds immense religious significance for Hindus, Buddhists and Jains. The 20th Tirthankara Muniswarata temple in the Jain temple complex is ancient. The Saptarishi or the 7 hot springs form a warm water Brahmkund that is sacred. A comprehensive development initiative for Rajgir will be undertaken. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Odisha's scenic beauty, temples, monuments, craftsmanship, wildlife sanctuaries, natural landscapes, and pristine beaches make it an ultimate tourism destination. Our government will provide assistance for their development to Odisha as well. Priority 8, innovation, research and development. We will operationalize the Anusandhan National Research Fund for basic research and prototype development. Further, we will set up a mechanism for spurring private sector-driven research and innovation at commercial scale with a financing pool of 1 lakh crore rupees in line with the announcement in the interim budget. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up. Priority 9, next generation reforms. Economic policy framework. We will formulate an economic to delineate the overarching approach to economic development and set the scope of the next generation of reforms for facilitating employment opportunities and sustaining high growth. Our government will initiate and incentivize reforms for 1. Improving productivity of factors of production, and 2. Facilitating markets to become more efficient. These reforms will cover all factors of production, namely land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, and technology as an enabler of improving total factor productivity and bridging inequality. Effective implementation of several of these reforms requires collaboration between the center and the states and building consensus as development of the country lies in development of the states. For promoting competitive federalism and incentivizing states for faster implementation of reforms, I propose to earmark a significant part of the 50-year interest-free loan. Working with the states, we will initiate the following reforms. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavour will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. I will now move to Part B. Indirect taxes. Sir, I start with GST. It has decreased tax incidence on the common man, reduced compliance burden and logistics cost for trade and industry, and enhanced revenues of the central and the state governments. It is a success of vast proportions. To multiply the benefits of GST, we will strive to further simplify and rationalize the tax structure and endeavour to expand it to the remaining sectors. My proposals for customs duties intend to support domestic manufacturing, deepen local value addition, promote export competitiveness, and simplify taxation while keeping the interest of the general public and consumers surmount. In Budget 22-23, we reduced the number of customs duty rates. I propose to undertake a comprehensive review of the rate structure over the next 6 months to rationalize and simplify it for ease of trade, removal of duty inversion, and reduction of disputes. I shall now take up sector-specific customs duty proposals. Medicine and medical equipments. To provide relief to cancer patients, I propose to fully exempt 3 more medicines from customs duties. I also propose changes in the BCD on X-ray tubes and flat panel detectors for use in medical X-ray machines under the phased manufacturing program so as to synchronize them with the domestic capacity addition. Mobile phone and related parts. With a 3-fold increase in domestic production and almost a 100-fold jump in exports of mobile phones over the last 6 years, the Indian mobile industry has matured. In the interest of consumers, I now propose to reduce the BCD on mobile phone, mobile PCBA, and mobile charger to 15%. Minerals such as lithium, copper, cobalt, and rare earth elements are critical for sectors like nuclear energy, renewable energy, space, defense, telecommunications, and high-tech electronics. I propose to fully exempt customs duties on 25 critical minerals and reduce BCD on 2 of them. This will provide a major fillip to the processing and refining of such minerals and help secure their availability for these strategic and important sectors. Solar energy. Energy transition is critical in the fight against climate change. To support energy transition, I propose to expand the list of exempted capital goods for use in the manufacture of solar cells and panels in the country. Further, in view of sufficient domestic manufacturing capacity of solar gas, glass, and tinned copper interconnect, I propose not to extend the exemption of custom duties provided to them. Marine products. India's seafood exports in the last financial year touched an all-time high of more than 60,000 crores of rupees. Frozen shrimp accounted for about 2/3 of these exports. To enhance their competitiveness, I propose to reduce BCD on certain broodstock, polychaete worms, shrimp, and fish feed to 5%. I also propose to exempt customs duty on various inputs for manufacture of shrimp and fish feed. Leather and textile. Similarly, to enhance the competitiveness of exports in the leather and textile sectors, I propose to reduce BCD on real down-filling material from duck or goose. I am also making additions to the list of exempted goods for manufacture of leather and textile garments, footwear, and other leather articles for export. To rectify inversion in duty, I propose to reduce BCD subject to conditions on methylene diphenyl diisocyanate, MDI, for manufacture of spandex yarn from 7.5 to 5%. Furthermore, the export duty structure on raw hides, skin, and leather is proposed to be simplified and rationalized. Precious metals. To enhance domestic value addition in gold and precious metal jewelry in the country, I propose to reduce customs duties on gold and silver to 6% and that of platinum to 6.4%. Other metals. Steel and copper are important raw materials. To reduce their cost of production, I propose to remove the BCD on ferronickel and blister copper. I am also continuing with nil BCD on ferrous scrap and nickel cathode and concessional BCD of 2.5% on copper scrap. Electronics. To increase value addition in the domestic electronics industry, I propose to remove the BCD subject to conditions on oxygen-free copper for manufacture of resistors. I also propose to exempt certain parts for manufacture of connectors. Chemicals and petrochemicals. To support existing and new capacities, I propose to increase the BCD on ammonium nitrate from 7.5% to 10%. Plastics. PVC flex banners are non-biodegradable and hazardous for environment and health. To curb their imports, I propose to raise the BCD on them from 10 to 25%. Telecommunication equipment. To incentivize domestic manufacturing, I propose to increase the BCD from 10 to 15% on PCBA of specified telecom equipment. Trade facilitation. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship MRO, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. I'll read that again. To promote domestic aviation and boat and ship maintenance, repair and operations, I propose to extend the period for export of goods imported for repairs from 6 months to 1 year. In the same vein, I propose to extend the time limit for re-import of goods for repairs under warranty from 3 to 5 years. I now move to direct taxes. We will continue our efforts to simplify taxes, improve taxpayer services, provide tax certainty, and reduce litigation while enhancing revenues for funding the development and welfare schemes of the government. It has been our endeavor to simplify taxation. We have taken a number of measures in the last few years, including introduction of simplified tax regimes without exemptions and deductions for corporate tax and for personal income tax. This has been appreciated by taxpayers. 58% of corporate tax came from the simplified tax regime in the financial year 22-23. Similarly, as per data available till now, for the last fiscal, more than 2/3 have availed the new personal income tax regime. Comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act. I am now announcing a comprehensive review of the Income Tax Act 1961. The purpose is to make the Act concise, lucid, easy to read, and understand. This will reduce disputes and litigation, thereby providing tax certainty to the taxpayers. I will also bring down the demand embroiled in litigation. It is proposed to be completed in 6 months. A beginning is being made in the finance bill by simplifying the tax regime for charities, tedious rate structures, provisions of reassessment and such provisions, and capital gains taxation. Simplification for charities and tedious. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% tedious rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% tedious rate, and the 20% tedious rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. Tedious rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults. Simplification of reassessment. I propose to thoroughly simplify the provisions for reopening and reassessment. An assessment hereinafter can be reopened beyond 3 years from the end of the assessment year only if the escaped income is 50 lakh rupees or more, up to a maximum period of 5 years from the end of the assessment year. Even in such cases, a time limit of 6 years before the year of the search, as against the existing time limit of 10 years, is being proposed. This will reduce tax uncertainty and disputes. Simplification and rationalization of capital gains. Capital gains taxation is also proposed to be hugely simplified. Short-term gains on certain financial assets shall henceforth attract a tax rate of 20%, while that on all other financial assets and all non-financial assets shall continue to attract the applicable tax rate. Long-term gains on all financial and non-financial assets, on the other hand, will attract a tax rate of 12.5%. For the benefit of the lower and the middle income classes, I propose to increase the limit of exemption of capital financial assets to 1.25 lakh rupees per year. Listed financial assets held for more than a year will be classified as long-term, while unlisted financial assets and all non-financial assets will have to be held for at least 2 years to be classified as long-term. Unlisted bonds and debentures, debt mutual funds, and market-linked debentures, irrespective of holding period, however, will attract tax on capital gains at applicable rates. Taxpayer services. All the major taxpayer services under GST and most services under customs and income tax have been digitalized. All remaining services of customs and income tax, including rectification and order giving effect to appellate orders, shall be digitalized and made paperless over the next 2 years. Litigation and appeals. While our concerted efforts to reduce pendency of appeals at various appellate fora are beginning to show good results, it will continue to engage our highest attention. To dispose of the backlog of first appeals, I plan to deploy more officers to hear and decide such appeals, large tax effect. For resolution of certain income tax disputes pending an appeal, I am also proposing Vivad Se Vishwas Scheme 2024. Further, I propose to increase monetary limits for filing appeals related to direct taxes, excise and service tax in the tax tribunals, high courts and Supreme Court to 60 lakh rupees, 2 crore rupees and 5 crore respectively, with a view to reduce litigation and provide certainty in international taxation. We will expand the scope of safe harbor rules and make them more attractive. We will also streamline the transfer pricing assessment procedure. Employment and investment. I have a few proposals to promote investment and foster employment. First of all, to bolster the Indian startup ecosystem, boost the entrepreneurial spirit, and to support innovation, I propose to abolish the so-called angel tax for all classes of investors. Second, there is tremendous potential for cruise tourism in India. To give a fillip to this employment-generating industry, I am proposing a simpler tax regime for foreign shipping companies operating domestic cruises in the country. Third, India is a world leader in the diamond cutting and polishing industry, which employs a large number of skilled workers. To further promote the development of this sector, we would provide for safe harbor rates for foreign mining companies selling raw diamonds in the country. Fourth, to attract foreign capital for our development needs, I propose to reduce the corporate tax rate on foreign companies from 40 to 35%. Deepening the tax base. I have a couple of proposals for deepening the tax base. First, security transaction tax on futures and options of securities is proposed to be increased to 0.02% and 0.1% respectively. Second, for reasons of equity, I propose to tax income received on buyback of shares in the hands of recipients. Other proposals. To improve social security benefits, deduction of expenditure by employers towards NPS is proposed to be increased from 10 to 14% of the employee's salary. Similarly, deduction of this expenditure up to 14% of salary from the income of employees in private sector, public sector banks and undertakings opting for the new tax regime is proposed to be provided. Indian professionals working in multinationals get ESOPs and invest in social security schemes and other movable assets abroad. Non-reporting of such small foreign assets has penal consequences under the Black Money Act. Such non-reporting of movable assets up to 20 lakh rupees is proposed to be depenalized. Other major proposals in the finance bill relate to withdrawal of equalization levy of 2%, expansion of tax benefits to certain funds and entities in IFSCs, and immunity from penalty and prosecution to Benamidar on full and true disclosure so as to improve conviction under the Benami Transaction Prohibition Act 1988. Personal income tax. Coming to personal income tax rates, I have two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Similarly, deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. This will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Second, in the new tax regime, the tax rate structure is proposed to be revised as follows. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, nil. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, 30%. As a result of these changes, a salaried employee in the new tax regime stands to save up to 17,500 rupees in income tax. Apart from these, I am also making some other changes as given in the annexure. As a result of these proposals, revenue of about 37,000 crore, that is 29,000 crore in direct taxes and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes will be foregone, while revenue of about 30,000 crore rupees will be additionally mobilized. Thus, the total revenue foregone is about 7,000 crores annually. Mr. Speaker, sir, with this, I commend the budget to this august House. Jai Hind.
Item number 2. Item number 2.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3 of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management, FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Number 2 Bill 2024.
प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक को पूरा स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्षवा अनुमति प्रदान की जाती है। माननीय मंत्री जी, अब विधेयक पूरा स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
Item number 4.
The Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir budget. Sir, I rise to present a statement, Hindi and English versions, of the estimated receipts and expenditure of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir for the year 24-25.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 24 जुलाई 2024 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Well, viewers, you heard the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman there giving out what seems to be quite a comprehensive budget. We were hoping for some very big ticket announcements. They have come in parts. Of course, Nirmala Sitharaman said that most importantly, the priority of this budget is across 4 sectors of our population: the youth, women, and those in the farming sector that have faced a bit of a pushback over the last few years and are suffering. And of course, viewers, the rural poor and the MSME sectors are the thrust areas. A lot has been announced, but the main headlines are that, very importantly, the government has kept its allies very, very happy. At least that's what it appears to be like right now, with special packages for Andhra and Odisha as well as Bihar. So a comprehensive budget. The housing sector also gets a huge fillip, as well as, of course, some important schemes like internship for 1 crore youth in 500 top companies, rupees 5,000 per month, and one-time assistance of 6,000. So a big incentive for those entering the job market. Also, capex target remains unchanged from the interim budget at 11.11 lakh crores. So this entire focus on skills, jobs, and creation of infrastructure through capex remains.
I think jobs is a big focus, no doubt about it. 15,000 rupees in 3 tranches for all first-time employees, 5,000 rupees for interns, plus 3,000 rupees to employers for every new additional employee that you hire through the EPFO. 3,000 rupees will be transferred back to the employer. So there is a big focus, no doubt about it, on jobs and job creation. There is also the big focus on Andhra and Bihar. I think for Bihar, it's a big windfall, this particular budget. For Andhra Pradesh, 15,000 crores to develop Amaravati, the Polavaram project. All the boxes that needed to be ticked, politically
Bihar
speaking,
comes
have been
under
ticked.
this thing of Purvodaya. So
Yeah.
it's not only Bihar, but it's also, of course, Bengal and Jharkhand.
But I think the specific announcements were for Bihar because of the
road
political
connectivity
context.
package of 26,000 crore. Do you think these
The
numbers
demand
will,
was
these
the demand
numbers,
was 40,000. The
Yes.
demand was about 40,000 crore. 26,000 crore is going via the road development and infrastructure project. 11,500 crore is going via the flood relief and rehabilitation. Plus
And there's also
the development of the temple, Mahabodhi corridor, the Gaya corridor, and
Both Gaya.
both Gaya.
So there's also the Rajgir Jain
the
side.
Rajgir Jain temple. So there is infusion of funds there. So if I were to look at this, that is roughly somewhere around that 40,000 crore mark.
And there is also guarantee that the government is given that they will lobby with international aid agencies to procure funds
for
Bihar.
for Bihar.
So fundamentally, you have a situation where Bihar, at least on the face of it.
No,
I mean, it's
roughly about.
Look at the number of times Andhra and Bihar were mentioned in the previous budget.
Yeah.
The last budget of the previous government, and the number of times Andhra and Bihar have been mentioned this time. So I think that, look, that's a political context. I don't have a quibble with that. I do want to mention, for the benefit of our viewers who are watching, personal income tax. If you are in the new tax regime, the standard deduction has gone up from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees. Family pension has also been increased from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. The slabs have also changed. So you're not paying any tax for the first 3 lakh rupees that you earn. So that's been hiked
But
from
only in the new
2.5
tax
to
regime.
3. Only in the new tax regime.
In the new tax regime, there are separate, and it's flashing right on the screens
But I'd
below.
be interested to
So the
see-
lowest tax slab has increased from
2.5
to
to
3
3.
lakhs, from 2.5 lakhs, so 50,000 up there. The standard reduction is up to 75,000, so up another 25,000 rupees.
Salaried
Then there is a
employees will save
there is a
17,000
Yeah.
if you're in the new tax.
You
regime,
will save
basically, net.
17,500. There is a tax revision in the rates also. There is a slab that's created for 10 to 12 lakh rupees, which is about 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees is 20%, and 15 to 20 lakh rupees is 25%. In the new tax regime, 30% tax slabs for above 15 lakhs.
there's also,
so they have
some
created
bad
10
news.
to 12, 12 to 15, and 15 to 20.
Some bad news
15
for
plus,
those investing in the stock market. Long-term capital gains tax increased from 10 to 12.5%. That's quite significant. Short-term will attract 20%.
Not all. Some
on
categories for
assets,
short-term
on
capital
some
gains. So
assets.
clearly, the capital gains is something which the government is saying that will tax. But one thing very significant, Nirmala Sitharaman said that there will be a comprehensive fiscal policy, and the entire 1961 Income Tax Act is going to go through an overhaul. Secondly, she said customs duty. All our panelists had spoken about customs duty, and she said we are coming out with a totally revised policy of customs duty. But somewhere for the investor sentiment, there was at least about 30% angel tax. Now that's gone off. 30% angel tax gone off. The foreign exchange for foreign companies, the corporate tax was nearly about 50%. It's been dropped to about 35%. So there is a push everywhere. Somewhere do you feel this whole aspect of feel good? There is something in it for everyone in this budget. And still she's saying, she's still saying Gautam Chakarmane, Gurcharan Das, Rajiv Mantri with us, Sunil Alag and Rajiv Desai. She's saying that the fiscal deficit will be at 4.9%. Now, how did she pull this off is 1%. And second, is it too good for everybody to believe? So your thoughts, Rajiv Desai.
It's difficult to say because there's always factors within factors, and so I'm not going to comment on whether that 4.9 and all that is worthy of discussion as of now.
But she used the Gujarat model that you talked about where the state gets involved. We said we want plug and play. She says 12 industrial parks, plug and play. That's what we're going to build across the country where the companies can come and start production right away. We're going to create plug and play industrial parks. So that box ticks. Let me ask you this question, Sunil Alak. Has she ticked majority of the boxes in terms of expectation?
Look, I think she has, because she is going to present another budget on 1st of Feb.
Yeah.
For 6 months, she's laid out the groundwork for moving on ahead. And she has actually, what I was saying in the beginning was that, look, I mean, the average person on the road does not understand anything of fiscal policy, ye, wo and all. But as far as she's concerned, she has given something to everyone.
Well,
and therefore the state elections are coming up, state elections which are going to be by December.
So one was expecting a bit of an increase in spend on the Kisan Samman Nidhi, to be honest. That is what, it hasn't come through. There was a lot of people who were sort of talking about that. Most people had thought that it would come in the interim budget itself, but we haven't seen that. There was talk that it might be increased to about 12,000. That quite has happened. So that's a big risk. Going into an election where at least 2 of the states have a high agricultural component.
Here is the case, women in agriculture and this whole promise of Lakpati Didis. The amount of money towards rural infrastructure and rural economy, rural poor is 1.52 lakh crore. And the focus she has said that will be on development of the women and encouraging more women into the sector, and there will be, so clearly that money into the rural economy is going to be pumped via the women folk, not necessarily in our head the men folk as the farmer. Gautam Chikkarmani?
I think that I was expecting more of welfare and less of wealth creation, and more on the corporate side or the cleanup of the entrepreneurial landscape. But, you know, so I'm not surprised by the welfare measures or employment focus. These were expected. What I'm surprised about is that she has announced next generation reforms. I know for a fact that Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0 is under construction, and she mentioned that. She's talked about land reforms, urban reforms, labor reforms, and so on. So I think the angel tax has gone, which was in any case a ridiculous tax in the first place. Whosoever had put that tax needs to just shift away from finance ministry. But so yeah, no, it was ridiculous from the word go. But the fact that she has been able to focus on or point a line of sight at future reforms despite the burden of, let us say, consensus building at the back end, or even opposition management on the outside, is to my mind a big thing. The second thing which I liked was that she's talking about a financial sector reform a vision strategy. And I feel that 90% of the work is already done. She just needs to pick up the FSLRC report, Financial Sector Legislative Reforms Commission, that was put under Justice Sri Krishna. 90% of the work is already done. She should just transplant it and make the financial sector change where it becomes consumer first rather than regulator first or industry first. So I think these are the 2 big things that I take away.
The compliance for labor also, she's also made she's made the e-Suvidha or Shram Suvidha as a portal, saying that labor compliance will make it easy. She said ease of doing business, she's going to make a big
but she's done a lot on employment. In the morning when we were talking about employment for various people, she's skilling department is something which I spoke about in the morning.
Yes.
Mr. Modi has created a skilling department. He's a minister of state. Now, they have said that, look, employment increase when we wanted. She has given money for employment increase. And therefore, all skilling has to be taken. She's funding from CSR. All private sectors must fund.
I think
so much
that
from
top line
CSR.
number we'll have to look at, because in the morning I was suggesting that perhaps a 20% allocation should be made over and beyond on the skilling sector. I don't know what the exact number is, what it sort of translates
said
to, but
something like
let's
about
have a
2
look
crores,
at
2 lakh
2
crores.
crores. So I
2
don't
lakh
know
crores.
exactly how much
crores
that
is the
is.
amount, yeah.
How
And
much
then-
that is? Is that an increase of 20% or not? Because that
And
is
you were
something
talking
that,
about 1 crore
Yeah.
in the morning, and
Yeah.
now 4
1
crore
crore
people
jobs.
will come
Yes.
under skilling.
Absolutely. And
also the point that CSR funds are going to those people who
Yeah.
go for internships in the
Yes.
top 500
Top 500
companies.
companies.
I think it's a good step.
It's a very good step.
And the
Unemployment,
fact that
what
they
we
have
were
to pay
talking
only
about.
10% of the
Yeah.
of the cost, I think it does give a larger
See,
exposure
on
to a lot
skilling,
of people.
just some top lines. First timer scheme, 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors will be provided by the government in 3 installments. DBT or direct benefit transfer to employees up to 15,000 rupees will be done. This will be applicable to those getting salary up to 1 lakh rupees per month.
Yeah.
Okay, 2.1 crore youth to be benefited overall. Then manufacturing jobs assistance, incentive of specified scale directly to employee and employer in the first 4 years of employment will be provided to employees entering the manufacturing jobs. This will benefit 30 lakh youth and employers.
no, also the new centrally sponsored skilling scheme that will train 20 lakh youth for a period of 5 years.
5 years.
12-month internship opportunities to 1 crore youth in the top 500 companies for 5 years, internship allowance of rupees 5,000 per month, very significant.
Yes.
And a one-time assistance of rupees 6,000. I don't know what the cost for all this will come to, but companies will bear the training costs and 12%
And financial
of internship
support
costs.
of up to 10
out of
lakhs for
CSR.
higher
Yes,
education
out of
in domestic
CSR. So,
institutions. Annual
Yeah.
interest subvention of 3%. That's also for 3%. So there are a lot of aspects.
I'm talking about the overall cost
go
to
with
the
us.
government.
I would say, first of all, a budget is really a signaling,
A statement of intent.
a signaling document. In terms of actual achievement, it's the implementation that matters. And I think that has been done pretty well. The main thing is, from a budgetary point of view, the fiscal deficit route is right. 4.9% moving to 4.5%. I think this would be very reassuring to investors, to the rating agencies, to all those who rate the country. But at the same time, I think what is also important is the path laid out to simplifying the administration of taxation. One of the greatest achievements really of the last few years was faceless assessment. I was hoping this faceless assessment now, she would signal that we are moving this to the GST area, we are moving faceless assessment to the duty, the import duty area.
But
so all that.
when you
But
talk
why
about
have the-
signaling,
Sorry.
when you're talking about signaling, I think very importantly, the government through that particular internship scheme that they've launched has indicated that there is a problem. As far as jobs is
Absolutely.
concerned, I think they've come out of a sort of denial mode on this, and I think that's very good
So
because
as
that
we,
can only.
as we talked this morning,
Yeah.
the top priority has to be jobs for
Yes,
India.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I think that a reasonable signal, as you just said, there's a reasonable signal that the government has got this on its mind, and angel tax reduction, all the things that even gold, frankly. The duty
More money available.
Yes.
is on the right. It's all on the right track. The signaling.
If that's the case, then why is the market sentiment so dull?
That's
Well,
exactly
it'll go up again.
It's very
So-
marginally. It was
Yeah,
800
yeah,
points
it's-
down.
yeah.
It's come back
It'll
again.
come back.
No,
Don't worry
but
about
there's a
the market.
reaction to the increase in long-term and short-term capital gains, which I believe was necessary because we need a new direct tax code. We need to reset this whole thing.
Yes.
Frankly, the entire expectation in the country was corrupted by the zero tax regime imposed earlier, which was unsustainable and unnecessary.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the simplifying. What they're signaling, the very good point you made, that there's going to be a new look at the overall reform that is required
And
for
there's
job
a
creation.
clear hint on
The
direct
markets
tax
are actually
code.
climbing back up. They are not down so
Yeah, no,
much
this
as
is
they
a
were,
great win
and
for,
they
I
are
think,
increasing by the minute,
structural
climbing
reform.
back up by the minute. I'm just reading out the new tax slabs for the benefit of viewers. PIB has just put it on. Tax relief and revised tax slabs in the new tax regime. 0 to 3 lakh rupees, no tax, 0%. 3 to 7 lakh rupees, it's 5%. 7 to 10 lakh rupees, it's 10%. 10 to 12 lakh rupees, it's 15%. 12 to 15 lakh rupees, it's 20%. And above 15 lakh rupees, it's 30%. Then the income tax saving of up to 17,500 rupees for salaried employee in the new tax regime. Income tax and relief for around 4 crore salaried individuals and pensioners. Standard deduction for salaried employees to be increased from 50 to 75,000 rupees. And deduction in a family pension for pensioners to be increased from 15,000 to 25,000 rupees. So that's the.
No, you got to remember that, look, in another 6 months, on 1st February, she's going to present another budget. So she's only used the current budget as saying that, look, here is the direction that I'm going to arrive at, because employment, and she's already given a lot of stuff out on employment, and then she's also made money in your hands, no? Because a lot of people are complaining that rural areas, until the growth comes in consumption, she is given benefits. But in 6 months, she's going to come out with another budget. What is she going to say on 1st Feb if she says everything now?
So I can tell you one thing, that at least on this,
the IT Act which was announced, the review of IT Act is going to be significant.
you know, the opposition was talking, especially the Congress was talking about this Nyay Patra. You know, and I just feel that this incentive that has been given out for skilling, etc., is going to blunt that. That's a very clever political move also.
No, and not just that, you have to learn from, you have to learn from
jobs.
the opposition. The last time around also, Ayushman Bharat somewhere found its thing from what the opposition had proposed. Even now the opposition has come out and said the angel tax abolishment, Mr. Chidambaram has already taken to X and said we had pushed for it for a long while. Finally you have done ahead, but then they're saying no, it's not being done like we recommended. But in terms of manufacturing, one of the other conversation points for all of us, gents, was the fact that if you want to create jobs, you got to the thrust has to be on manufacturing. Now, manufacturing and services, and especially with MSMEs, your thoughts. I'm just reading out some of the bullet points. Will make MSMEs compete globally. Credit guarantee for MSMEs. Build-in-house capability for MSMEs.
Dormitories.
Okay, new credit assessment model for MSMEs for credit eligibility. SMA accounts for MSMEs in stress. Mudra loans limit enhanced to 20 lakhs from 10 lakhs. Converting trade receivables to cash, that is, the turnover has been brought down from 500 to 250 crore. Then SIDBI branches in MSME cluster, new branches opened in 3 years, in MSME clusters over 3 years. E-commerce port hubs. The e-commerce tax has also come down from 1% to 0.1%. So they've reduced that also. E-commerce export hubs to enable traditional artisans and MSMEs to launch their product in international markets. Rahul was mentioning about the scheme to provide internship to top 500 companies to 1 crore youth in 5 years. And they will also be given 5,000 per month along with one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees. 12 industrial parks under National Industrial Corridor program to be sanctioned. And this industrial corridor is part of this Purvodaya, where they have said that from Maharashtra to Bengal, they're going to build this entire investor corridor.
Yeah, you know, the only thing I was missing, if you ask me, we have to signal the fact that our tariffs are too high. To become a major exporting nation. There has been some, the pyramid they are fixing, and that's good. But I think we need to get the country, especially the protectionists, to understand that eventually there has to be a lowering of
But sir, she has promised that customs duty revisions will happen for the benefit. She's saying, she's very clearly said that there is a big statement on customs duty reforms, the entire overhaul of the IT Act 1961.
Of electronics manufacturing, phone manufacturing.
Because of that, there's gold. She brought it down to 6%. Because the average person gives away a lot of gold.
Import duty on gold is something that everybody spoke about and said bring down the import duty of gold, and then she's brought down.
Good. I think it's all very good.
Which does what?
The best
average person, whether it's rural or not, has some gold which is given away in weddings. And therefore, having a high tariff meant high prices of gold. Now it's lowered the price now.
No, also a lot of savings, even today, household savings, a lot of it happens in gold.
Happens in gold. I mean, like, so 6% down.
It should be related to ultimate manufacturing success in the world. That which is what we are all looking forward to.
To that extent, I think this customs duties will be you're walking on needles. The whole world is raising duties, they're getting more insular,
Yeah.
they're getting less globalized. So I think what she has done right now, ceteris paribus, is the right thing. But tomorrow, if suddenly other countries begin to raise tariffs and raise barriers to trade out there, I think we should be quick enough, and I believe this government will be
I think there
to
are
change
three
this.
big broad
So
points.
broadly, I think it's a good direction to tell the world.
Certainly, the emphasis on jobs, particularly first-time entrance into the job market, I think there's a huge emphasis on that, whether it is the tranche of 15,000 rupees per year in 3 installments, whether it is internships and things like that. This is not something you heard in previous budgets. There was not this much emphasis on first-time, employed, first-time entrance into the job market. So I think that is significant in and of itself.
Is it a push to organize labor?
Employment-linked incentive
Is it a
program.
push to perhaps even organize labor? Declare the person
Yes.
who you are employing and bring them under the organized
the
ambit.
employment-linked incentives. So this was, by the way, also tried in Jharkhand by the Jharkhand state government.
Okay.
To boost like labor-intensive manufacturing, and they got a lot of success in bringing some textile and other kinds of apparel industries to Jharkhand. So unfortunately, then that government changed, and then that program went sideways. But I think this is a great idea to give a booster to the areas we were talking about.
You know what? Above 15 lakhs, he said, above 15 lakhs if you earn 30%. What we were discussing outside, I pay 41 or 42% with the, what happens to people we were discussing outside. We got to see the fine print because she stopped at 15 lakhs and above 30%. Do I pay 30%? I don't pay 30% today.
No, that's the cess. No, you are also playing. So she's not talked about the sex.
No, the cess part is
She's not
40,
talked about the
we pay
cess.
40%.
Yeah, those are over and above.
taxes.
Those are
But
over and above the
if
highest
I come to
tax slab.
30% with the cess, I am very happy. She's not talked about anybody earning.
No, that's what it requires a lot of clarification.
To come back to the issue of being competitive in terms of our tariffs, it is correct that there was this, the most hopeful statement was that there's going to be a policy on this. I wouldn't worry too much about the rates, the other countries becoming protectionist. We need to worry about our competitor countries. In other words, the countries from which we are competing, Vietnam's, etc., for becoming a manufacturing base for the large multinationals. And for those, I think there is, I just would have liked some signal that that's what we are looking forward. We want to join the global supply chains.
But tax alone can't help that.
No, but the reality is import duties, ultimately you have to signal that you'll become competitive to the world, to what the world wants.
Let's just bring it. Reduced it on mobile phones. She's reduced it on cancer medicines, zero. So,
and several
in 6 months'
several
time,
yes.
the direction of reducing duties is on.
Okay, let me just quickly bring this back to the political aspect of it. That has the government been able to swing the narrative back in its favor with Purvodaya? Just quickly going through, and then Zaka take this forward with the others. A plan for all-round development of the eastern region of the country, covering Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, Andhra Pradesh. This will cover the human resource development. Amritsar-Kolkata corridor, beg your pardon, not Maharashtra-Kolkata, Amritsar-Kolkata corridor. It will catalyze industrial development in the eastern region, particularly Gaya, where there will be Vikas Bhi and Virasat Bhi. Patna, Purnia, Buxar, Bhagalpur, Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Darbhanga expressways to be developed over the Ganga in Buxar. That will be a bridge that will be there ready to spend 2,600 crore. Buxar is the Naxal belt. Over that they are planning to build this. New medical colleges and sports infra in Bihar to be constructed, multilateral bank support, airports to be built, 15,000 crore will be arranged in future years. AP Reorganization Act and reorganizing the state's need for capital and financial support will be provided through multilateral agencies. So no special status, but everything special that's being directed. PMAY, 3 crore additional houses, rural and urban areas in the country. Women-led development budget carries an allocation more than 3 lakh crore for women-led development. So we'll have to see where this money comes from. But overall, Janjatiya Unnat Gram Abhiyan, tribal families.
No, look, politically speaking, I want to lay down the political context. Certainly, Bihar and Andhra Pradesh and the two political leaders there on whom this government depends, Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu, should be relatively happy. Relatively because you compare this to budgets in the past, the last 5 budgets, I don't think Bihar or Andhra Pradesh have been mentioned as many times as they were mentioned today. the other political context is whether this is enough. What I didn't hear, politically speaking, is Maharashtra or Haryana, because those are the states that are going to polls in the next 2 months. So either the contention is that, look, there is nothing we can do that can sort of retrieve the position, therefore it doesn't matter, or the point is that the government and this budget is sort of factoring in what could be some political downsides. They're very clear. For the longevity of this government, it is absolutely essential to keep Nitish Kumar and Chandrababu Naidu happy. And certainly, if you are the chief ministers of those two states, and given the allocations that the finance minister has made for those two states, specifically in this budget, it is far more than what you have seen in budgets in the past. And there's a very simple political logic to it. Whether or not this will change the political narrative for the government, whether they can seize the initiative, get back the headlines, electorally speaking, like I said, I didn't hear enough of Maharashtra or Haryana or even for that matter Jharkhand, because that's the first big test for Modi 3.0 government. Can they win Maharashtra? Can they win Haryana? Can they wrest back Jharkhand? I don't know. I'm not seeing that yet.
See, the only state that they mentioned, Assam assistance for flood management, Bihar assistance for flood management, Uttarakhand, Sikkim, tourism again in Bihar, Himachal Pradesh assistance for reconstruction for areas ravaged with flood. But overall capex allocation, again, this is the Sanatan aspect of it, that they're saying 11,11,1111 crore rupees. So 11,000, 1111.
No, the good thing about capex is she's not reduced capex in any significant way. She's kept the capex pretty much at the same level as it was last time. So that's a good thing.
But most of the Gram Sadak Yojana, most of the villages that are going to be adopted, all of this is in the Bihar, Jharkhand, Odisha, this region. That's where the villages that are going to be adopted, that's where the modernization is going to happen, money is going to be spent, and the focus. So politically, have they given enough for Nitish Kumar to go back and tell his constituency, dekha, maine kar diya?
I think so. I think politically speaking, for sure. I mean, compared to previous budgets, he certainly is
Can
going.
I just talk about, see, he relies on Chandrababu Naidu. If he leaves less than 372 seats, he will go. So he has to give more money to Chandrababu. Even if Nitish Kumar goes 10, 12 seats, even if he decides to go, so what? He still has 372 seats. Look, I mean, his thing on Bihar and everybody else on tourism and all, he's spending a lot of money. But you're right, on Maharashtra he said nothing, which is where the... But Maharashtra is a different problem altogether now.
Yeah.
Because it's not for money that Maharashtra needs anything.
Here is the reason why the push for the temple economics or the development in Bihar
is tourism.
Because of prohibition, sir. There is no, they have prohibition on, which is a huge vote bank, but it's a big drain on the revenue because of the tax collection not happening. If you are able to develop temple economies, look at the Kashi Vishwanath model, look at the Ayodhya model. If they are able to do that with Gaya, if they are able to do it with the Mahabodhi temple, Rajgir, so not just Hindu but Buddhist and Jain, and if they are able to create an infrastructure and economy, there is a model which says that, and Sri Ram Balasubramaniam calls it Dharmanomics or Kautilyanomics, which says that if you are able to create these economies going, you can offset the revenue loss because of prohibition with this and create an all-round secular growth, because it will feed it itself. Everything will feed in itself. Now, if this is testing the waters, this can tomorrow be replicated and suggested to the people of Tamil Nadu also.
See, we have to remember that in 6 months she's going to, in 1st of February, she can't say that I've given everything. I don't want to speak about anything now anymore. In 6 months, she's going to give far more money on tourism, which we'll see what happens. Now, whether Maharashtra, whether they are able to change or not, the narrative may change a little bit. But in 6 months, look, a budget is supposed to be 25% strategy for 5 years and 75% of what happens in that particular year, normally.
Sir, this could also mean, look what I will do for you if you vote for me.
Vote for me, correct.
That's also a cue that's going to Haryana, and that is going to, Haryana has also faced losses because of the farmer protests. It's because that entire hosiery industry.
The other the most significant political state in the country, of course, is Uttar Pradesh. It sends the maximum number of lawmakers. I didn't hear, maybe Rahul can correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't hear any specific Uttar Pradesh related announcement in the budget.
No. So Uttar Pradesh will, the next elections will be after 2 or 3 years. So he's 2 years at least. So he's quite comfortable on 1st Feb.
Defense corridors already got a lot of
a lot of things which
there are already money pumped on the defense corridor. Even this Amritsar to Kolkata is going to pass via Uttar Pradesh.
I think
so. It's all going to converge somewhere there.
So I think fundamentally, when you really disaggregate some of the benefits that are being passed on to at least especially those who are going to be entering the job market, who creates, which are the states where the manpower comes from? It's Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, some of the North Indian states. So there's by some, indirect benefit, there is benefit coming through.
And
I suppose if you look at it.
Yeah.
But I think the important in this particular budget for the government to signal that it is accommodating of its allies, it knows how to walk the tightrope on maintaining coalition dharma as well as getting things done. So I think that was very important for stability. And if you really look at it, they are also saying that, look, we have not compromised on the fiscal glide path, that capex will remain something that we are committed to. So we're going to do the heavy lifting, which is an invocation to obviously private capital to also step in. So
Right.
I think the larger picture is stability, continuity. We're on track. India is on track. Anyone looking outwards, looking inwards from outside will say, okay, India's still got its macro picture right. I think that was important. It's an important message.
To take this,
We got Niranjan Hiranandani, co-founder and MD Hiranandani Group is with us. We should have TV Mohandas Pai also. And we also have Mahesh Jugani, tax expert, joining us. Namaste and Jai Hind, Mahesh ji and Niranjan ji. Niranjan ji, your thoughts on the budget? Market sentiment still low, but your thought overall?
I'm really happy with the budget on several points. First of all, the fact that the focus on housing, on affordable housing is immense. It's PMAY scheme with 1 lakh crores committed in the segment for the purposes of housing, especially in the affordable housing segment. Number two, they have further asked the states to actually rationalize taxes. They have said stamp duty should be reduced in terms of it. Number two, special rebate should be given to women who are buying houses. That's second. And the third part of it is overall rationalization of those taxes. In cities like Mumbai, the taxes are so high that almost 50% of the cost of the house in important areas of high cost areas really goes into taxation. So, that's the issue. Number two, I think the fact of rental housing was the first time taken up. We've been asking for it for the last 5 to 10 years, but they've only focused on industrial service dormitory type of housing. I think entire rental housing has not been taken up, and we were hoping that it would be the entire gamut of housing, including why not software people, why not educational hostels and other things that need to be created for the purposes of this aspect of it. I think that's an important factor. But the investment into urban areas and infrastructure like metro, like these aspects of roads and other things in 100 cities will definitely give a boost to the housing sector also. The other aspect of it is education and skilling. I think both of them are extremely important, though they have touched only on the periphery as far as the education is concerned in her budget. But on skilling, I think the focus is tremendous and it was needed. I want to tell you, I hardly am able to get skilled workers in my site. If I want 100, I can't get people even like carpenters, plumbers, fitters, electricians, not even 20 I can get.
Correct.
And we are now talking about huge growth in this sector. So I think skilling is going to become a very important factor, and I think the focus on that is extremely important. The third thing I think is digitalization of all records. Records in the country in respect of title is terrible. I can't make out for the title of the property for the life of me. And after I've got a perfect title in my property, after 5 years, somebody can go to court and claim something and my titles can be thrown into bits and pieces. I think the idea of digitalization of records and making it final is going to be extremely important. What is it? And of course, litigation in terms of it, some directions have been given in terms of reducing litigation of the tax side of it, which is very important. It can be quite vicious when you open more than 10 years of records and on technical issues. I think something has been done, but more needs to be done in that segment.
Well, one thing which perhaps will keep you buoyant, why do you think the market sentiments are down, Mr. Hiranandani?
I think that the segment of 10 to 12.5%, 2.5% is a talks which is done, but real estate is happy. We were 20%, we are down to 12.5%.
So it's coming back up. Mr. Hiranandani, please stay on with us. I also just want to quickly ask Mahesh Jugani, tax expert, how would you see the new tax regime, the revised slabs, and the promise from the finance minister that there is a complete overhaul of the IT Act 1961 in the offing, including perhaps a revision and reconsideration of the entire customs duty structure?
I guess here is some mistake. I am representing MSME here. So I will speak about takeaway on MSME.
Right.
This is, I guess, first budget. Yeah, thank you. This is first budget where, I observe many budget in past. This is first budget when economic survey and budgetary recommendations are more homogeneous. This budget I can, explain in 3-4 ways. Like it is helping hand to MSME. It's very youth and woman centric, and green energy transition or green energy incentives are very much in focus there. A part of skill development, they have focused on this industry and government partnership first time in a very big way. Now almost 1 crore youth will be trained, as Hiranandani ji said about this lack of skill. Today in MSME we are facing a very big trouble. There are many graduates, but they don't have skill we require. So this is a very welcome step from government. Very first time they focus on skill. When MSME get good resources, human resources, India will solve the job problem, and I guess in the long term this will benefit India a lot.
We have Charanya also, Charanya Lakshmi Kumaran, partner LKS with us. Namaste, Charanya ji. Your thoughts on the budget?
Right. So, I was just hearing all of you talk about dispute management. And if I have to look at the budget from a tax perspective, we'll break it up into direct tax and indirect taxes. From a direct tax perspective, very clear signs, some positive signs. We have the bucket of dispute management that you were all talking about. So we have the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme. There is some relief that is given in terms of the monetary limits for filing appeals by the department. I think those limits have been enhanced significantly. I can tell you from High Court and Supreme Court side, it used to be 2 crores, that's been made 5 crores for the Supreme Court. And that's a big jump. So we can see a lot of reduction in pendencies of the court, and the clogging of the court. It will really, really help. The Vivad Se Vishwas scheme, again, I think hopefully will be a success. There were some disputes about it last time. We hope it doesn't lead to more disputes. Some simplification measures from the income tax perspective. They're going to rationalize the act, look at simplifying things about the charities, having a singular regime for taxing charities. Similarly, I think having uniform rates, 1 or 2 rates, 2%, 20% for TDS, that's a very useful thing. Again, I think reducing ambiguity, removing angel tax, abolition of angel tax. I think this has been a ask of the industry for a very long time. They've experimented it with Indian, non-Indian, foreign in the past, and I think we have. Hopefully, this is the right balance, and by abolishing it altogether. So we are very happy about that. Relief, I think capital gains, the relief that we are getting from 20% to 12.5% for long term, I think that's a very big relief. We can see some, action from the real estate side. I think that's going to be a very positive outcome for them. Similarly, certain financial instruments, they're reducing it to 20%. Again, a good signal, and hopefully that will.
No, but isn't the long-term capital gains going up from 10% to 12.5%? It's not 20%.
In certain sectors, it will come down to from 20 to 12.5. So I think there will be somewhere to go 10 to 12.5, but 20 to 12.5. Also, I is going to be a big,
Okay.
a big positive
Yeah,
sign.
yeah. And your thoughts on the TDS issue? Do you think that's a big one where they say that they're going to decriminalize delay in payments of TDS?
Yes. That's a very big thing. We've been seeing a lot of unnecessary litigation because of this, a lot of unnecessary disputes. I think once we read the fine print, I think that's going to be a very positive signal. We've also been seeing a lot of clients have this issue.
If
So I
that's
think
if that's the case, why are the markets not responding positively yet, or have the markets also misunderstood? Because many believe it's the LTCG sentiment.
Reaction to the increase in the long-term and short-term capital gains on
And
listed
STT also.
STT
No,
for
I
FNO.
think
For FNO, but even then.
So see, I can't comment on why the market is going up or not. Okay, I'm a
Which
tax
is fine.
lawyer.
I mean, this
can't
is
predict the market.
you can't allow this to
But
run.
I think once we see the fine print, it'll all come out. Of course, there is some comments I would just want to make from an indirect tax perspective, because we've heard a lot of push on manufacturing. And I just want to call out a couple of positives that we've seen from a customs perspective. Typically, if you want to see increase of manufacturing, you have to look at customs, because that's where they give you relief on the input side. So I think the pharma sector, there is going to be a fillip. Energy, critical minerals, again, a very critical inputs.
Yeah.
Expensive inputs, you're going to see a reduction in taxes there. Again, that's a positive outcome, hopefully leading to increased and improved manufacturing. Electronic, mobile, these are also areas where they've, you're going to see a reduction in the BCDs. Precious metals, steel, electronics. See, the idea is to increase value addition in India and not just do assembly. So I think the push is we're going to go further behind the supply chain and have more value addition happen in India. Which is why if you see at that level at which they are giving benefits, is to increase value addition for steel, for precious metals.
reduce customs duty on import raw material, etc. But whereas you can on finished goods you can keep a higher levy to dissuade direct import of finished goods into the country.
Import at the same time promote export.
3 cancer drugs also have been now duty has been waived. So I'll get the details on which are these 3 drugs and how critical they are. Charan, please stay with me. Mohandas Pai of RN Capital with us. Namaste, Mr. Mohandas Pai, Rahul Shivshankar, Zaka Jacob, a whole host of bright minds with us here. But let me first ask you, are you thinking about the angel tax waiver, or beyond that, as you reflect on the budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman ji?
Well, I think there are a lot of good things that have come into the budget, because what I'm interested in, what is the direction for the next 5 years? The budget tackles some of the biggest challenges we have, that of creating good jobs. So there's a focus on job creation, that is very good. There's a focus on education and skill development, that's very good. There's a focus on women, that is very good. There's a focus on infrastructure and urban areas. Urban areas are getting priority with huge investments. That's very good news. Then there is a focus on regulatory easing, which is very good, like the increase in the appeal system. And then there's a focus on making sure that policies will change in multiple areas. In the areas of taxation, the important thing, Anand, is listed and unlisted financial securities now are treated in the same way. Earlier, unlisted was 20%, now it's come to 12.5, whereas listed was 10, it's gone to 12.5, is an increase. And both are treated similarly. We've been asking for that. That's very good news. Except that the holding period for unlisted is 2 years, which is again very good. So I think that is fantastic, because unlisted you take greater risk. In listed you take lesser risk because of liquidity. That's very good. Short term, the increase for financial for listed from 15 to 20%. That's okay. And for even F&O, I think that's all very good. I only wish in the tax slab they could have done, for example, from 7 to 10, for example, from 7 to 12, they could have 7 to 10, they could have just cut a little bit more. And 10 to 15, they could have put it at 15% instead of putting it at 20% above 12. Anyway, they've given only a small few crumbs to the private sector. You see, Anand, today, one big challenge in direct taxes is the people who are retired senior citizens like me, we paid heavy taxes all our life, and the burden continues. At least for senior citizens up to 10 lakh, they should get exempted income tax, because they have expenditure on medical and other things. They're given a few crumbs. And, Anand, The sad thing is they're not mentioned South India. I think we in South India are very angry and upset. It's good to mention Andhra Pradesh, good to mention Bihar, that's very good. Good to mention West Bengal, even though nothing is given there. Good to mention Jharkhand, etc. But what about South India? The whole of the South is ignored. We in Bangalore, 5 seats in the Bangalore area went to the BJP in the MP election, and even in MLA they went there. We're not even mentioned in the budget despite having a finance minister from Karnataka. I don't know why Prime Minister Modi is ignoring the whole of the South, not mentioning any special scheme for them. So overall, Anand, is a great budget. Many good things have come. They must now execute, set the direction for the future. Reducing fiscal deficit to 4.9% is very good because government should not borrow more.
For all for all you know, Mr. Pai, it's Purvodaya now. 6 months later, it will be Dakshinodaya. So you have to leave something for her to do in February, as many would believe.
I don't know, but he's only going to increase anti-center sentiment in the whole of South. The Tamils are now going to start a campaign. I hope they don't. Even in Karnataka, I'm sure a chief minister will accuse the center of discrimination. Kerala is again in bad shape. They will again start. Maharashtra, they're going for the poll. They're asking what happened to us. Andhra got everything. Telangana got, I don't know what Telangana got. South India, they should have thrown a few crumbs, no? Crumbs. We're all begging. We're all begging. We pay the most taxes in South India. What do we get in return? Only a few, not even a few crumbs. It's a very bad day for South India.
Sir, if you start asking for tax rebates and tax exemptions, then I don't know where all of us have to go.
No, Anand,
but I agree with your sentiment that you're saying senior citizens need to get some relief.
Anand, South India pays the majority of tax. You got to treat us properly with respect. There's no respect for South India here. Give it to Bihar, but give us something like more infrastructure. For example, give us more money for a metro in Bangalore. Give us a special grant for some roads. Give it to Hyderabad. We are the people who pay heavy taxes. In angel tax, I want to make a point, Anand. The abolished angel tax is very good, but they must withdraw all cases filed under angel tax for the past and make sure no new cases are going to be passed for angel taxes where assessment is not done. Because we don't want the harassment to continue. That I think should be done. That will be great.
Great.
No, I just want to echo the point made by Mr. Pai. I think he's put it very well, that the differential between listed and unlisted, and we should bear in mind that it's the unlisted investment which is actually creating downstream jobs, which is helping with capital formation in the economy. Whereas with listed shares, obviously we want a thriving stock market, but having such a vast differential in taxation was forcing investors to choose asset classes based on the taxation criteria. It was making an entire asset class unviable.
All right.
Which has changed now.
We're going to keep everybody's mic open. Just don't speak over each other, but please chip in because some of our guests are outside. Niranjan Hiranandani, Mohandas Pai, Charanya, and also Mahesh Jugani not there with us in the studio. We keep your mics open. If you want to chip in, please jump in and say that you've got to make a point. I'm just bringing it back into the studio to get their thoughts over what you have said, and then we'll take it forward. Zaka? Yeah.
No, I think Mr. Pai is right about the political sort of aspect to this budget. This is something that the government will have to contend with. Very soon you will see MPs from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Kerala say that, look, what have we got? Even before that, Maharashtra, because that's going to polls in the next 2 months. Haryana is going to polls in the next 2 months. I don't think the political question in Uttar Pradesh, for example, is settled because given all the stuff that we are seeing of late in the press about who is responsible for the defeat, Saket is here. I mean, he can weigh in on this. I didn't hear any specific UP reference in the budget. So I'm just talking about, look, I'm not a finance expert, I'm not an economics expert. I think one, the realization that jobs, particularly entry-level jobs, is a problem and it needs to be addressed. I think full marks to the finance minister for addressing that, whether it is, giving tranches of money to first-time entrants into the job market, incentivizing companies, giving 3,000 rupees to companies if you for every additional new employee that you put in EPFO. The intern scheme, 1 crore interns in the top 500 firms, all of that is great, and I think that's an acknowledgement that jobs is a concern. So she's addressing and speaking directly to those concerns. But as far as the politics is concerned, I am not seeing anything narrative changing other than the fact that Bihar and Andhra have managed to get a lion's share of the budget allocations and announcements simply because of the political reality of Modi 3.0 government, and that is that they're dependent on allies in Bihar and Andhra for their political
Rajat Dhar and Saket Mishra with us. Yes, Rajat.
Hi. So, like much of the things have already been covered by the blue-eyed boys here, right from Mohandas Pai and our respected panelists here. So, I will be touching those things, those which have not been touched. जिनका दिल टूटा है, तो हम उसके बारे में बात करेंगे सर. So first and foremost, when we're talking about the outlay into the infrastructure, the main pain point is private investments in infrastructure are not happening by private players when it comes to roads and railways. So are there any incentive how the government is going to tackle that? Government is not going to spend everything in totally on roads and railways. So when we talk about infrastructure development and particularly roads and railways, so how you would get private sector participation in that? However, private spending is concerned, even the bank's data has told that there has been an increase of 1 lakh crore in terms of financing raised by private players in their capex. So that is not a problem. They are spending money, but they are not spending money in roads and railway projects. Point number one. Point number two that comes is with regard to the TCS. The TCS had gone to 20% for the smaller and the bigger players, except those who are going for foreign educations. So that has to come down. Like on one level, you are talking about gold and everything. Now you see how much gold we are importing and how many people are traveling now outside. Even from the middle class people taking loans so as to ensure that by एक foreign trip करनी है, or they have to go outside. So that 20% of the TCS that has been done, that had to be rationalized, which I believe, if I have not missed it, that has not been
no, it's not been announced.
Another thing, when we are talking about making India competitive in the global landscape, and I would say that there is one industry segment that is actually crashing down and nobody is saying, looking at that, that is the aviation. But what is the pain point? There is an Indian Airlines and there is the foreign players. Foreign players can get their jets fueled outside and come India. Why? Because in India there is a GST. So why the aviation fuel of the GST has not been addressed? So that could provide benefit to the Indian Airlines and they become more competitive on the landscape, so that at least they get some breather. And there will be a butchering happening on there, but at least they will be competitive on a global scale. हम global supply chain की बात करते हैं, global competitiveness की बात करते हैं, and you have an airline industry, you have Vistara, you have everything, but they are competing with the GST load on their heads and not competing as far as the cost, which is one of the main like fuel considered there.
Okay, just hold your thoughts. I've got
aviation fuel.
ETF is not part of GST. Yes.
But then that has to be worked into, no? Because.
But I mean, it can't be on the budget, of course. But FM did say that there will be reduction in bands and
it's going to happen. It's on the offing, but it's a consolidated fiscal policy reform that is going to be announced very, very soon. Just quickly going across to CII, Avantika, over to you.
The youth on skilling. Right, Anand, I have with me Deepak Shetty, CEO, MD, JCB India, and I have Ipshita Dasgupta. She's the MD, Senior VP with HP India. Anand, you know, the mood here has been very positive about the budget. Many are calling it progressive, comprehensive, and bold as well. Ipshita, coming to you now, the first-time employee scheme, so much emphasis on skilling, on job creation, on youth, on women. How did you feel about the budget?
Absolutely. I think you said it, Avantika, when you said it's a progressive and also a very substantive budget for the country that is the workforce of the future for the world. The emphasis on first-time employees and direct benefit transfers to them, the emphasis on MSMEs and helping them in job creation in manufacturing, the focus on skilling and the holistic focus on female employment is huge and really quite impressive. I think what's interesting to see is what are the next things that we need to think about, which are around things like technology and the enablement of technology. But the budget has really captured the importance of the workforce, productivity, and creating an environment that nurtures first-time employment.
Mr. Shetty, would you concur? Because the hallmark of this government has been its discipline to fiscal deficit. You know, that is something that is commendable. It is very cautious as far as expenditures are concerned, and that's driven by very robust economic growth, by very good tax collections as well. Your thoughts? There hasn't really been an infra capex as far as this budget is concerned, but how do you view the budget?
I think you have said it, Avantika, very well. I think it's a very comprehensive budget. But what we have seen in the other parts of the world, that growth has come, but people have taken their eye away from the fundamentals of the economy. The fiscal prudence sometimes has been given a go-by. What the finance minister has demonstrated, and this is not this year itself, last few years, that India has been growing, but there is also while keeping an eye on the fiscal prudence part, and that makes it a very robust growth and a sustainable growth. So, which is a very positive.
Case, right? This government traditionally has walked on the path of fiscal prudence over speculations of populism. and that it seems has also worked in its favor.
No, absolutely. And more importantly, some of the sectors, for example, focus on infrastructure has continued. And we all know that infrastructure has a multiplier effect on the economy. Now, even before this budget also, people were talking about that there'll be pressures and maybe the focus will be less on infrastructure. But I really want to congratulate the Honorable Finance Minister. She has continued the focus that the government has by the 11.1 lakh crores investment on capex in infrastructure, which is again very positive. But to top it up, she has also added the 3 crore houses, and I think one of the biggest initiatives has been the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, which in the past has created the economic buzz in the rural hamlets.
Right.
And this whole idea of connecting 25,000 habitats, I'm sure will be very, very positive.
Absolutely. So thumbs up then to the budget. Good positive feedback there and reactions coming in to the budget, Anand. Back to the studio.
While you carry on your conversations, a lot of buzz there at the CII. Saket Mishra is with us. I'm just reading out what Nitin Kamath has just put out of Zerodha. He's put out budget summary for us from their perspective. STT on options goes up from 0.062 to 0.1%. STT on futures goes up from 0.0125% to 0.02% from 1st of October. We collected about 1,500 crore of STT last year at Zerodha offline. If the volumes don't drop, this will increase to about 2,500 crore at new rates. The capital gains tax has been increased from 10% to 12.5% and it will apply from today. If the idea was to cool down the activity in the markets, this might just do the trick.
So, I mean, I think it's a very sector-based overreaction.
Absolutely.
I don't think if people are trading on the basis of taxes, they shouldn't be in the business of trading to begin with. So I think there are some very, very good signs in this budget. First is that the government in its investing and spending has stuck to things that the private sector can't do. So if you look at disaster management, flood relief, all that will require huge amounts of construction that creates jobs. And those are things that you will not see happening in the private sector. Second is that for the first time, there is a linkage between, and we were discussing this in the morning, that the kind of people that we're churning out from our skilling programs almost have no employable qualities. For the first time, forcing people to go through internships, etc. We are going to see a reflection, and I think, I mean, to be fair, the Telangana government did it pretty well when they brought in the Airbus factories there, that we are getting people who will be trained fit for purpose for particular jobs in the sector. So I think that's been quite a good thing. The energy transition, if they can get the nuclear modular things done right, is a huge jump and a change.
We haven't talked about that at all.
It's
a
huge change.
Science and technology.
Correct. It's big
push for productivity.
My only
R&D funding.
My only sort of negative on this budget, I would have gone for slightly more aggressive PSU divestment.
Exactly, the P word.
Because I don't think there is any politics there. We can actually have money being raised, and I mean, everybody that comes in doesn't necessarily start firing people. But we need to have, and the Eco-Survey said that, right? They said we should stick to things that we are good at. And the government should not be in things that the private sector can do better. They should be regulating those things, which is the other piece that I think we need to actually have. Let's say monopoly practices continue to be monitored, so we don't have concentration of market shares.
So being on the financial side, like sir rightly said, starting from the Kamath brothers, I will really say one thing. While he is in the business of trading, but the customers are in the business of betting, So it is like it is an MPL version actual, people are there hooked to make money in F&O. And obviously the repercussion is they are getting a revenue out of it. Now they are using that revenue to discount every other services they are providing. And from the competitive landscape, they are also culling out businesses. Angel One had already announced a week back that they are now moving out of this free trading to a chargeable trading, because SEBI had made the guideline, you should have a rational at the end of you should trade. So that is first aspect of it. Second aspect is like because we are from the financial world, when you look at the financial world, you have to see who is the end beneficiary and what is the main rationale or intent by which trading is technically for the hedging. Even if you are speculating, then there should be norms for it. You can't have one thing subsiding other thing, and then you wipe out the whole fraternity of the channel partners or the businesses who are there just because you are having competitive edge.
Right.
Like in e-commerce, they are getting all those people who are on the floor doing business like Kiryana, small shops, they are going off the business. So this is like government comes, they make regulations so that all players are having a level field.
Everybody has some say
and this was better late than never.
Some
This had
skin
to
in the
come.
game. Just quickly going back to CII and Avantika, Mr. Munjal is sitting with her. Yeah, Avantika.
Yes, Anand. Thank you so much. I have with me Sunil Kant Munjal. He's the chairman of the Hero Enterprise. Mr. Munjal, India's economic narrative today is about the resilience of its growth amid geopolitical uncertainty and global weakness. In that scenario, how do you rate today's budget?
I think it's a very mature, very well thought through and forward-looking budget. And I'll tell you why I'm saying this. One is the finance minister has contained the fiscal deficit at 4.9% despite all the compulsions, many internal and, as you said, many external. And there was an expectation that this is the new era, a new age of coalition politics, that the government will end up throwing money at some of the schemes, which she has not done at all, because she's not just announced a 4.9% of this year. She said we will go down to 4.5% deficit next year, and at the same time she's also said the government's borrowing program year on year subsequently will reduce as a percentage of GDP every single year. I think very sensible, very smart, very mature. At the same time, she recognizes the different triggers for growth and the growth engines, not just focusing on the rural development, but also looking at cities as engines of economic development. Identified 100 cities which will get development. We are already, of course, working on developing airports and ports and highways and roads and bridges. And she's also spread the effort around across to small industry, to job creation, which is a big challenge, as we know at the moment.
There's a recognition of that. There's a realization.
Absolutely.
So much emphasis on
exactly.
this,
So it's both. It's saying we recognize there's an issue, but we are willing to address it. This is what we are doing to address it. So they've provided support. Of course, the business case for additional hiring is yet to be fully understood, but they've actually laid the groundwork for it, saying we will incentivize the individual by direct benefit, by literally money in their banks, and we will incentivize companies who hire more. For large companies, they've announced the internship scheme. So it's been quite well spread across different sectors, all the way from agriculture to nuclear energy and sustainability and everything in between. Also the focus on skills, the focus on education I like, and the encouragement or cleaning up the complexities and difficulties that had sprung up in the world of startups. Because as a country, we need to continue to create economic opportunities. We do know that existing large companies over a period of time do not keep creating more jobs, because for higher efficiency, they have to automate more, they have to put in more robotics. So creating large number of jobs becomes a challenge. This is the only productive, positive way of doing it. So I'm glad they've taken off things like the angel tax, etc., which had become an unnecessary irritant around the world. And we have been suggesting this. Look at the model in the UK, look at the model in Canada, look at the model in the US.
Right.
Even companies with loss making, you get a full write-off as an investor. So we had actually gone the other extreme and actually taxed the investors into these companies. So I'm very glad that we've recognized these problems and addressed them squarely.
Okay. Right, Mr. Munjal. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Mr.
Thank
Munjal,
you.
they're sharing his thoughts about the budget and calling it quite a mature
Avantika, if you can
well.
okay, all right. Thanks for that, Avantika. What we would like to do is also quickly just have come back onto the board, because now the budget's been presented, it's been tabled. So let's get everybody and ask them 3 things they like about the budget, 3 things they don't like about the budget. So you can...
I think the focus on jobs is a big positive. I think, as Mr. Munjal said, there was a realization that there is a problem, and there is an acceptance that, okay, these are the things that we need to try and do to address the jobs question. The political reality again has been accepted that Bihar and Andhra sort of, this government depends on the allies in Bihar and Andhra, and therefore they've given a large number of allocations to those two states. So again, it is responding to the mandate of 2024. The negatives, I think, you know, the stock market reacting in the way that it has is certainly on the back of LTCG and STCG. I think both of it going up is a negative as the market sees it. You could sort of say it's to try and curb out the speculation. There's too much, hot money going into FNO and all the speculative trading stuff. But fact is that I suspect, look, I'm not a financial expert, I'm not a market expert, but if the prevailing feeling was, and no less than, folks at SEBI were saying this, that there is some overheating in the market, I think this could be the trigger for some correction.
I think many say that it's balancing of the asset class. You don't choose an asset class or where you're investing in based on the LTCG. So you've just brought in a certain parity, and you were just talking about it. So let me bring you, and then Charanya and Mahesh Jogani are also with us. We'll go across to them also. Yes.
See, I think the good things, if you see in terms of what has happened, very specifically with MSMEs, the two good things that have happened is the credit support during stressed times. I think that's been a huge learning, post-COVID, where you need to keep some channel of finances open for MSMEs during stressed time. The credit guarantee, of course, has been happening, but that was good. And the TREDS, the lowering of, the eligibility from 500 to 250, that's good. The other one is, I think, this entire conversation in terms of environment, there are three big things. There was the green taxonomy, which we're finally going to start on. There is a path for the hard-to-abate sectors, which is also excellent, where you're moving to emissions rather than efficiency. And the entire Bharat small nuclear reactors in terms of throwing nuclear energy finally into the mix. However, that taking off, I believe, will be incumbent upon how you're actually writing your green taxonomy. Because currently, internationally, nuclear doesn't fall under green. But if we can manage to bring nuclear under green, you will get sorted out with your investments as well. And of course, gold I kept talking about. So I'm very happy about the drop in import duty from 15 to 6%, because that will drive manufacturing and consumption immediately, especially with wedding season.
Okay, what you don't like? Downside.
Downside. I don't think much has been done for women. The stamp duty was great, but otherwise I think it's more general. Hostels and creche is fine, but if you get into the minutiae, there's the outlay, but there is no really any way in which you can connect how this is going to help either increase labor force participation or otherwise.
Where are they spending the 3 lakh
Where
crore?
are they spending? I don't know. And certainly creches and working women hostels will play a very, very small part. That's one. Nothing again on, I think, disinvestment, which I think is a huge problem. That they haven't said anything at all is
on what?
Disinvestment.
Yeah.
There's nothing, absolutely nothing. And I think with MSMEs also, given what was said in the economic survey and what we've discussed, that you have various kinds of MSMEs, repeatedly the focus seems to be on the medium and the larger side of medium and the larger side of small, rather than the nano and the smaller businesses.
Okay.
And I think they keep getting left out of your policy discourse.
Nano and small businesses left out.
Yeah, left out of your this thing.
Okay,
so
let's
this
take
is
it out of the
downside.
studio for a second. Yes, Charanya. Three things you like and 2-3 things you don't like.
Absolutely. I think what I do like is dispute resolution, the impetus that they have with respect to wanting to reduce litigation. This I'm seeing it across income tax with the schemes, the Vivad Se Vishwas scheme, increasing the monetary limits. From a GST, they've introduced Section 11A, which gives them a power to waive off retrospective demands. So that's great. From energy and critical minerals, as I said, that's a great plus for us. We are moving towards being a very meaningful addition in the global supply chain, which means we need to have energy efficiency, we need to have transparent supply chains, and bringing this is very, very crucial. That is the other thing. The third thing that I did like is, again, the push for manufacturing. The MSME credit schemes, all of those are going to be very positive impetus for that sector. What I did not like, of course, I think I'm echoing a lot what other people are saying, the securities transaction tax, tax on buyback, that's going to have an impact. on the investors. And I would have liked to see a little more investment in the infrastructure sector in a slightly more meaningful manner.
Okay, okay. Slightly more meaningful manner.
maybe,
Okay, meaningful
yeah,
info.
I know there is a lot of impetus, and I know that Mr. Pai did say that there are certain parts of the country there is an impetus.
Yeah.
But I think a more widened
Right. You would have expected a wider spread and perhaps
wider base,
and some more
wider
detailing.
base
Some more detailing. Mahesh.
And no great tax breaks I'm seeing in that sector. That's why.
Okay, no tax breaks here. No tax breaks here. Okay, no tax breaks. Private investment into roads and core infra, that's also not something that Rajat had spoken about. I'll come to Rajat in a bit. Mahesh, and then we'll bring it to Gautam, Rajat and Naveen. Yes, Rajiv, beg your pardon. Yeah.
I like most in this budget is a focus on MSME. We can start with this Mudra loan. So from increasing the limit, many small entrepreneur can get access to some small sort of industry.
Yeah.
Another thing I like most is this 100 industrial park. This is a really welcome initiative for the government, because India is a vast country, and if we want to grow homogeneously, we need to defocus our development from metro city to small towns. So this makes a very good initiative. Third, I like most is this Prime Minister skill upliftment and industry. And yes, that joint program. That's very much a welcome move in this budget. And what I dislike is I expecting some big ticket tax reform, which I guess this is a flat budget on reform part. We didn't see much bold reform in this budget. Other thing, government is in a very good position to give some more relief, more money on hand of taxpayers, so that we don't see in this budget.
Okay, more money in the hand of the taxpayer, not there.
Yeah, I mean, increasing tax slab and giving some more relief.
Some more
Third
relief.
thing, what I understand is they can give more relief to deduction for businesses like patent innovation. If we think growing India, creating more startups, patents fees can be put off in balance sheet for an entrepreneur.
All right. Now, Gautam.
I like the fact that they are going in for next generation reforms. Land, labor, capital is predictable. But she mentioned in passing, and I still need to read the speech to confirm, she mentioned entrepreneurship as a factor of as a factor reform. And I think this is the first time this is music to my ears. People think entrepreneurs are just random people. They are a factor of production because they are the people who bring land, labor and capital together.
Correct.
So I think if we are going to see reforms there, it probably means a greater focus on entrepreneurship.
Okay.
I like the fact, it's a small point I want to make, which is that the urban reforms that she's talking about. She's talking about throwing money out there to make cities better.
Yes.
In my opinion, that's not adequate. I think you need governance reforms. Somebody responsible, because right now cities are governed by the states.
So there's some mention on urban local bodies as well.
Getting more this
So
thing.
I think I would like to see what are the governance reforms that that complement this kind of money. Third is she mentioned disinvestment. Over the past 1 year, the PSU index has doubled. It's valued at around 14 lakh crore. I think that's a lot of money. Even a 5% disinvestment announcement there, which I was expecting, by the way. Simply because the market has run up and and they have put disinvestment as one of their policies. She mentioned 2 budgets ago that except for 3 or 4 critical sectors, all PSUs will be disinvested, keeping 1 or 2. So I think this at 80,000 Sensex.
Bare minimum presence actually.
They should have
this would be a good point. Why she missed it, I don't know. Maybe she's confident about getting money from elsewhere, and that 5.8 fiscal deficit is fantastic. I didn't believe it would happen. It is not even required, but the fact that she has done so is very good. Finally, she's got 3 futuristic messages here. One is critical minerals. What energy is today, critical minerals will be tomorrow. So if there is a critical minerals mission that she is planning to put, and we've heard this from Narendra Modi earlier, I think this is a continuity. It is also futuristic. Not tomorrow, not next year, but it's a 5-year, 10-year horizon. So this is a good time to invest policy attention in critical minerals. Second is the small power plant, nuclear plants. I think
she spoke about this.
I think that's a very nice thing. Finally, one criticism, not criticism, I need to, observation. It's an observation. Now, capital gains has been reduced, long-term capital gains has been reduced from 20 to 15, which is fine. And it's been increased for
12.5
in real estate to 12.5 and for financial assets to 12.5. Along with that, indexation has gone away. Okay, so this will impact real estate investors adversely.
Okay,
because I think most real estate over the past 8 to 10 years, maybe 12 years.
Is that applicable on from today or
for past? Right away?
No, but let's say past gains.
I don't know. So that's the fine print that I need to read.
We'll need to read
it will mean that, and it can be bad for real estate investors, but in my opinion, this will be good because it will create a greater financialization, which the economy
needs. And you'll have more of it happening in white rather than black.
Yes, exactly.
With that coming down,
reduction in tax like that.
I see this shift. It is a financialization
Okay, I'm being pushed to take a break, but two people have not spoken,
assets.
so I'm going to take just 2 more minutes and get Rajat and Rajiv's thoughts also.
Thanks so much. My critical inputs will be on 2 counts. Say, for example, at one end of the spectrum, they are very positive on the lowest end of the spectrum. The people who needed the tax rebate more. At the other end, yes, business houses, infrastructure, sectorial implications, rural, everything is set in. But in between, a person who is earning, say, 20 lakhs or 15 lakhs, he was expecting that at least 20 lakhs and above the exemptions could be there, because let me put a statistics for last 3 years. A person living in New Delhi NCR taking a property of 1 crore or less is not possible. So you are going to take a 1 crore of the property. Now, if we go by the real estate consulting firms data for the last 5 years, the annual appreciation in the property is around 10 to 12%. 12%. Let's take it 10%. So by the time we are into the next budget, the property of 1 crore is 1 crore 10 lakhs. Now, if you are saying that हमने जी 25,000 का 50,000 कर दिया, आपका 75,000 का ये कर दिया, where it will put into the picture. So when you're talking about roti, kabda and makan, and it is the makan that holds the much of the corpus of the monthly EMI that goes into it. Say even if a person is working in Deloitte and taking a 3 lakh of the salary, his 70,000, 80,000 will go into the EMI. So if the real estate is expanding at such a faster pace, where does this budget
Where is the money coming in my hand? Because some things become ill affordable for me.
The problem is we are looking at these things in a separate case and not in entirety. Now, if I just put it one case, when you are talking about disinvestment, when the disinvestment word was coined, it was coined in 1992 when the Indian borders were open for global business. At that time, it was 2,500 crore. In 2021, it was 2.5 lakh crore of disinvestment done. Now the government is saying no word disinvestment is used, but they are using is, you can say, is a capital receipts, miscellaneous capital receipts. If you go by the term, why they use that miscellaneous capital receipts? Because they believe in taking money like dividends from RBI. So in the sub note, they have mentioned that we are looking at improvising the companies, making it profitable, doing the value addition. So if they are doing the value addition, then you are part of the business where your job is part of the governance. On the other end, they are saying that, okay, we want to be in core sector with the minimum inclusion, and rest we will exit out of it.
So is it really minimum government, maximum governance? That's what you're saying. That's not actually happening. Yes, Rajiv.
No, I just want to say one point on the direct tax reforms that are being already been announced to some degree, and also on the review of the IT Act. Income Tax Act, which the Finance Minister has proposed. I think we should be seeing or hearing more about that in the next budget in 6 months' time. I think this could be a monumental move. Direct tax reforms were long overdue. Much like we have completely overhauled our indirect taxes. Direct taxes were long overdue. And I think if we see that in the next 6 months, already we have seen a trailer of what is coming. So that is very, very valuable and important. Second thing is on the employee-linked incentive programs. Where for job creation, the government is going to give incentives based on workers entering the formal economy. So if you are becoming a registered employee, So along with the labor codes getting implemented, the employee linked incentives, I think all of this together bodes very well to create formal jobs in the country. And that too obviously will tie into better tax revenues, people getting tied to the pension system, the EPFO money flowing back into capital markets. So it's a very virtuous cycle.
It will have
a very virtuous cycle.
It will have anything that you are upset about.
Not upset, but
you're disappointed.
I share the concern on PSU privatization.
Yeah. So
I
again,
think the privatization word, we have to bring it back into the discussion and raise the question on when we will see, for example, companies like SAIL or other non-strategic companies that are run by the government of India being sold off.
Correct.
And I think there will be a tremendous demand for it. These kind of assets will see actually a bidding war.
I believe
so we should divest them at the right time.
Sitharaman, I believe, have missed one thing, and that is the crucial enough. So when government or any person, when they are negotiating, they are removing that angel tax from one end. But I don't know if I might have missed that. If you are removing angel tax from one end, then are you proposing any implementation of stricter norms to monitor them? Because largest number of jobs that have been lost is into the startups.
Into the startups. So I'll come back to that. I'll go. Sorry. I've got to go across to CII. Avantika is with another guest. Yes, and then we'll come back and then get another comment. Yes, Avantika.
Thanks, Anand. I have with me Rajiv Mermani from Ernst & Young. Rajiv, so how did the budget fare in terms of job creation and, importantly, incentivizing the private sector to create jobs? 3 positives, 3 negatives about this budget.
So I would say very positive on overall. For jobs creation, the industry has to do well. I think there is a focus on macroeconomic stability. I think that plus ensuring that the fiscal deficit goes down. I think overall and consistency in policy. I would say that was the first one, which is very positive. Secondly, as we all heard in the budget, there are some radical steps that they have announced for people who are, especially in first-time employment. So the government is clearly realizing that a lot of people who are coming out of colleges and universities are actually not getting jobs. So a lot of focus on that and also on continued employment, both to the people who are joining and then the entire focus on people taking interns and everything else, and the number of 100,000 for top 500 companies period of 5 years. I think that's pretty significant. I would say that's been very positive. Thirdly, I think on the taxes side, taking things like just focusing on simplification, taking things like the angel tax away, saying that they'll be bringing the new tax code, and a lot of on the assessment side, I think bringing a lot of things. That's been very positive. On the personal tax side, I think they have given, at least for people who are in the new tax regime, people will be getting benefit of almost 18,000 rupees plus on NPS pensions and everything.
Okay, and what about the negatives? Like, where could the improvements?
So I would say the allocation to PLI, I would, that's not there. I would say that I was hoping that there would be greater focus on PLI. Likewise, on the energy transition side, on FAME 2, FAME 3, the EMPS scheme, at least I didn't see that there was any additional allocation for that. I would say those two would be there. Now, you could argue whether capital gains tax, whether they should have brought in at this stage or not.
But that was an ask from the industry
that was, but that's been in the air that, somewhere if you have to create relief, then you have to tax some segment high, and the capital gains tax rates in India were on the lower side. So they've simplified, but I would say that would be the only thing. I think they could have probably given more on personal tax to the lower income slabs because that would have spurred consumption even more. But apart from that also.
But overall, it's a thumbs up.
Very positive.
Yeah, very positive. All right, Mr. Mermani, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We will continue getting more reactions from CII and, of course, from the studio and all of the other industry experts on budget of the Modi government 3.0. Stay tuned to CNN News 18. Slipping into a short break, news and updates continue right here on CNN News 18.
You are watching CNN News 18 and TVS Budget Day Studio.
Can you start? Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1, land administration, planning and management, and 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1, assignment of unique land parcel identification number UL PIN or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related. Rural land-related actions will include assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Space economy. With our continued emphasis on expanding the space economy by 5 times in the next 10 years, a venture capital fund of 1,000 crore rupees will be set up.
Can you start?
Financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Budget Day Studio.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. I'm Shivani Gupta. You're watching our Budget Day coverage. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th consecutive union budget today. The government has hiked standard deduction to 75,000 rupees from current 50,000 under the new tax regime. This is one of the two direct tax benefits that have been announced today. Salaried employees will now stand to save 17,500 rupees in income tax annually, but this is under the new tax regime. The FM also announced employment-linked incentives based on enrollment into EPFO. It will focus on first-time employees and offer 1 month wage for all employees in the formal sector. Angel tax has been abolished for all classes of investors. Custom duty on gold and silver has been reduced. Additionally, the Finance Minister further informed the customs duty slash on platinum to 6.4%. A host of developmental projects for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh have also been announced. Remember, this is key politically because the BJP had to keep its key allies happy. Let's also go through some of the big focus today as far as jobs and youth are concerned. So as I mentioned, a number of schemes have been announced just for this sector. Remember, the Narendra Modi-led government ahead of the last 2024 general elections has been talking about 4 classes of individuals. These include farmers, women, poor and youth. And it would be safe to say that the major focus in this budget this time around has been on youth. So particularly with regards to job creation, employment and skilling, there have been a slew of announcements that have been made. So one of them is 1 month wages to all new entrants in the workforce, additional 1 month wages, employment incentive to first timers to benefit 2.1 crore youth, DBT of this 1 month pay in 3 tranches. 20 lakh youths are going to be skilled under a new scheme. Skill loan scheme will be revised for loans up to 7.5 lakhs. Up to 10 lakhs in loans for students in domestic institutions has also been announced. Internship allowance of 5,000 rupees per month and a one-time assistance of 6,000 rupees also to be given to these 1 crore individuals, youngsters who are going to be given internships in top 500 companies. Along with that is, of course, boosts, some that have been continued from the last time, some that have been continued or were first announced in the interim budget in February, and those will continue for the MSME sector. So, of course, there is credit guarantee scheme for the MSME, manufacturing sector, credit guarantee scheme for collateral-free loan, guarantee plan to enable loans up to 100 crores, PSU banks to make internal assessment model for MSMEs, limit of mudra loans has been enhanced to for those who have already successfully paid the first time they took a mudra loan. So they can now avail from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs loans if you have successfully repaid the first time they took a mudra loan. And new expert hubs are also to be set up. All right, I want to go across to some of our guests now joining us. Amit Jaipuria, entrepreneur, founder and CEO, Postcard Travel Club, is joining us. Amit, thanks a lot for your time. What's the big headline for you today?
Well, the big headline is I think travel is going to be interesting moving forward. I think, we need to sort of start looking at.
देशवासियों को बधाई देता हूं। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, ये बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। ये जनजातीय समाज, दलित, पिछड़ों को सशक्त करने की मजबूत योजनाओं के साथ आया है। इस बजट से महिलाओं की आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करने में मदद मिलेगी। इस बजट से छोटे व्यापारियों, एमएसएमईज को, यानी कि लघु उद्योगों का, उसकी प्रगति का नया रास्ता मिलेगा। बजट में मैन्युफैक्चरिंग पर भी बल है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर भी बल है। इससे आर्थिक विकास को नई गति मिलेगी और गति को भी निरंतरता मिलेगी। साथियों, रोजगार और स्वरोजगार के अभूतपूर्व अवसर बढ़, ये हमारी सरकार की पहचान रही है। आज का बजट इसे और सुदृढ़ करता है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। स्किल डेवलपमेंट और उच्च शिक्षा के लिए मदद हो या फिर 1 करोड़ नौजवानों को इंटर्नशिप की योजना, इससे गांव के, गरीब के मेरे नौजवान साथी, मेरे बेटे बेटी देश की टॉप कंपनियों में काम करेंगे। उनके सामने संभावनाओं के नए द्वार खुलेंगे। हमें हर शहर, हर गांव, हर घर एंटरप्रेन्योर्स बनाना है। इसी उद्देश्य से बिना गारंटी के मुद्रा लोन की लिमिट को 10 लाख से बढ़ाकर 20 लाख रुपए किया गया है। इससे छोटे कारोबारियों, विशेष रूप से महिलाओं, दलित, पिछड़े, आदिवासी परिवारों में स्वरोजगार को बल मिलेगा। साथियों, हम सब लोग मिलकर भारत को ग्लोबल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब बनाएंगे। देश का एमएसएमई सेक्टर मध्यम वर्ग से जुड़ा हुआ है। एक प्रकार से एमएसएमई सेक्टर की ओनरशिप मध्यम वर्ग ही है और इसी सेक्टर से गरीबों को ज्यादा से ज्यादा रोजगार भी मिलता है। छोटे उद्योगों की बड़ी ताकत, उस दिशा में हमारा अहम कदम है। इस बजट में एमएसएमईज के लिए ईज ऑफ क्रेडिट बढ़ाने वाली नई योजना का ऐलान किया गया है। मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और एक्सपोर्ट्स इकोसिस्टम को हर जिले तक ले जाने के लिए बजट में अहम घोषणा की गई है। ई कॉमर्स, एक्सपोर्ट हब्स और फूड क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग के लिए 100 यूनिट्स, ऐसे कदमों से वन डिस्ट्रिक्ट वन प्रोडक्ट अभियान को गति मिलेगी। साथियों, ये बजट हमारे स्टार्टअप्स के लिए, इनोवेशन इकोसिस्टम के लिए ढेर सारे नए अवसर लेकर आया है। स्पेस इकोनॉमी को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 1000 करोड़ रुपए का फंड हो, एंजल टैक्स हटाने का फैसला हो, ऐसे कई सारे कदम इस बजट में उठाए गए हैं। साथियों, रिकॉर्ड हाई कैपेक्स इकोनॉमी का एक ड्राइविंग फोर्स बनेगा। 12 नए इंडस्ट्रियल नोड्स, देश में नए सैटेलाइट टाउन्स का विकास और 14 बड़े शहरों के लिए ट्रांजिट प्लान, इससे देश में नए इकोनॉमिक हब विकसित होंगे और बहुत बड़ी संख्या में नए रोजगार बनेंगे। साथियों, आज डिफेंस एक्सपोर्ट्स रिकॉर्ड स्तर पर है। इस बजट में डिफेंस सेक्टर को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने के लिए अनेक प्रावधान किए गए हैं। आज पूरी दुनिया में भारत के प्रति आकर्षण बढ़ा है और भारत में टूरिज्म के क्षेत्र में नई संभावनाएं बनी हैं। टूरिज्म क्षेत्र गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए कई अवसर लेके आता है। इस बजट में टूरिज्म क्षेत्र पर भी विशेष बल दिया गया है। साथियों, एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में भी वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है। साथियों, देश के विकास के लिए भारत के पूर्वी क्षेत्र का संपूर्ण विकास पूर्वोदय के विजन द्वारा हमारे इस अभियान को नई गति, नई ऊर्जा मिलेगी। हम पूर्वी भारत में कई महत्वपूर्ण इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे हाईवेज, वाटर प्रोजेक्ट्स और पावर प्रोजेक्ट्स का निर्माण कर विकास को नई गति देंगे। साथियों, इस बजट का एक बहुत बड़ा फोकस देश के किसान है। अन्न भंडारण के लिए दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी स्कीम के बाद अब हम वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन क्लस्टर्स बनाने जा रहे हैं। इससे एक और छोटे किसानों को फल, सब्जियों, अन्य उपज के लिए नए बाजार मिलेंगे बेहतर दाम मिलेंगे, तो दूसरी ओर हमारे मध्यम वर्ग के लिए फल सब्जियों की उपलब्धता बढ़ेगी और परिवार के लिए पोषण भी सुनिश्चित होगा। कृषि क्षेत्र में भारत का आत्मनिर्भर बनना समय की मांग है। इसलिए दलहन तिलहन की पैदावार बढ़ाने के लिए किसानों को मदद की घोषणा की गई है। साथियों, देश में गरीबी समाप्त हो, गरीब का सशक्तिकरण हो, इस दिशा में भी आज के बजट में प्रमुख घोषणाएं की गई हैं। गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ नए घर बनाना तय हुआ है। जनजातीय उन्नत ग्राम अभियान सेचुरेशन अप्रोच के साथ 5 करोड़ आदिवासी परिवारों को मूलभूत सुविधाओं से जोड़ा जाएगा। इसके अलावा ग्राम सड़क योजना 25,000 नए ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों को ऑल वेदर रोड से जोड़ेगी। इसका लाभ देश के सभी राज्यों के दूर दराज गांवों को मिलेगा। साथियों, आज का बजट नए अवसर, नई ऊर्जा लेकर आया है। ये ढेर सारे नए रोजगार, स्वरोजगार के अवसर लेकर आया है। ये बेटर ग्रोथ और ब्राइट फ्यूचर लेकर आया है। आज का बजट भारत को दुनिया की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी आर्थिक ताकत बनाने के उस पूरी प्रक्रिया में कैटलिस्ट का काम करेगा। विकसित भारत की एक ठोस नींव रखेगा। सभी देशवासियों को बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं।
All right, that's the message from the Prime Minister after his first budget in the third consecutive term. I'm joined by some of our experts, industry experts joining us. Ravi Saxena, MD and CEO, Wonder Chef is with us. Amit Jaipuria, entrepreneur, founder and CEO, Postcard Travel Club has been with us. And Amit, I do thank you for your patience. You were speaking earlier about your big headline from today's budget. Please continue before I go across to Ravi as well.
Thank you. So I think it's interesting that the government started to now focus on the local narratives in terms of development of Nalanda as a tourist center. I think it's great to sort of see old narratives like the historic university now coming into spotlight. His focus on Odisha as well in terms of temples and monuments. I think it's a great opportunity for us to sort of really highlight the people who are doing a lot of sustainable tourism in that area. Because that's how the money trickles down to the to the local villages and the upliftment of the local communities, etc. So it's going to be nice. It's nice that the focus is now on the local narratives and the rich history, culture, diversity that we have to offer. I think it's a great opportunity for tourism to really serve as a force for good in India.
Yes, absolutely. The potential that tourism has is absolutely limitless. I'll come back to you on that. Ravi Saxena, I want to come to you as well. A lot of focus today, as far we possibly saw this coming, a lot of focus on skilling, on job creation, on employment, on youth per se. That plus your takeaway, your big takeaway from the budget announcement.
Yeah, thank you. Pleasure to be here. Look, first of all, I would say the budget is consistent. I mean, this is probably the 10th or 11th budget we are seeing from this government, 7th of
Nirmala Sitharaman, yes.
And it's consistent. I mean, there are no SOPs given, which is a good thing. There are some favors made to the alliance partners, which was expected, not very welcome though. The opposition is making due remarks on that. It's highlighting that, and that is their job. And I think it's right also somewhere. I would say the budget is consistent, it's developmental. So when we make the plan for a company, there are years when we make a visionary plan and there are years when we make an execution plan. According to me, this is an execution budget. There is no big vision. There are some obvious things which are being done like employment generation. I mean, it's a no-brainer. In the country which is the largest population on earth, which is producing the largest number of children on earth, which is producing the largest number of college graduates or second largest on earth. I mean, employment generation is a no-brainer. It is needed. And I think the budget does tick the right boxes when it comes to employment generation. A lot of focus on MSMEs, on skilling, on transformation of more than 1,000 ITI institutes, loans to students for doing startups,
Yes.
a lot of support on the wage and EPFO for new employees. I think all these things add up to something. I would, however, like to see something more visionary. I mean, there is a 1,000 crore venture capital fund. What is 1,000 crores? It's nothing. In a country like India, it's good enough to probably support maybe 50, 60 small companies as an angel investor. I mean, I think the government has to play a much bigger role in kicking off the startup system.
All right. Sanjay Kathuria, who's an entrepreneur himself, Prashant Tripathi, co-chair FICCI Committee on Insurance and Managing Director and CEO Max Life Insurance Company Limited, also joining us. On insurance, Prashant, the only thing that I could really see was that one of the 2 tax SOPs in the new tax regime are related to insurance. What impact do you see of that? Plus, overall, there were a lot of expectations as far as direct taxes are concerned, them not coming forward. Maybe we saw that as a consistency from this government or this dispensation. Your thoughts on all of that?
I think let me first address from an industry perspective, and like every other industry, I think the overall prudence around predictability, around fiscal deficit, hopefully leading to stability in interest rates, they are definitely great steps because they go a long way in terms of creating stability in demand as well as outcomes for life insurance industry. So I personally think that it is a very good step. In addition, I think there are minor changes that have been made towards the tax rates or tax slabs, leading to more money in the hands of, or at least disposable income in the hands of the consumers, and some part of that will definitely get directed towards savings. And because life insurance industry plays in a big way in the savings area, I think there'll be benefits to life insurance industry. The other thing that I did notice was a lot of focus on retirement. And while there have been dispensation given with respect to NPS, and the contribution has been increased from 10% to 14% up to 7.5 lakhs. I think it's going to create a lot of awareness in the overall ecosystem towards retirement. Especially if you notice, there is a NPS Vatsalya which has been created, which means even before the age of 18, it could go in that direction. So I think the rub-off will definitely come to life insurance industry, which is a big player in the retirement space. So overall, I think not a heavy plus or minus for life insurance industry, but I think the overall stability as well as awareness will definitely help us.
So the particular, one of the 2 changes that help in tax liability per year, one is, of course, the standard deduction for salaried employees in the new tax regime has been increased by 25,000. The other is deduction on family pension for pensioners is proposed to be enhanced from 15 to 25,000, and that will provide relief to about 4 crore salaried individual and pensioners. All right, I also want to bring in Sanjay Kathuria. Sanjay, you're an entrepreneur. Do you want to comment first and foremost on the angel tax being abolished completely?
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, angel tax, I think one thing which we could see in this budget was government is trying to deregulate, in the sense it's trying to make things simpler for everyone. Because earlier, you have these regimes, TDS, changes which the government has also made. Angel tax is one of them. So I think slowly I'm seeing this trend that government is trying to simplify things from the compliance standpoint. It helps both the parties. It helps us also as a consumer, and government also, as their administration cost sometimes far exceeds the benefits they get out of all these archaic laws. So I think that is one very welcome move. However, I think overall this budget has not addressed great things for the stock market. Last time rather I was just complaining that Last time, FM ma'am had at least congratulated all of us for being for contributing to the country. This time, she didn't even congratulate all of us. And I think apart from that, she has put a little more burden on people who are in stock market. And I think they have she has increased this long-term capital gains tax by 25%. So it's not 10 to 12.5, it's not 2.5%. If you see the proportion of tax, it increases by 25%. So if 1 year back I was paying 1 lakh rupee tax, now I'll be paying 1,25,000 rupee tax. So it's a 25% hike in my outgo. And the fear is that slowly it may reach to 15% levels, because that's been the history. Every time they just put a little bit of, they'll just add and add and add and then make us shock proof. So I think that is a very worrisome factor, because we wanted more participation in the stock markets. And everybody's speaking SIP sahi hai, mutual fund sahi hai, and suddenly you come and give a big jolt to people who have, planned their entire life based on investments in mutual funds, including myself. I think that was a very wrong move, and the markets have sharply reacted to that, though they have corrected a bit, but I think it's a very sharp reaction from the markets. So I think overall, there is nothing to enjoy in this budget. The FM has mentioned two-thirds of the employees have now shifted to the new regime. So slowly, I think the budget will be irrelevant for many people, because they would know that they are in the new regime. So they just need to watch the budget for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and that's about it. Because now nobody would be talking about ATC limit enhancements, PPF, all those kind of things, NPS. So I think that is another thing which the government seems to move towards the new tax regime. So I think these are some fundamental changes, but overall, I think it's a budget which was the first year budget. So the government has no incentives to incentivize us, because the elections is now 5 years away. So maybe after three budgets, we may get something from them. But
by
presently,
us,
we don't
you
have anything.
mean those invested in the stock market per se, right?
Absolutely. Those who invested in the stock markets, almost 7 to 8 crore unique demat accounts, 20,000 crore plus of equity SIP every month. I think that's a big jolt for all of us, because the kind of tax increase they have done is very significant.
I've got Dipanshu Majenda, founder and CEO Zapfresh, with me as well in the studios. Thank you, Dipanshu, for joining us. Do you want to comment a little bit about the entire ecosystem that this government has been trying to create for startups, for innovation, angel tax being completely reversed, plus a lot else that the government keeps wanting the private sector and entrepreneurs to do? What more did you see in this budget for that?
I think very tiny moves, but definitely in the right direction. Of course, we've realized that angel tax, is definitely a no-no. And then also from a, FDI point of view, there are certain relaxations which are given. So that is actually a big plus in my view. That will really boost the ecosystem and the motivation for the investors who want to enter into India. Specifically, if you look at Tesla and some of the other international organizations who were not really happy with the regulations. I think there is some cushion there. Overall, I think this is more, support to the agri and the job creation side of it, which is great, for the economy. So they've focused on a larger, scheme of things, rather than just looking at
particular
startups
sectors,
specifically, or some public market, enhancements, etc. So I personally think that they are on the right track. My view is that they're at least identifying certain areas where there would be, some movement which will impact in the long term. So I see this budget as a long term, step.
Could we also say that it's also a continuation of what they've been doing? Because, they have done a lot for the startup ecosystem. Now, every budget cannot just be about that. It's about continuation.
Absolutely.
As well.
So in our case, for example, we are in the agri sector, since we deal with poultry and meat. There is, a lot of movement there. They are trying to improve various policies in that side of the business. I think that's perfectly, good for the ecosystem. And let's not forget, it is 70% of our GDP. So they're focusing on the right things for their vote bank for the next election for sure. And startups is very small, and that's what I think they've done. Do little things for little impact sectors, and
but
then
focus
do larger,
is of course on the larger youth issue as well, as I was saying.
Which I think is okay.
Is okay understandable.
Budget. It's okay.
Yeah.
I would say it's okay. Not that great. Maybe, of course, there is no limit to getting happy on whatever that can be from an income point of view, income tax point of view.
I do thank our guests for being with us. Just stay with me for a little bit because I also want to go across to N.K. Singh, former Chairman, Finance Commission of India, joining us. Mr. Singh, thanks a lot for your first reactions. The big focus is, of course, job creation, employment, and skilling. In that, is there some sort of an acceptance that this is the biggest challenge that the Indian economy has been facing?
Well, certainly it's a very important challenge, which you point out. But I would look at the entire budget from a couple of other points of view. First and foremost, I look at it that this is a very credible attempt to combine high rates of economic growth with continuation of overall macroeconomic stability.
Okay.
You know that not many countries in the world have achieved this. We are in the region of 7.7% plus rate of growth. The economic survey places it between 6.5 to 7, with the upside more likely, along with a very credible roadmap on reducing a fiscal deficit and of overall debt to GDP, which has a multiplier circled in terms of continuation of a favorable credit rating and also a possible upgrade, and from the viewpoint of assuring investors on India's long-term macroeconomic stability with high rates of economic growth. So that's the first point I want to make.
Okay.
The second point I want to make is that it's a very credible attempt on deeper rationalization of the entire taxation framework in multiple ways. First of all, there's a commitment that on the indirect taxes, on GST, there will be further work on rationalization of the tax rates and improving the culture on compliance, which has already shown some very positive signs. Along with this, on the customs duty, the issues of inverted duty structure have been very credibly addressed in this budget, which was one of the things which was expected. On the direct tax side, there is now a very definite commitment that the new tax framework, a group is working on it. We had one earlier, but that has become a bit obsolete in terms of the changes subsequently and in terms of the overall change in both the geopolitics of it and India's own growth story, that there will be a new blueprint for a direct tax core in the next 6 months or so, which hopefully will be then reflected in the next big budget of the finance minister.
Okay.
Along with this, the tax rates have been further recalibrated, the tax break has been increased, and at every part on the slab, there has been a benefit to the average taxpayer, which should have multiplier effects on the consumption cycle, and modest rates of taxation really lead to long-term certainty in terms of investment decisions. Finally, I think that there are on the tax side, the cut in the corporate tax rate aligns really our taxation structure with global norms, and India will enable India to become a competitive investment destination. And hopefully, in terms of direct foreign investment, this is going to have some gainful multiplier effects. The fourth important thing, and I'll end with fourth and the fifth, fourth important thing which I want to focus on is that it is undoubtedly true that the issue of gainful employment, particularly to India's youth, is a very big challenge for us. We have now the world's largest demography. We are 1.4 billion people. The age dependency ratio is falling rapidly where we can have a demographic advantage. The new schemes which have been introduced for internship, apprenticeship, giving a stake to employers as well as to government. But little things like the first responsibility for the first payment will be taken by the government will, I think, have virtuous circles for gainful job creation. Because do not forget that India is unique in terms of facing a challenge, which is a global challenge, of how to adopt rapidly the changing technology. We are inevitably moving towards an era of artificial intelligence, and that is the international example show can be not job creating but job displacing. So taking credible steps that while remaining on the technology curve and remaining on the frontiers of the technology curve, we continue to create gainful employment opportunities. Some of the steps which have been outlined are really far-reaching. Couple this with the far-reaching changes in agriculture, in terms of agriculture practices, becoming completely self-sufficient in terms of lentils, proteins, crop diversification, modalities for improving farmer incomes, which will improve the consumption power of the farmers. Along with this, therefore, if you combine the gainful opportunities for job, not only in the manufacturing, through skilling, apprenticeship, but along with the opportunities being created in both the services and most importantly in the agriculture sector, this will give major thrust to employment. Finally, I think that India is one of the biggest challenges is that how to remain compliant, and how to remain credible to an initiative which the Prime Minister had taken. One of the persons who were really the founding pillar of the Global Solar Alliance and a resilient infrastructure, climate resilient infrastructure, continuing our focus on ensuring that on the climate and the orderly transition to an era of renewable energy, moving away from fossil fuel, this budget outlines some very far-reaching decisions. So add up all this, I would say this budget is a very, very decisive step towards the realization of our quest of making India a developed economy by 2047.
Yes, the targets have been very clearly set by the Narendra Modi-led government over the last 10 years. Plus, of course, he talks about a vision till 2047. But Mr. Singh, I do want to ask you this, and because these questions will come up, they're already coming up. So it will be interesting to have your perspective on this because you're the expert here. The criticism has been that a lot of schemes have been announced over the last 10 years. The impact hasn't kicked in. Would you agree with that? And if that is the case, then why do you think that is still happening?
Let me put it this way to you. I do not agree that the impact is not visible. How many countries have achieved, if I may ask you, the credible record of sustaining a very high rate of economic growth with macroeconomic stability? And this is really, internationally, if you look at it, all international entities, the International Monetary Fund, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, are crediting India as the global bright spot of growth. How many countries have wiped out abject poverty in such a significant way, both rural and urban abject poverty, by a staggering number of people who have been pulled out of abject poverty and are now above the poverty line. No doubt the poverty line needs to be redefined, but that's another matter. But the fact remains that I think that when people say that a lot of schemes have been announced, but very little has been translated, yes, certainly quality of implementation is a constant challenge. But the ability of this government to change the quality of expenditure, which means the quality of the schemes, moving more and more to capital expenditure instead of revenue expenditure, is a very important factor which will make India infrastructure, cost efficiency and dependability and reliability of its economy a very important bright point in the medium term and foreseeable future.
Okay.
And enhance its export capability alongside.
So just to expand on the question I'm asking, you don't agree with the kind of lived reality that is being talked about by, those that may be in opposition or otherwise, that, a lot of these things sound very nice, but there is rural distress. We've been talking about the private sector not kicking in their investment cycle for many, many years, pre-COVID, mind you. And then we've been talking about the skill gap that India has been struggling to fulfill. So would you agree that these do continue to be the pain points? And this is where the government has been putting a lot of its thrust, but its critics say the results are not forthcoming.
So, it is always aspirational to say that the results and outcomes could have been somewhat significantly better with improved quality. But I think that in this budget and in some of the comments which I have made, I have sought to address the issue that we have made very decisive forward-looking changes, and they need to be factored without in any way minimizing that improving the quality of implementation and improving employment opportunities and seeking to harmonize the benefits of growth with the benefits of employment creation, with the adoption of the cutting edge of technology, while gainful employment consistent with our demographic profile is an ongoing challenge. And this budget is commendable because it seeks to address some of those challenges in a credible way.
I do thank you for your time. N.K. Singh, former Chairman, Finance Commission, India. A big thanks for joining us here on CNN News 18. On that note, we're slipping into a very short break, but on the other side, we'll get you more experts from India Inc. and more. Plus, what do the changes, slight tweaking in the tax regime mean for you? All of that coming up.
Brought to you by
States will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics for improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. We're getting some political updates now coming in. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition, has already reacted to the budget and he has called it a Kursi Bachao budget. Rahul says that this is just copy and paste of Congress manifesto and previous budgets. My colleague Pallavi Ghosh is also joining us with more on this. Pallavi, so criticism coming in from the leader of opposition already.
Yes, so there are 2 points on which an attack is coming in. So when you talk about copy-paste, essentially the Congress is taking credit for this entire internship or apprenticeship package which Nirmala Sitharaman announced. They're saying that Pehli Naukri Pakki was a scheme or under the Nyaya Patra of the Congress manifesto which has been lifted by the BJP, but at least the BJP is acknowledging that there's a job problem. The second thing is a large number of benefits which have been given to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. That's the verdict coming in from most opposition parties that this is a Kursi Bachao or an attempt by the BJP to save the government, which is why you have come under pressure from both the chief ministers and given the maximum to them. States like, for example, West Bengal are already complaining, like Punjab are complaining why because we've got nothing. Maharashtra, Punjab, Bengal, all of them are complaining that we have been neglected. The majority of the TP has gone in the favor of both Andhra as well as Bihar.
All right, Pallavi, I do thank you for joining us. Of course, there will be more political reactions coming in. The Congress already calling it a copy-paste job of at least some of their schemes that they announced in their manifesto and resonated with the youth, they would argue, in some measure. I've got our guest with me from ZapFresh, Dipanshu, still with us. So, Dipanshu, when we talk about this entire youth challenge, according to you, where is the bottleneck in that youth challenge?
I think education, the skill gap is an absolute, thing to blame, for. It could be education policy, it could be with the schools, it could, be at a higher education level, but definitely there is a massive gap. And, the sad part is it's not even moving. The gap has been there for decades. Closing. Yeah, it has been there for decades. But there is no finishing school which would make you ready for the jobs. And we've seen a lot of...
So all of the skilling that the government has been focusing on?
It's not really helping. I don't see there is even a tiny improvement in that side of it. However, corporate sector has been looking at, improving it, whether you look at, all the bigger companies like Infosys, TCS, they're all struggling to, to hire the right talent. And I am really scared, on what is ahead us.
So we have this huge demographic dividend, but nowhere to go with it because you're saying the jobs are there. It's just that there is a skill gap. But there is a certain level of jobs which is, of course, your IT companies and your AI and all of that. I understand that gap can be met because the private sector there also has a greater wherewithal to skill their own employees.
Correct.
But you deal a lot with the agricultural sector or the new agricultural sector, which is meat and poultry. There, do you see any restrictions or bottlenecks for you?
So, see, even here, we haven't seen any government intervention. At a grassroots level, we've seen certain NGOs, certain impact companies, social, organizations which are working to improve the skill. But from a government level, we haven't seen anything, frankly, which is what would have really moved the needle. If you look at even manufacturing as a sector, where we want to, compete with China, for example, what are we doing, for us from a skill gap perspective there? The blue collar, workforce, really needs a jolt, in my view, which will impact, the overall, various manufacturing. And I'm not only talking about food. You look at anything in manufacturing, right from electronics to
maybe the
clothing
hope is
to
that some of
garments.
the big companies will come and that process of skilling will automatically take care of itself.
No, it's not going to happen. I don't think that's going to happen because this is not IT where you are getting in dollars. You are localized business. A localized business needs support.
Okay.
So we see MSME supporting with your debt and different schemes. There is a reason. But if government can ensure that money going to skill improvement, I think that will be a right move.
All right. I do thank you, Dipanshu, for joining us. I want to quickly go across to our other guest joining us, Alok Agarwal, partner, Deloitte India. This is, of course, the focus on direct taxes. Not much left as far as the union budget is concerned for people who are looking at taxes or what becomes, cheaper or costlier. But direct taxes still garner a lot of attention. Alok, begin by just encapsulating for me the sentiment that has come back to you after the announcement today. What is the general feeling in the taxpayer's mind?
So I think the general feeling is positive because there were expectations for some relief, especially under the new tax regime for the lower income salaried taxpayers. For example, there was an expectation of increase in standard deduction while the desire was for a higher increase. The increase is still not as high as expected of 50,000. The increase is only of 25,000. But there's a standard deduction which has got increased, and of course some slabs have got widened.
Yes.
Right. And therefore, there is some benefit, as the FM mentioned, of about 17,500 on both these accounts. So there is some relief there. And of course, the other benefit under the new tax regime is the ability now to have NPS as part of your salary structure, where the employer contributions up to 14% can be considered under the beneficial provisions that are there under the old regime. That is now there under the new regime. Under the new regime, it is 14% as compared to 10%. So that's also giving an impetus to the NPS in that sense.
So overall, do you feel the government has done enough as it could do? There's, of course, this focus on the new tax regime. I think we know the trajectory that the government is taking with that. It is incentivizing people every year to shift from the old to the new. Just for the benefit of our viewers watching us, could you tell us why you think the government is doing this and why the old regime is obsolete in its mind?
So the thinking of the government is that there is a high cost of administration in terms of scrutinizing the claims for deductions and exemptions under the old regime. So from an administration perspective, it is not as efficient as the new regime. The second is also there is a feeling that there is some tax avoidance under the old regime. For example, more recently there were actions taken by the authorities in respect of claims for house rental allowance exemption. So those are the reasons why the government wants to push taxpayers to the new regime, so that the administration becomes easier and the potential tax avoidance also comes down. That is the thinking of the government. And as expected, there is not much under the old regime.
Okay. So by and large, you're saying the government has made those 2/3 of the taxpayers now that the government said have already adopted a new tax regime happier by doing what it could do. Some of the expectations were more than what has come, but clearly the trajectory is very much visible. I do thank you, Alok Agarwal, for joining us. A big thanks to all of our guests who joined us. Stay with us. Our exclusive coverage on the union budget continues after a very short break.
Also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms, services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those as
CNN News 18 and DBS Budget Day Studio.
Very good afternoon. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Akanksha Swaroop. Now, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented her 7th consecutive union budget today. The government has hiked the standard deduction to 75,000 rupees from the current 50,000 rupees under the new tax regime. Salaried employees will now stand to save 17,500 rupees in income tax. Now, the FM has also announced employment-linked incentives based on enrollment into EPFO. It will focus on the first-time employee and offer 1 month wage for all employees in the formal sector. Angel tax has also been abolished for all classes of investors. Custom duty on gold and even silver has been reduced to 6%. Additionally, the finance minister further has informed that the customs duty slash on platinum is going to be at 6.4%. A host of developmental projects for Bihar, even Andhra Pradesh, have been announced, and Prime Minister Modi has already hailed the budget, saying that it has strengthened every section of the Indian society and that crores of jobs will be generated which will empower the youth. Let's also listen in to what the FM had to say.
Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways and roads. In Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided. Human resource development, infrastructure, and generation of economic opportunities to make the region an engine to attain Vikasit Bharat. On the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor, we will support development of an industrial node at Gaya. This corridor will catalyze industrial development of the eastern region. The industrial node at Gaya will also be a good model for developing our ancient centers of cultural importance into future centers of modern economy. This model shall showcase Vikas B, Virasat B in a growth trajectory. We will also support development of road connectivity projects, namely 1. Patna-Purnia Expressway, 2. Buxar-Bhagalpur Expressway, 3. Bodh Gaya, Rajgir, Vaishali and Darbhanga spurs, and 4. Additional 2-lane bridge over River Ganga at Buxar at a total cost of 26,000 crore rupees. Power projects, including setting up of a new 2,400 megawatt power plant at Pir Painti, will be taken up at a cost of 21,400 crore rupees. New airports, medical colleges, and sports infrastructure in Bihar will be constructed. additional allocation to support capital investments will be provided. The requests of Bihar government for external assistance from multilateral development banks will be expedited.
All right, so you heard what the FM had to say. A host of announcements revolving around infrastructural development for Bihar. Let's bring you the key takeaways of those announcements. Gaya is going to be an industrial node on the Amritsar-Kolkata corridor. 26,000 crores, in fact, to be allocated for highways only in Bihar. Requests of Bihar government from multilateral banks will now be expedited further. They will also be setting up new airports, medical colleges, sports infrastructure in Bihar will in fact receive a push worth 11,500 crore rupees. Now for flood mitigation, which remember stands to be a massive problem in the state, there is going to be a scheme in Bihar, development of Vishnupad and Mahabodhi corridors, development of Nalanda and revival of the university, preservation of hot springs in Rajgir. All of this will now be featuring as part of the new announcements that have been made today in the grand unveiling of the budget 2024 by Nirmala Sitharaman. Let's also, in fact, bring you what has been the focus on Andhra Pradesh. Remember, the big talking point today of FM has been the focus on the ally states, whether it is Bihar or even Andhra Pradesh. As far as Andhra Pradesh is concerned, efforts to fulfill Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, which will now require the promise has already been made, worth 15,000 crore rupees that will be arranged for Andhra's capital grants for backward regions of Andhra Pradesh as well. Grants will now be provided as per Andhra Pradesh's Reorganization Act. The additional funds will in fact be diverted to the Polavaram project package for Vizag-Chennai Industrial Corridor. Also expect a massive portion of the funds. On that note, in fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in. This is in fact the reaction coming in from the NDA allies of the Bharatiya Janata Party. TDP and the JDU have reacted. They are now hailing the union budget. Chandrababu Naidu has in fact said that this support from the centre will go a long way towards rebuilding Andhra Pradesh. Remember, this is talking about Vishwas Se Virasat Tak, one of the key themes of the FM today as she announced that budget. TDP and JDU both hailing the finance minister's budget. Let's also listen into the reactions that have come in.
Ramon, you are wearing the widest smile on the Sitharaman budget announcement. Are you relieved as a party, as a
It's not just relief, it is the responsibility that we have being in the NDA government to deliver on the assurances and deliver on the expectations that the people of Andhra Pradesh today have. And I feel with the budget today we have done that. The main interest of the people of Andhra Pradesh is to rebuild the state, especially in terms of building a capital. And 15,000 crores have been assigned for building of the capital, and also Polavaram project, which is the lifeline of project of the state. It's assured irrigation water, assured drinking water and power generation. It's one of the biggest projects in the country. That project has got mentioned in the budget, and they have said that they are taking a responsibility in completing the project. And also the backward districts in the state, they have been given special focus. And Orvakal node, another node has been picked up in Andhra Pradesh, which is also going to create a lot of economic activity, a lot of employment generation and a lot of revenue generation for the state also. So I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, and also the central government for putting special focus on Andhra, which is very much needed. I'm not saying this as a ally within the NDA, but if you look at Andhra as a state in this country, it has been totally devastated by Jagan Mohan Reddy in the last 5 years because of his corruption, because of his unthoughtful decisions, because of his mafia structure of running a government. The Andhra has been totally destroyed, and now for rebuilding it, we are getting the proper support which is due for the state of Andhra.
Thank you, sir. The union budget has presented a lot of SOPs for Bihar. Joining me, JDU's national spokesperson KC Tyagi. So first reaction.
नहीं, रिएक्शन जो टीएमसी का आया है बजट को लेकर के, उसी से साबित होता है कि
The union budget has presented a lot of SOPs for Bihar. Joining me, JDU's national spokesperson KC Tyagi. So first reaction.
नहीं, रिएक्शन जो टीएमसी का आया है बजट को लेकर के, उसी से साबित होता है कि बिहार बजट है। बिहार के विकास के लिए, उन्नत बिहार बनाने के लिए जो केंद्रीय बजट में राहतें दी गई हैं उससे हम गदगद हैं और वित्त मंत्री को भी, प्रधानमंत्री को भी और नीतीश कुमार जी के प्रयासों को भी हम धन्यवाद करना चाहते हैं।
पंकज चौधरी, एमओएस फाइनेंस ने कि बिहार को स्पेशल स्टेटस का दर्जा नहीं दिया जा सकता, तो आरजेडी की तरफ से कहा गया था नीतीश कुमार इस्तीफा दे। क्या अब ये स्पेशल स्टेटस का मामला ठंडा हो गया है? आप संतुष्ट हैं? क्या अब स्पेशल स्टेटस पे फोकस नहीं रहेगा?
स्पेशल स्टेटस प्रदान करने की दिशा में बड़ा कदम है। जो फाइनेंशियल असिस्टेंस वहाँ के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के लिए, एयरपोर्ट के लिए, नए पुलों के लिए, नई सड़कों के लिए, नए मेडिकल कॉलेज के लिए जो ग्रांट दी गई है वो उसी की दिशा में एक बड़ा कदम है। लाखों करोड़ रुपए की आर्थिक मदद बिहार को देकर के ये बिहारी बजट हो गया है।
Let's quickly go across to Pallavi Ghosh, who's also joining us live on the broadcast. Pallavi, going by what KC Tyagi is saying, ये special status के लिए उस दिशा में एक सही कदम है. When you in fact listen to what KC Tyagi is saying, is this now also a pacifist move by the government when it comes to the kind of grants that have been provided to Andhra and Bihar?
See, finance ministry sources have been consistently telling us, and similarly has the government been saying and made it very clear, and Mr. Pankaj Chaudhary also made it clear in the Lok Sabha yesterday, that there is no question of giving a special category status to Andhra Pradesh or to Bihar as well, that there are economic compulsions as well. And frankly speaking, this entire barbs which are going on against both Andhra and Bihar is something which is not being accepted either by the allies or by the BJP. But I think it was a given, you know, and I mean the Congress knows what running of a coalition government means. They have suffered it twice over. They often had to do a U-turn. Dr. Manmohan Singh had to rethink many of the policy decisions which he firmly felt was actually at the end of the day good for the economy of the country, but he had to do a U-turn barring the Indo-US nuclear deal. So the BJP may be considered to be new under Prime Minister Narendra Modi to these kind of coalition compulsions, but it's also tried to send out and in fact I would say it has sent out a message that yes, we want to take our allies along, but we are also going to draw a line. We did not give them a special category status. So notwithstanding the barbs coming in from Rahul Gandhi and many of the India front parties, as far as the government goes, the allies are completely backing the BJP. They seem to be satisfied at this point of time, and this is what really coalition government is all about. You give some, you take some, and that's the point which the BJP is making to the Congress.
It's very interesting that you talk about how the coalition dynamics work out, but when you look at what FM had to say in her speech today, she in fact delivered a very key message. In fact, I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Pallavi. We'll have to quickly cut across to the press conference being presided over by the FM. Let's listen to what Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman.
Economic Affairs, Shri Ajay Seth, Secretary DPAM, Shri Tarun Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services, Tuhin Kant Pandey ji, Secretary Financial Services, Dr. Vivek Joshi, Secretary Revenue, Shri Sanjay Malhotra, and Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, to this press conference. Friends, I request you to follow this following point of order. It would be good if you each of one ask one question each. That will facilitate others to ask questions. And we will try to take most of the questions in this press conference. Ma'am will directly answer your question without any preliminary statement. Over to ma'am. Over to question. Anybody? All question 71, please.
मैम तरुण फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम आपने आज के बजट में शॉर्ट टर्म कैपिटल गेन और लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन दोनों के रेट्स को बढ़ाया है और रियल एस्टेट में आपने इंडेक्सेशन के बेनिफिट को ख़त्म किया है। तो मैम क्या हम माने कि जो इक्विटी है अब आप उसको बाकी एसेट्स क्लास के बराबर लाना चाह रहे हैं, इस वजह से आपने लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल गेन के टैक्स रेट को 10% से 12.5% किया।
First of all, thank you very much for coming here. After having heard the budget, I chose not to make an opening statement because you've heard me almost for 1.5 hours, and I'm sure you have, you're eager to know what is in the budget and also seek clarification. For your, just for a matter of drawing your attention, we've put up a single slide which has actually, which has used the word employment as an acronym to capture that is everything in the budget. So each letter actually highlights the important points of the budget, and we can elaborate more on that a bit later. But employment captures everything to do with this budget, and I would like you to, for a moment, spend a time on it. And deriving from that, everything which has been said in the budget falls in place. But with that said, yes, your question is on the point there is we wanted to simplify the approach to taxation, also for the capital gains. One. Second, if anything, the average taxation actually has come down when we say it is 12.5%. Because we've worked out for each of the different asset classes, each varied with the indexation. I'll ask secretaries to elaborate on it. But the point that we brought it down from below the average to 12.5, which is the lowest if you can look at the last several years, encourages investment in the markets. With that said, I'll ask Somanathan or who is going to elaborate, Sanjay, on the specifics.
So you had, there were, I think, two or more parts to your question. One was on real estate and gold and other assets. So earlier the rate was 20% with indexation. It has now been reduced to 12.5% without indexation. If you assume that the rate of return on real estate is typically above 10% per annum, and if you take inflation at about 4% per annum, the real rate of return was earlier, let's say, somewhere between 6 and 16% per annum in real estate. If it was 16%, 20% of 16% was being taxed. The effective rate was 16%. It has gone down to 12.5%. If the rate of return was 10% per annum nominal, it has also remained approximately the same at 12.5%. So actually there is either a reduction or no change in respect of the effective rate of tax on property and gold. Now, as regards the equity, yes, it has gone up from 10 to 12.5, but you will also find that unlisted equity has gone down from 20 with indexation to 12.5 without indexation. Basically, we have a very, very simple, easy regime. All listed, all unlisted are at 12.5% long term. And all are at 20%, I mean, equities are at 20% and everything else is at applicable rate for short term. So yes, short term has gone up, and yes, long term has been rationalized. It has not necessarily gone up. And Sanjay, would you like to add anything?
One point I would like to add over here is that we also need to keep in mind as to the kind of people who are actually paying these taxes, the capital gains on the securities, the listed securities especially. And so over there, when we did this analysis for the year 22-23, we found that about 88% of the tax is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 15 lakh. 61% of that income is actually coming from people who have an income of more than 1 crore.
That is income on capital gains on this.
And we are all aware that otherwise, you know, the standard rate is, you know, about 30%. And for some it can go up to 39%. So this marginal, very small marginal increase is actually impacting only those, primarily those who have an income of more than 15 lakh rupees per year.
Okay, number 3.
On capital gains.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria from CNBC TV 18. You announced a very lucrative new tax regime with changes in tax slabs. A lot of new changes are there in the income tax side, on the revenue side. And in the speech, you mentioned that revenue foregone will be around 29,000 crore rupees, whereas government will now try to mobilize around 30,000 crore rupees. What will be these revenue mobilization measures, and from where do you think this foregone revenue will be recovered? If you can highlight, where are you foregoing the revenue, and where are you going to recoup this revenue from?
First of all, it is not just because we've mentioned it in this budget, but the attempt to widen the tax net is something which we've been repeatedly saying, that India's tax net will have to be widened, whether it is in the direct taxation or indirect. Second, there are also now the PSU dividends which are improving because their valuations have gone up really high. And their performance is also now substantially increased. So revenue mobilization is not just tax based, you have non-tax revenue mobilizations which are also coming up. Then we had for almost now 3 years been talking about asset monetization, which is not selling of assets but optimum utilization of those assets which are lying in the form of unutilized stadiums or land which is available with PSUs which can be utilized for better purposes. That's a third one. Fourth, you're also looking at generating resources from newer areas. So in all those, the revenue is going to be mobilized better, and as a result of which the revenue foregone will be now made up for, is our expectation. We've said that in the budget. In my speech itself, I mentioned it, and I'm sure there are secretaries who will want to add to it. Sanjay?
Ma'am, I'll give the for details. 37,000 crore, 29,000 crore in direct taxes, and 8,000 crore in indirect taxes. So 29,000 crore direct taxes primarily comprises of 3 taxes, which is the increase in the STT only on derivatives, which is only on futures and options, and secondly the buyback tax, which is to be now done in the hands of the recipient. While on the one hand it will rationalize the tax and be more equitous and fair, because those who should be paying the taxes, higher taxes, in the higher income groups they will pay higher tax, and those who are in nil tax category or in lower tax category, they don't have to pay a tax or a lower tax. While it does that, at the same time it does bring in some revenue also, about 4,000 crore, and remaining about 15,000 crore should come from the capital gains taxes. On the indirect taxes, we are losing, as I said, about 8,000 crore primarily on the reduction in duties, especially in gold. There is a huge reduction from 15% to 6%. And then there is revenue foregone because of the personal income tax rates and the standard deduction being allowed in the new tax regime.
280, please. Backside, please. Give the mic.
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Surbhi from Business Today. Ma'am, the angel tax has been abolished, which is a very welcome move. But just wanted to understand that one of the things the angel tax was also doing was checking money laundering concerns. So could you explain how these will be taken care of now? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear it is welcome. You've been raising this issue as with many others outside of media also saying, are you considering it? Although it was introduced during the UPA government and it was introduced in 2012. 2 years had passed, and since after that when we came in, we tried keeping as a good governance principle, government being a continuum, the tax continued. Although we tried giving carve-outs for startups and also making it simpler, bringing parity for the non-resident Indians, the way in which they've been treated as opposed to the Indian investments and so on. Today we've announced that we will indeed remove it. exactly the details. Sanjay, would you want to elaborate on it?
Yes, sure, ma'am. So we should be aware that this is actually a tax measure. It's not really a money laundering issue, but money laundering issue was being tackled through a tax measure. So first of all, I want to clarify that this tax, there are other provisions in the income tax itself, first of all, to find out the source of these funds. Number two, there is already, the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which continues to be in existence. So if there is money which is being laundered, money, being paid as a bribe, or for use in, other purposes for terrorism, etc., there are enough laws, including the, now, the Nyaya Sahita, Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita, and the Prevention of Money Laundering Act to take care of those issues. While on the other hand, now some genuine money for investment, actually, there is this deterrent provision no longer exists, while provisions for money laundering remain, and they should be sufficient to cater to it.
And I would add that there are also certain provisions of the Companies Act which can be invoked if there is deliberate undervaluation of shares. So there are other legal remedies. The balance here is between preventing money laundering but accidentally also preventing investment. So that balance is what we are seeking to get it right.
211 backside. Yeah.
Hello, ma'am. Prakash Predashi from ET Now. My question is, will the increased STT be applicable from April 1 or prospective? And if from April 1, will there be retrospective tax calculation for the increased amount?
It's not retrospective. It is with effect from 1st of October 2024. So we are giving sufficient time for the exchanges and the people, who collect this tax to put their systems in place to be able to collect it. It's not retrospective, it is prospective.
13. 11. 11.
Ma'am, Karishma here from Business Today. Ma'am, congratulations to you and everybody. Ma'am, my question is on this special assistance to Andhra Pradesh and Bihar. 15,000 crore is the number that you've given for Andhra Pradesh for this financial year. Is there further assistance that you are looking at, or is it going to be need-based in terms of the amount?
I've already mentioned in the budget speech that 15,000 crore is coming through the multilateral development assistance, which we borrow from the multilateral banks, whether it is World Bank or ADB or AIB, whatever. And I've also ended that paragraph by saying further assistance will also be extended.
There is no definitive amount?
No.
152.
मैम आलोक प्रियदर्शी फ्रॉम CNBC आवाज में मैम सवाल यही है कि जिस तरह से आप लोग न्यू टैक्स रिजीम को प्रमोट कर रहे हैं, इस बार भी आप लोगों ने स्लैब में चेंज किया, स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन बढ़ाया, तो ये मान के चलें कि न्यू टैक्स रिजीम के जरिए आप मिडिल क्लास को राहत देने की कोशिश की है इस बार। ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर क्या कोई सनसेट क्लॉज है? क्योंकि आपने कहा है कि जो इनकम टैक्स एक्ट है उसका हम लोग कंप्रिहेंसिव रिव्यू करेंगे, तो रिव्यू में क्या ये मान के चले कोई सनसेट टाइम आएगा ओल्ड टैक्स रिजीम को लेकर?
अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ। जरूर हमारी इरादा ये है कि सिंपलर टैक्सेशन रजीम होना चाहिए, और सिंपल टैक्स रजीम की ओर अगर हम जा रहे हैं ये रिव्यू के द्वारा, वो ही हमारी मकसद होगा कि सिंपल कर दो। ओल्ड टैक्स रजीम को सिंपल करने के रास्ते पर ही ये नया टैक्स रजीम आया है। सनसेट होगा कि नहीं होगा वो अभी मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ, वो रिव्यू करने के बाद ही हम एक डिसीजन लेंगे।
और ये एक आंकड़ा मैं आपको दे दूं कि इस बार पिछली बार जो हमने परिवर्तन किए थे नई टैक्स प्रणाली में, तो 70% लोग अभी तक जो 4 करोड़ के लगभग हमारे पास में रिटर्न प्राप्त हुए हैं पिछले वर्ष के, 70% ने इसको प्रेफर किया है बनिस्बत की पुरानी प्रणाली को। तो बड़ी तेज़ी से लोग नई प्रणाली की ओर आकर्षित हो रहे हैं और हमारा यही प्रयास रहेगा।
Yes.
Yes, ongoing filing period. Yes.
Ongoing
Not
filing.
yet, I mean, more returns are coming in, yes.
271.
Hi, ma'am. This is Sumit Chaturvedi, ET now. Ma'am, the corporate tax for foreign companies has been slashed to 35%. I want to understand the broad intent of this intention behind this decision, and what kind of benefits to economy increase in investment you are expecting.
You've, in your own question, answered it. We want more investment to come into this country. So that is why it has been brought down.
$95.
Just to add to that, there was a widened differential between foreign and domestic companies which arose after the tax cut in 2019. When the domestic rates were cut, the foreign rates were not cut. So there was a widening of the gap. With today's change, there is still a higher rate of tax for foreign companies, but it is not now disproportionately higher than domestic. And therefore, this is something where, according to the feedback received from industry, we expect more foreign companies to invest now that this regime is adjusted in this manner.
Good evening, ma'am. This is Pal Singh from Outlook Business. You have earmarked a significant allocation towards rural infrastructure today. So how much of a boost to consumption and overall demand are we expecting here from this allocation?
So it is difficult to quantify what would be the accretion to demand coming from. I mean, the obvious increase is whatever we have increased. But yes, would there be a multiplier? Probably yes. I think with the Awas Yojana Gramin and the Gram Sadak Yojana, these two do have a lot of multiplier effects as well. Traditionally, for capital expenditure, the multiplier has been calculated at somewhere around 2.5 to 3. In the Awas Yojana, it may be a little lower. But yes, there would be a substantial multiplier. I don't have a precise calculation.
But other than the Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, Gram Sadak Yojana, there's a major push towards the corridors. For instance, I mentioned in the context of Bihar, I mentioned in the context of Andhra, 2 corridors which are moving, one from Visakhapatnam to Chennai, the other moving from Hyderabad to Bangalore, Buxar, Purnia, and so on, and building of the Gaya node in the Amritsar to Kolkata are all towards building infrastructure in the rural areas in order that we attract more investment and enable transit of goods in those huge corridors. All these are essentially going to the rural areas in a big way. And therefore, it is not just through PM Awas Yojana and Sadak Yojana, but major investments in strengthening the corridors, building nodes, and therefore also in improving the rural infrastructure is happening.
11.
Ma'am, I'm Maria Shakir from NDTV and NDTV Profit. Congratulations for creating history today by becoming the only finance minister for having presented 7 consecutive budgets. Ma'am, my question to you is about the first-timer scheme. Because as you said, that employment perhaps sums up the essence of this budget. Would there be more blueprint coming out as to how this first-timers scheme will be playing out, and what will be the role of private sector?
Just 1 minute. See, this Prime Minister's package that I announced has 5 different schemes. The first timers is, I would think, one of the very, very innovative initiative. So what we are doing there is to be able to provide first timers 1 whole month's salary as subsidy. And this will be put into their account as direct benefit transfer, but possibly in tranches. When an employer picks up a first timer, and this is through the EPFO that you get to know, that they have paid their provident fund amounts, and therefore the first timer indicator that we are talking about will be established. So they can't just say one of the existing employee is a first-timer and claim it. There are enough checks and balances in the system to make sure that indeed the first-timer is coming in. And then the first-timers will be put through that learning curve, and this will help them to acquire skills so that they become fully productive. This kind of a subsidy giving, one, you give the first one month's salary. Two, you're also giving both for the employee and for the employer subsidy. So the applicable person for whom it is being given may even draw a wage up to 1 lakh rupees. But to the extent of 15,000 is what you're giving as a subsidy. The installments, as I said, for the first 1 month wage that you want to give will be done over 3 installments, direct into the first time employee's account. One compulsory measure that we are bringing in there is to make sure that the employee undergoes online financial literacy course before claiming the second installment from the government. So he may be a qualified engineer, he may be a diploma holder, he's a first-time employee in an office, he becomes a first-time employee and the employer also claims that he's been recruited. We try giving him the 15,000 rupees. He may have a salary of 1 lakh, but up to 15,000 rupees is what we are going to give. And in that, if you're giving 3 installments, the first installment will be given. But before he draws the second installment, he should undergo an online financial literacy course so that he can claim the second one. So we are not training him in engineering, we are training him in financial literacy. Post that, of course, the place where he goes to work, he's going to be working in any case. Then subsidy to be refunded if in case the employer removes him from the work within 12 months. So the employer gets a subsidy as well, but he will have to refund it if within 12 months this first time employer has been removed out of the work. This will cover, and we expect it to cover, 1 crore persons per annum. And the scheme will run for 2 years. So up to 24 months, you can have new employees brought in, new first-time employees brought in, for whom the government will give 15,000 rupees as, from our side, 1 month, what we think, 1 month's salary. Although his salary may be any amount, but to a cap of 1 lakh. And then he undergoes some financial literacy course, post which the second installment and the third installments can be withdrawn, put into his account. But most important is, if the employer removes him within 12 months, the employer will have to refund the subsidy given to the employer. So that's how that scheme works.
278.
If I may just add, details are available in the budget speech in the annexure on page 31. So there are details of all the 5 schemes in this package. If you go through them, there's considerable amount of detail which you can get.
Hi, good evening. This is Priyashmita from Informist. I have 2 points from the budget that I would like to ask. The first is nominal GDP has been pegged at 10.5%. And we have seen that growth is on a high momentum, and even the RBI has pegged growth at 7.2%. And the Econ survey said that it is going to be between 6.5 to 7%. So a 10.5% nominal GDP looks a little conservative. What is your view on it? And the second is that there's a mention that beyond FY26, you would want to reduce your debt to GDP. And you've mentioned that, the 4% debt to GDP it's a thing of the past. So what do you think is a sustainable debt to GDP or a desirable debt to GDP at this point? Thank you.
What was the first question again?
Conservative nominal GDP projection.
See, 10.5% could be a combination of 7% growth and 3.5% GDP deflator. So a combination of wholesale price plus consumer price could easily be 3.5%. That's a very likely scenario. So 7 plus 3.5, yes, it is slightly conservative, but I don't think it is way off what is likely. Or it could be 6.5% growth and 4% inflation as per the deflator. So I think the number is reasonable, slightly conservative, yes, but we would prefer to achieve the numbers. Second, on the path after 26-27, which has been outlined in the Finance Minister's speech at the end of the Part A. So, the commitment, as she has mentioned, is to endeavor to reduce the debt to GDP every year. That is in future the fiscal consolidation path. What is the percentage that would result in that fiscal consolidation is not something that we are disclosing here today or can disclose today. It will depend on circumstances, but there is a commitment to lower the debt to GDP ratio. So if every year it has to be reduced, there will necessarily have to be a particular level of deficit which we cannot exceed. And that will depend on prevailing growth rates, interest rates, and the other parameters which go into the calculation of the debt dynamics. But I can tell you that it is most likely to be a figure not above 4.5%.
249.
मैं सुनील सौरभ बोल रहा हूँ। मैं आप पहले तो आपको काफी बधाई दे दूंगी, बहुत अच्छा बजट आपने पेश की है। दूसरा मुझे ये जानना है कि रेलवे के लिए क्या कुछ खास रहा बजट में?
Which organization you are from?
कौन सा पत्रिका से?
पेपर में हूँ, लोक भारती पेपर है।
Sorry?
लोक भारती।
लोक भारती।
तो पहले तो बधाई दे दिया हूँ मैं आपका, बहुत अच्छा बजट आपने पेश की है और रिकॉर्ड भी की है, 7 साल से लगातार आप वित्त मंत्री के रूप में काम। मेरा कहना है कि रेलवे के लिए क्या कुछ खास हुआ, क्योंकि कोई जानकारी हम लोग को अभी तक नहीं मिली कि रेलवे के लिए क्या गया है। दूसरा, मैं रेलवे में सीनियर सिटीजन्स को कंसेशन मिलता था, आप यहाँ पीआईबी में है, पीआईबी जर्नलिस्ट को भी कंसेशन मिलता था। कोरोना में वो बंद हो गया, कोरोना को ख़त्म हुए भी 2-3 साल हो गए हैं, तो फिर से ये बहाल नहीं हुआ। क्या इसकी उम्मीदें हम लोग कर सकते हैं कि आगे बहाल होगी या नहीं?
रेलवे का जो एक्सपेंडिचर बजट है नेक्स्ट ईयर, इट्स 255,393 crores, which is the highest ever, and it's a very substantial increase in recent years. So that is a very large amount of investment in the railway. So I think there is a very adequate provision.
ठीक है, सुना।
277 प्लीज।
इसमें सीनियर सिटीजन और पीआईबी जर्नलिस्ट को भी जो स्लैब में रिवीजन हुआ है उसमें फायदा है। सीनियर सिटीजन्स को फैमिली पेंशन में स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन का फायदा हुआ है। रेलवे में, अच्छा ठीक।
हेलो मैम, दिस साइड हर्ष कुमार, दिस साइड फ्रॉम बिजनेस।
वो बजट का फायदा जो दिया है सर, वो भी तो मिलेगा सीनियर सिटीजन्स को और सबको, रेलवे में भी मिलेगा।
Hello ma'am, Harsh Kumar this side from Business Standard newspaper. Ma'am, during your speech you mentioned about the FDI liberalization. Can you give a bit detail about it?
We are trying to, since 2014, bring in ease of doing business in India, and in every sector where there was only 26% allowed for FTA, we raised it to 49, and then where it is possible we've raised it to 74, and so on. So there's been a consistent, continuing effort to relax our policy towards FTA. First it went sector by sector, then there was this approach taken so that most of which can go through the automatic route. So in that process, further simplification, if necessary, we are willing to do, is what is conveyed.
Also, ma'am, you have like increased the Mudra loan limit to 20 lakhs, like that cap. So can we expect the increase in Shishu, Tarun, like their types increase? So how much it will be? Can you give detail on that?
We've said this only today. See how this works.
Okay, thank you.
I request you to please one question each person. 123, please. Here.
Shrimi Chaudhary here from Business Standard. I just wanted to understand that budget proposes withdrawal of equalization levy. So if you could just give some explanation of what led to that? What is the intention behind that, keeping in mind the pact between India and US, which has ended on June 30th?
No, as the Pillar 1, Pillar 2 negotiations have been going on since 22. And since then, one of the things which was becoming more than obvious was, if at all we are going through this Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, which we intend to, the negotiations and the OECD, backed by the US administration, have all been pushing for this. We wanted a fair solution, so negotiations have been going on. But the point of contention from then has always been, should we collect an equalization levy then, if at all we are getting into this global understanding through the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. In any case, for India, equalization levy also meant for those who are living abroad that you were holding it, but eventually they are going to only adjust it somewhere. So in the interest of moving towards Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 solution, which the negotiations are still going on one aspect of it, on the other, in all probability, we are close to a conclusion. It was necessary for us, through the Parliament, to take steps to ensure that we are entering into that scheme of things without this equalization levy hanging on us, because this was important for us, but if it is a global system, this cannot continue. And therefore, with a positive approach towards the Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, we've moved forward to inform the Parliament that we would like to close this.
270.
I may clarify that it is only the 2% levy which has been withdrawn. The 6% levy which was earlier imposed, that continues. That has already been collected. We'll see. I mean, it is only this withdrawal is only prospective.
Ruchika from Business Standard this side. Ma'am, the miscellaneous capital receipts have seen an increase in this budget to almost 50,000 crore. Is there the miscellaneous capital receipts?
Okay.
Can you share the government's game plan as to how will we achieve this increase?
The miscellaneous capital receipts are budgeted as 50,000 crore, which was like 23-24 also. It was 51,000 crore, the interim budget. Now it's 50,000 crore, 24-25, and this combines with all kinds of receipts which are otherwise disinvestment receipts, asset monetization receipts, and other kinds, which will be clubbed with that. So this budgeted figure is 50,000 crore.
Ma'am, very good evening. Sapna Das here from CNBC. Ma'am, two questions. On the incentive like employment scheme that you have announced, 2 lakh odd crore is your overall fiscal envelope over the duration of the scheme. Could you give us a sense as to, we are already almost halfway through the current financial year by the time you pass the budget. So practically around 7 months will remain for the financial year, but any kind of an allocation that you have done for this scheme for this year, ma'am? One is that. And ma'am, just a corollary also on the miscellaneous receipts question, though not very much part of this budget, but nevertheless, ma'am, government had a very, kind of a bold privatization program. Do we understand that this is now being calibrated? That's it, ma'am. Thank you.
First question. As you rightly observed, there are only this is not a full financial year. The schemes have just been announced. They will now go through a process of quick design, appraisal, and approval. However, budget provisions have been made for these schemes, partly in the Ministry of Labour and Employment and partly in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs for the internship scheme. So from memory, I can be corrected. I think it's 2,000 crores has been provided for the internships in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, and about 5,000 crores has been provided in the current year in the Ministry of Labour and Employment. But we stand committed to funding them fully to the extent that may actually be required. These are just very rough estimates based on how much time it might take to kick off.
Can you start banking?
Digital India mission will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I am happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal.
Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the
नहीं किया और जहां बीजेपी अकेला 240 तक पहुंचे और प्री इलेक्शन अलायंस के साथ आज सरकार तीसरी बार बनाए, प्रधानमंत्री जी का तीसरी बार स्वतंत्र भारत के चरित्र में पिछले 60 साल में जो नहीं हुआ अभी हुआ है। कुर्सी बचाने के बात करने वाले पार्टियों थोड़ा सोच ले। उनके अलायंस 230 कुल मिलाकर कितने पार्टियां थे? 25, 26 पता नहीं, मैं गिनी नहीं, बट इंडी 37 पार्टीज कुल मिलाकर के 230 पार नहीं किया और वो बोल रहे हैं कुर्सी बचाने के लिए। जब प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बने और देश के लिए इतना घोषणा भी कर रहे हैं जिससे भारत देश का हर राज्य सामने आए, डेवलप हुए और 1.50 लाख करोड़ इस बार बजट में स्टेट्स के लिए हम दे रहे हैं बिना इंटरेस्ट 50 साल के लिए फ्री। फिनांस कमीशन तो हमारे उनके सजेशन में इसका जिक्र तक नहीं किए, हम ही कर रहे हैं स्टेट्स के साथ काम करने के लिए। हर स्टेट का उनके अपने अपने प्रोजेक्ट्स जो प्रोसेस के चलते हुए आता है उन सबको हम मानते हैं और जरूर उनको जो फाइनेंस करना है वो हम करेंगे, मगर जिक्र इसलिए नहीं किया बजट में कुर्सी बचाने। जब उनका टोटल को एक और बार चुनावी सीट जो जीते हैं वो 101 और बार उसको गिनकर देख लें, 37 पार्टीज कुल मिलाकर के कुर्सी बचाने वाले बात बोलने का अर्हत अधिकार उनके पास नहीं होता है।
121.
Ma'am, Meghna Mittal from Money Control. In the union budget, you have announced financial support to MSMEs for shift to clean energy and also a new mechanism for credit so that they do not go into stress and they do not turn into NPAs. Any details on that?
I'm so glad you asked this question. I'm really glad because this budget, and I don't want to say it because I've presented it, I'm so grateful that the Prime Minister looks at every sector and says, what are we doing for them? What are we doing for? This has been his approach always. But this time around, we've spent a lot of time understanding also from those stakeholders who had consultation with us pre-budget. And MSME's request it has been for now several years that when they reach the SMA 1 stage itself, they get to be very, very tensed because banks stop their finances, meaning banks no longer lend to them. They are stressed as it is. And if they are stressed as it is, and if there is this threat that the bank will not further give them working capital, sooner, by the 90th day, they become NPAs. In order to give them a good workable solution, and I'm indeed grateful to this entire team of secretaries here, they spent a lot of time also talking with RBI to see how best we can address this issue. And RBI has also a very well established framework which we are quite respectful of, where banks are clearly given a bit of a margin to handle MSMEs at the SMA stage 1 itself, without pushing them to become SMA 2 stage, and then at the 90th day announce them as non-performing assets. So what actually has happened now, having discussed with the RBI, is that we'll provide them with a fund which will help them to have some kind of government guaranteed liquidity, or the banks can then, on the basis of the guarantee being given, on the back of the guarantees which are being provided by the government, lend them working capital and keep them moving. And if they restore themselves, they're going to be better off. So on this principle, I'll certainly ask you or Wake to speak and explain it to you all.
You are watching CNN News 18 and DBS Budget Day Studio.
Hello and a very warm welcome. Thanks for staying tuned to CNN News 18. It is D-Day for the Narendra Modi Sarkar, the NDA 3.0, as Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today presented her 7th consecutive union budget. The government has hiked the standard deduction to 75,000 from the current 50,000, and we're going to quickly break down some of those details, the big takeaways as we've picked up from the union budget of this government. Salaried employees will also now stand to save 17,500 in the income tax. The Finance Minister also announced employment-linked incentives based on enrollment into the EPFO. It will also focus on first-time employee and offer 1 month wage for all employees in the formal sector. So a lot really that's come in for the job sector. Angel tax, remember, has been abolished altogether for all classes of investors. That's another big takeaway this union budget. Custom duty on gold and silver has also been reduced to 6%. Additionally, the Finance Minister, in fact, informed the customs duty slash on platinum to 6.4%. So a host of developmental projects for Bihar, Andhra Pradesh, etc. were also announced, and the Prime Minister was quick to hail the budget, saying it has strengthened every section of the society and that crores of jobs will be generated which will empower the youth. The Finance Minister also, all through while she was presenting the budget, spoke of the key areas. There are, remember, 9 priority areas that have been kept in mind while coming out with the union budget this time around in 2024. But here are some of the big reactions that we've picked up so far.
It was introduced during the UPA government, and it was introduced in 2012. 2 years had passed, and since after that, when we came in, we tried keeping as a good governance principle, government being a continuum, the tax continued. Although we tried giving carve-outs for startups and also making it simpler, bringing parity for the non-resident Indians, the way in which they've been treated as opposed to the Indian investments and so on. Today we've announced that we will indeed remove it.
So what we do is we take you through the big takeaways, the big talking points, the budget highlights. Takeaway number 1, focus on youth and jobs. As I was saying, new schemes have been announced and everybody's really been talking about it. A lot of appreciation also coming in with regards to how the job sector's been focused upon. Number 2, skill 20 lakh youth under the government-sponsored scheme. That's another big announcement that's coming from the Finance Minister as far as this union budget is concerned. Moving on, how 1.52 lakh crore rupees have been announced for agriculture and allied sectors. Remember, there was a lot of speculation on what's in store on part of the NDA Sarkar as far as the agricultural sector is concerned, and politically speaking as well, this is a very, very significant. So that's also been given as much importance if we talk about the figures that we've managed to see this budget. Moving on to allocation of 3 lakh crore rupees for women and girls. That's Another key area women have been focused on as far as the union budget is concerned, and we've seen a host of announcements that have been made by the finance minister, though many say that these are limited to one-time announcements and not really a long-term picture that's been kept in mind, but we are open to discussing that with our experts. Number 5, MSMEs, new schemes to enable loans up to 100 crore rupees. That's another step in the right direction, many experts say. Number 6 being ally state Bihar and Andhra get big infra boost. In fact, many in the opposition are not taking that lightly. They're not letting go of this big announcement that's coming from the centers yet. There are states like West Bengal and several southern states who've in fact spoken of the manner in which Andhra Pradesh and Bihar have been given the lion's share. Number 7 being 3.4% of the GDP that's been allocated for infra development. So in continuation with what we've seen so far from the Narendra Modi-led NDA government, infrastructure remains key to the government, as has been explained by this budget as well, the details that have been shared by the finance minister. Moving on to customs duty on gold, silver, platinum, all of it reduced. Another positive that's come out of this budget and is being spoken of, there's an impact on the market as well as far as this announcement is concerned. Angel tax has been abolished, like I said, so completely done away with angel tax, and many experts have said, and investors alike, that this was the need of the hour. It was absolutely unnecessary and no reason why we were going ahead with the angel tax concept still. Takeaway number 10, changes in tax bracket and standard deduction in the new regime. Now remember, all of this solely limited to the new tax regime. The tax bracket has changed if we talk about the new tax regime only, and this is of course being done keeping in mind how the government wants to ensure that maximum people opt for the new tax regime. Let's quickly open this up with our experts joining us this evening. We have Sunil Alak, market strategist and managing director of SK Advisors. With us here, Abhishek Rajaram, economist, is with us as well. And lastly, we have Mr. Deepak Wadhwa, market analyst, with us on the broadcast. So much is being spoken of if we talk about the sentiment of the market. Mr. Sunil, I want to begin with you. What do you make of the overall scenario, the mood as far as investors are concerned? We've seen, the stock market really take close note of what's happened as far as the union budget goes. What do you make of the scenario, the ups and downs that, the market is witnessing?
See, the stock market is not something that I follow because of any budget or something. It can happen for one day, then they're back again the next day, and full thing goes on. But stock market has reacted initially to 12.5% when 10% went up in long-term gains from 10 to 12.5%, and then they came up again, and then they've gone down again, but they follow the international market rather than the Indian budget. See, look, as far as, remember that this budget is only up to January. It's for 6 months. She's coming and presenting another budget on 1st February. So we've got to view that the direction that she has given in this budget is immense, because it's only for the next 5 to 6 months. That's all that there is in this budget, because no matter how much we try and do, because the political angle is always there. There are 3 states which are coming up for elections in November or December, and therefore there is a political angle to it. But look, she has given a broad roadmap to where she wants to go on the 1st of February when she'll present a budget for 12 months. So this budget is really, see, 25% is on strategy of any budget. Normally 25% is on strategy, 75% is for 6 months or the year. And therefore she has strategized what she wants to do. And now she's come back to saying that, look, I have given a direction because unemployment was a big thing between 20 and 30. So she's held up unemployment. Unskilled workers are on infra, and infra push is always important because unskilled workers will get jobs there. Now the skilled workers, what she's done is that she's given CSR. The companies have to spend 2% of their profits. It's by law. Now she has added one more area, which is if you take in interns, whether you call them interns or whether you, many people in the opposition will say internship is the wrong word, because when you take on for 2 years or 1 year, it's like the whole system will go haywire when you sack them. Look, when interns...
Not just internships, even that one-time salary is limited to a month. So what good is it really going to do?
No, but they are encouraging private sector to come in. into this area. So 1 month is what? It's just a token that the government is giving to that individual, has broken up in 3 parts when she wants to ensure that. But as far as I'm concerned, look, whether you call it internship or not, because people will get interns, and then the second part is only when you establish that the person is got educated enough.
Right.
That's when they give the next installment of that 1 month. So therefore, they've given you an opportunity in the private sector to come out and give this whole thing. So therefore, I think that, look, she has MSMEs, see 85% in Germany, you might think of Mercedes and all, 85% of MSMEs contribute to GDP in Germany, in a developed country like Germany. Now, why aren't we contributing at all? And therefore, she is, most of us felt that they had to give collateral. And now she's made it collateral free, the loans for MSMEs. So she's encouraging their own MSMEs in India to go ahead and do it. And therefore, look, as far as I'm concerned, she has given a roadmap for everyone. She wants to guarantee that, look, for the next 5 years, this is the way Mr. Modi wants it, and this is the projection for our country. And therefore, I think, look, gold is something which, when she's reduced the custom duties on gold, imagine the poor have to give one necklace or one bangle in every wedding. So they store up gold. Now, when bringing the prices of gold down, she's affecting everyone. 800 million people don't understand fiscal deficit, don't understand any of the stuff that we've discussed, whether GDP growth and all. They are saying, what is in it for me? She has tried for 6 months to give you something. And through taxation and everything else that she's done. So I think all in all, she's done a damn good job. She's done a very good job.
Okay, Mr. Wadhwa, your analysis. If we talk about the market's reaction, there is a reason why everybody is seeing this kind of a decline in the stock markets. It's a direct impact of, proposal to rise tax on capital gains and on trading derivatives. But do you think this is a short-term reaction, Mr. Wadhwa?
I think because the journey of I would like to put it like that, that market is reacting for a very small time. It's not going to be a big time reaction, because ultimately people will accept the taxes and they will keep on paying. So what I think is that the growth journey of India is too high. MSME is going to do much better because they will get a interest-free and debt-free money. So I believe that the growth story will continue, and this budget is a win-win situation for both government and for people. Salaried people have got a very, a small piece of cake, but yes, she has taken care for everyone.
So everybody's concerns have been taken care of, is what you're saying. All right, I want to quickly...
And if we only talk about market, then we were actually waiting for a correction, and maybe this budget will give it a trigger for the correction, because for last so many days we are waiting for a correction. So I believe this budget might become a trigger point for the correction, but not for a very long time.
Okay, all right.
Because the growth story of India is not going to stop.
Okay, a step in the right direction. Are we, taking the growth story chapter one step further? Abhishek Rajaram, your thoughts on, the budget overall, and who's had to gain the maximum from the budget? What's your analysis, sir?
Yeah, what I feel that this budget was different than last 10 budgets. Last 10 budgets were predominantly a BJP budget. This budget is not a BJP budget. It is, what I can say, max to max, it's an NDA budget, where a giant portion of the cake has been given to 2 states, particularly Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. That is the reason why this budget doesn't seem a balanced budget in comparison to earlier budgets. So in this budget, they try to balance out and try to say give it to everyone, something to everyone, which they didn't have the bandwidth to play with it. And that's why they had done certain things which is very difficult to understand. For example, they have removed indexation benefit. When you are selling your old gold, or let's say when you are selling a property.
No, but what's
So
the
in
harm in
taxation
a little bit of something for everyone, Mr. Rajaram?
Yeah, they had tried for, see again, they had tried to give something to everyone. Of course, it's a budget that comes directly after elections, and during elections, the leaders meet people and they understand their aspirations and their demand. Therefore, the first budget of any government is usually a populistic budget where they try to give something to everyone. So on that front, they had tried their best, but this budget doesn't seem to have the balance because the giant piece of the cake has been given to two states. Otherwise, it's a good budget.
Okay. Mr. Sunil, there are pulls and pressure of allies, and given that this is a budget that's come right after the Lok Sabha verdict, there was a little bit of pressure that the government was feeling. It was important for the government to set the terms as per its own convenience, and they had a lot to play with. So that's where perhaps they're coming from.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, there's endless money is not there. So therefore, within the money that they have tried their best. Now, it's only for the first 5 or 6 months. Supposing the tax returns don't come in the way she's planned. On 1st February, she'll change. She'll change that direction altogether. Now, this budget is only for 6 months. It's not forever. It's not cast in stone. Therefore, she is going to gauge, the FM and Mr. Modi and everybody else is going to gauge the impact of this budget for the next 5 to 6 months on the people. And if the impact is not as they had planned, then on 1st Feb she is going to change. If the impact is right, then on 1st Feb she'll add more to whatever there is. See, we were discussing whether above 15 lakhs is 30%. Now, I have to pay 40% at the moment. Now, when we were discussing it, I don't know whether we'll have to read the fine print. Yeah. Whether above 30, does the tax come down for me or not? So I don't know as yet, because until in the short term, maybe it doesn't come down at all. I mean, those who earn 50 lakhs and 60 lakhs, then is it 30%?
Looks like it.
No, it looks like in the fine print we'll have to go and see.
Yeah,
but look, and she's talked about GST also in the budget when she spoke, and I was in the morning when I was raising GST, they said no, that's not a budget item. But look, the amount of tax that an individual gives is not only the tax rate, but also the GST, which can be 20% and can also be a number of taxes. So finally, without giving social security, which other countries give, now you are paying about 60% or 70% of your earned income. Whether you like it or whether you don't like it. But
there are several other aspects that need to be spoken of. For example, the market's reaction. It's interesting how the consumer stocks though have been reacting. So we will touch upon that in just a bit. But there are important details that are being broken down or have been broken down by the finance minister in the press conference, the media interaction that was held just a short while ago. Let's quickly listen in.
Our government will implement following 3 schemes for employment-linked incentive as part of the Prime Minister's package. These will be based on enrollment in the EPFO and focus on recognition of first-time employees and support to employees and employers. Scheme A, first-timers. This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments to first-time employees as registered in the EPFO will be up to 15,000 rupees. The eligibility limit will be a salary of 1 lakh per month. The scheme is expected to benefit 210 lakh youths. Scheme B, job creation in manufacturing. This scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of first-time employees. An incentive will be provided at specified scale directly both to the employee and the employer with respect to the EPFO contribution in the first 4 years of employment. The scheme is expected to benefit 30 lakh youth entering employment and their employers. Scheme C, support to employers. All additional employment within a salary of 1 lakh rupee per month will be counted. The government will reimburse to employers up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards the EPFO contribution for each additional employee. The scheme is expected to incentivize additional employment of 50 lakh persons.
Okay, so big announcements if we talk about the education sector, job sector, internship, skill opportunity. We'll try and decode all of that in just a bit. Heading to a very short break for now. We'll be right back. Keep watching.
Listen, there's a approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and the rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavour will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, ये बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। ये नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है।
All right, let's quickly go back to the discussion and talk about the budget in detail, the key takeaways, what's in it for different sectors, for different classes. I want to quickly go across to Mr. Sunil Alag and Deepak Wadhwa once again. Mr. Alag, if we talk about job creation, that's of course been a focus, and we've seen that in terms of, the announcements that have been made by the Finance Minister earlier today. The government has launched 5 various schemes which will be crucial in this field of job creation and skill development. A lot of it is limited to the first-time job achievers. Do you see this go beyond that as well?
No, look, first 6 months, what she has said is that, look, first time, what is the problem with unemployment? Unemployment exists between 20 and 30 years, the younger generation, when they've got educated. Unskilled workers are given the infra push. Right. That they carry on their heads and whatever else. But skilled jobs, Mr. Modi has created a skill department, Minister of State. Now he's going to evaluate every 3 months, what have you done? So ultimately he is said that, look, I will give jobs, and private sector would never come in on their own. Up to now they have, AI would have come in, they would have reduced jobs, increased profits. But now with the incentive on the fact that he's given it on what? On that which is by law, that they have to give 2% of their profit. He's made part of that. Now if they skill, and they should not have called, internship is the wrong word, but they should have given employment. That's how they skill employment, and they have all the people would have joined, and that's it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is a great move by the FM and Mr. Modi.
Okay. Mr. Deepak Wadhwa, if we talk about the Indian rupee, because we've been tracking the market, Indian rupees also dropped to a record low against the US dollar to 83.69. How do you read into that figure?
I think this is just a temporary phase for the Indian rupee. And as India grows, the rupee will also settle down. We have a long way to go. I mean, this budget you don't have to see for just 6 months or maybe a small tenure. It is a very long growth story. We are on a verge of making new India actually. You see what the kind of
Mr. Alak
infrastructure...
says, there's scope for a cost correction. So this window that the finance minister essentially has been given, there's scope for now to rework around things that perhaps are not going to work the next 6 months.
See, we just cannot say that she will climb 10 steps in this 6 months. She will grow slowly and the foundation has been laid already. The budget is good because there is a lot of incentive for the infra. And when there is a growth in infra sector, everyone will grow because everyone is somewhere or the other linked with the infra of the country. So I think there is a big roadmap to come, and we just don't have to see the rupee or the stock market or the Nifty as a parameter for this budget. There is a whole lot big story that she has said today. Employment, the way the employment will increase, again the money will first go to the pocket of the common man, and then again that will come to the economy. So she has done a good effort for the skilled and both unskilled people.
Okay,
So
one big parameter, and this is something that's going to go long term, it's going to go all the way, which is 4.9% fiscal deficit, 4.9% of the GDPs. Do you think that's, a realistic figure?
No, I don't know. She's trying her best. 5.1 was the budget for this year, for end of March. Even if we come close to 5%, it's still there. But America, for instance, when the dollar point, they run a deficit, but their consumption of consumer goes up. And they have a big deficit, yet the dollar becomes stronger. So the question is that our country cannot afford what America does in terms of deficit, because prudent financial planning we have to do.
Right.
But maybe in another 5 years or 6 years, if you'll find the rupee and the dollar is not decreasing or increasing in value for so much as they have. But I am just turning around and saying that, look, she has created for the next 5 years, assuming that Mr. Modi will remain the Prime Minister for the next 5 years, which he will. Now, we are quite happy with what he's done. We are very happy. But at the moment, whether on 1st February she will say, look, I want to see another 12 months of this particular scheme or not, it all depends on the FM and Mr. Modi, how much it comes in. But on what the election results say, UP, there are 10 by-polls coming up. Even if 50% of them go to BJP, then again he'll be very happy. When Yogi Adityanath wins another this thing, and Maharashtra is coming up now. Maharashtra, the consumer the voter is totally confused at the moment. That is why he lost.
But you already have political voices coming in from Maharashtra and saying, nothing has been done for us.
No, but
so a lot has been done for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh, and like I said, pulls and pressures of the allies. That's seen in this budget. But what about states like Maharashtra? All right, I'll come back to you, sir. I need to quickly toss to my colleague Rahul Shivshankar, who's joining us with a very important voice. Over to you, Rahul.
Thanks indeed. Yes, let's go straight across to Union Minister Hardeep Singh Puri. Mr. Puri, thank you very much for speaking to me. You, of course, hold an important economic portfolio in your own right. But a quick conversation with you on the budget, the 7th by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, a record in itself, actually, emphasizing continuity. But how is this budget different from those presented by 10 NDA governments before this one?
Well, I think the difference, both in terms of the continuity and change, will come if you do the context setting for this budget. I mean, after holding office for 10 years, the Prime Minister's Finance Minister presented an interim budget in the beginning of February this year, and the budget presented today should be seen in that context as a continuum of that interim budget. It is very significant in the sense that the emphasis here, contrary to expectation, I mean, I saw a lot of comment, and I see still the comment, people say, well, you know, this is a time to reach out and please section X, Y, and Z. Now, if you have that kind of a mindset where you want to use freebies and populism as a instrument for governance, then you are in a different. But the Modi government has been anything but that. After the 10 years when it has been able to navigate the economy from the fragile 5 to from the 10th to the 5th position, and the IMF says now maybe 2027 will be the 3rd largest economy in the world, and then moving onwards to 2047. So this can only be done provided you are responsible, and that fiscal consolidation which you undertake unleashes the productive forces. So which I look at today, I was very happy to see 3 lakh crore for women-led development. Rahulji, you know, we've come from women-centered development to women-led development through the Women's Reservation Bill. 2,66,000 crore on rural development. Then for youth, 4.1 crore jobs over a 5-year period, 1 crore youngsters getting internships in 500 of the top companies, Mudra loan being doubled from 10 lakhs max to 20 lakhs. When you see all these things happening, also digital inclusion, what's happening on the ENP side, I can give you Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana from the 4 crores that we built, another 3 crore, including 1 crore for the urban sector. If you look at the totality, there is something in this for everyone, particularly our younger people, the youth, the kisan, the poor, and our other women. So this is a fiscal consolidation, responsible budget, which has already, I think, set the task to move from here to the Viksit Bharat. This is the first stage after 10 years of Modi government to lift it forward. You've grown at 8%, coming time you'll grow at 7.5% or so, and you have to navigate a particularly difficult global situation. I'm not only talking about geopolitical tensions, Rahulji, I'm also talking about, you know, the fact that parts of the global economy, many parts of Europe, are either flirting with recession or are in recession. You've got political uncertainties in terms of some of these governments, whether they will come back or not in Europe. That's a separate discussion. But India must hold firm and be solid on its own economic development strategy, and that's what this budget prepares us for.
Okay, so let me ask you, because the big concern, and you know, some people have viewed the election results through the filter of the lack of jobs in the economy and a certain degree of distress. Now, how does this budget address this challenge? Because even if you looked at the context, so to speak, the context tells us that employment is an issue in the backdrop. Even when Nirmala Sitharaman ji today was addressing the press conference, Mr. Puri, the word employment was written right behind her. So how does this budget do that?
I think, Rahul, you've that it's vintage, Rahul. First of all, the election result, I have a slightly different take on it. I saw a picture of the G7 leadership gathered, and I looked at each one of them, and I thought to myself, which one of them, whether it's Joe Biden or Macron or Sunak, can come back. And there was Narendra Bhai Damodar Das Modi ji, the Prime Minister of India, and I said, this guy is coming back for sure. All right, what about the others? I mean, after a devastating 2 years of COVID, a once-in-a-century pandemic, for any party to come back for a 3rd term with a pre-poll alliance of 292, it means we must have done something right. Now, if we didn't get the 400 or the, you know, self-created hype that we inflicted on ourselves, well, I don't know. I don't want to go into that politics. But today the fact is you're back for a 3rd term with safe numbers. Throughout the world, Rahul, there has been a certain concern that even where economic growth takes place, and it's not taking place equally everywhere, there also the economic growth takes place because there is a growth in the services sector, in technology, so that joblessness is a characteristic. Because, if you go into high technology or even normal technology, you're not creating brick and mortar jobs. Whereas India, at the level of development it finds itself in, it has to also deal with those issues. So maybe, as I said, I am very proud of the figures that the RBI has put out, the others have put out, on how many people have come into the EPF reckoning, how many jobs we've created. But yes, if there is a lag, let us utilize these 5 years, and this budget frontally addresses that, Rahul. The fact that you're going to be dealing with 4.1 crore jobs you have to create in 5 years, the fact that you're sending 1 crore of our youngsters for internships to the top 500 companies, yes, that focus is well deserved. And if more needs to be done, I'm sure that those who are responsible for the navigation of the economy will address that as well.
So let's look at this first-time assistance of 6,000 rupees and some of the other so-called DBT payouts to the first-timers. Now, some people, and I've been reading a little bit of commentary on this, say this is a shortcut, a DBT fashioned on a Congress blueprint that was mentioned in their sort of Nyaya Patra or whatever, will not solve the problem at a fundamental level. How do you respond to all your political detractors today?
I am very proud of the political detractors. And, I'm one of those, and I think I'm on record of having said it to you. We need a good political opposition. We need them to throw valid criticism at us, and where the criticism is deserved, we must be humble and we acknowledge it. First of all, where does it say that two intelligent people can't have the same idea? And where does it say that you are the linear progenitor of this idea? I've had this idea of internship seen in 101 other places. I myself have advocated it in my own life. I said, get a lot of interns on. And because the interns, if you get an intern working with a good corporate manager or a good civil servant, I'm very clear. The first lesson I learned is I was very lucky, Lakshmi and me, to have an outstanding ambassador in Tokyo when we went on our first posting. So internship for 1 year, when you pay a stipend of 5,000 and a overall payment, and then the company can adjust it in CSR. Who is talking about this? Which idea? You take a little bit of it and say, this was in my manifesto, page so and so. I'm very happy that you think your manifesto has contributed to this. If it's a good idea, very, very, very good. We also had the idea, you also had the idea. But today, youth, and especially the demographic dividend we've got, Rahul, skilling with a view to producing productive class, this is our solution to Viksit Bharat. And I'm glad this budget attempts that frontally.
So let me go over some of what the economic survey was saying. And the survey makes it clear that there was a need to sort of kickstart a consumption-led virtuous cycle. Obviously, the budget would have followed on from there. Can you quickly talk our viewers through how we're going to boost consumption after today, after the pronouncements by Nirmala Sitharaman ji?
No, consumption is a function of the 8% growth that you've been doing, and you're going to grow at 7.5%, etc. Consumption, I think if the criticism or the veiled criticism is saying that you give tax breaks, yes, you have. The earlier break was 3 to 6 lakhs, 5%, that's gone from 3 to 7 lakh. Earlier it was 6 to 9%, 10 lakh percent tax, it's gone 7 to 10, and so on. So you're giving relief. But I am not willing to believe that this comes only from this. Yes, if you can afford it, maybe you can give more income tax relief. But we have been giving reliefs on corporate tax, on income tax. There's some talk about the, capital gains. No, capital gains also. What is the middle class getting? The rate has come down from 20 to 12. If they're talking about the, indexing, that's a separate thing. But that's not what the consumption is going to be affected. People who buy high value property, well, they will sell a property. They've got a 1 year period during which they can reinvest that money into another property, and they will be free of the indexing. On the other hand, if you want liquidity for consumption, you can have it indexed and sell. So I think there's no one size fit all. But Rahul, let me share something. I had the first interview I did when I came into from being a civil servant to being in political life was with you. So I have a special regard for you. Let me tell you, if this is the only criticism that they have against the budget, I think it's a damn good budget. Because, whenever a budget comes out, people make big things. How did you make a mistake? Today somebody put out some silly figure on defense expenditure. Defense expenditure provisioning has gone up by 12.9%. The border roads provisioning has gone up by 30%. So I think it's very good, feel good on all fronts.
Feel good is what was actually required, and Hardeep Singh Puri, speaking his mind, says that that's what we're getting. Okay, so very quickly then, because you've sort of touched a little bit upon taxes as well as the opposition, specifically with regards to the opposition, they're saying that this budget is really an Andhra and Bihar budget, that it is drafted to secure and save the Prime Minister, only his gaddi. And you've heard Rahul Gandhi, he's made a statement. How do you respond to that jibe that has been made today? And that's certainly not a constructive one.
This is not constructive, but it's also, I would say, misguided. Just that little red book that they used to flaunt around, which had the cellophane cover on it, they should have opened it and read it. I would suggest that they read the budget. Please read the provision on Purvodaya, which is from the east onwards. This is not just for Bihar. It so happens that the Bihar government of the day has been talking about the flood situation on account of what happens during the floods from Nepal. So we are helping them. We are helping so many others. I think at some stage, one of us is going to do a compilation of how much the central government schemes have benefited each scheme. So to suggest this is only Bihar and Andhra, I think is a bit silly. But at the end of the day, I ask the gentleman whom you quoted, you did sign the Andhra Reorganization Act in 2012. And what happened after that? You went off to sleep? So if we are trying to do something for Bihar, Andhra and all the other states, I mean, you should welcome that. Instead, you don't have any other talking points. So you put yourself in this position, which shows which reflects on the soundness of this budget and the paucity of good points to the contrary by the opposition.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Puri, for taking the time out. Very important day today, viewers. A pivot towards Viksit Bharat. Let's hope that some of our dreams are realized. Thank you, Mr. Puri. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the day and, of course, the term.
Thank you, Rahulji.
Looking forward to the budget debate. Thank you. Take a short break here, viewers. We're right back with our rolling coverage of Budget Day. Don't go away.
Can you start banking?
Both in the rural and urban areas will cover land administration, will cover 1, land administration, planning and management, and 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1, assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2, digitization of cadastral maps. 3, subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4, establishment of land registry. And 5, linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution, open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan Portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan Portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with Tourism has always been a part of our civilization. Vishnupad Temple at Gaya and Mahabodhi Temple at Bodh Gaya in Bihar are of immense spiritual significance. Our government will support the development of Nalanda as a tourist center, besides reviving Nalanda University to its glorious stature. Technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I am happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint consultative machinery for central government employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by
18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Good evening. You're watching our special broadcast here on Budget 2024 on CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde, and we're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 Federal Bank Primetime Studio. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman today presented her 7th consecutive union budget. The government has hiked the standard deduction to 75,000 from the current 50,000 only under the new tax regime. Salaried employees will now stand to save at least 17,500 in income tax, is what the Finance Minister came out and announced. She also said that employment-linked incentives based on enrollment into EPFO will also be given. It will focus on first-time employees and offer a 1-month wage for all employees in the formal sector for the new entrants. What's also interesting is that angel tax has now been abolished after 2012 when it was brought in for all classes of investors. That's a demand that had come to the fore from many startups. Custom duty on gold and silver has been reduced to 6% as well. Additionally, the Finance Minister further informed that customs duty slash on platinum will also be done. That is down to 6.4%. A host of developmental projects specifically for the states of Bihar and Andhra Pradesh were announced in this budget, which has given ammunition to the opposition. The Prime Minister, meanwhile, hailed the budget. He said this has strengthened every section of society and that crores of jobs will be generated, and that is only going to empower the youth. The youth of the country are in focus, is what the BJP has been speaking of.
Two tax exemption regimes. The two tax exemption regimes for charities are proposed to be merged into one. The 5% TDS rate on many payments is being merged into the 2% TDS rate, and the 20% TDS rate on repurchase of units by mutual funds or UTI is being withdrawn. TDS rate on e-commerce operators is proposed to be reduced from 1 to 0.1%. Moreover, credit of TCS is proposed to be given in the TDS to be deducted on salary. Further, I propose to decriminalize delay TDS up to the due date of filing statement for the same. I also plan to provide a standard operating procedure for TDS defaults and simplify and rationalize the compounding guidelines for such defaults.
Yeah.
Let's open this up. Joining me on this broadcast is Dr. M.I. Zaidullah. He's the founder and chairman and MD of KIMS Healthcare. Sriram Balasubramanian, economist and author, joins us. And with me in the studio is Gurcharan Das, also an author and economist. Gurcharan Das, let me begin with you. Does this budget balance or find that balance between India's aspirations and the aspirational India?
I think so. I think so. You know, it's a surprisingly fine budget. And first of all, not a populist budget. Second, it's fiscally prudent. I mean, we are going on the path. 5.1 was announced in the interim fiscal deficit. 4.9 9 now,
yes.
and going on to 4.5. This is very good for the country's sovereign rating and the way and the price at the cost at which we borrow internationally. And there is a stability. There's a stability, a continuity, a simplification. All these are signs of a maturing country. There's a continued focus on infrastructure spending and the capital spending. There's the focus on the top priority of the country, which is jobs, jobs, jobs for youth. I mean, innovative ideas, the idea of internships in 500 companies for a huge number of people, apprenticeship program, the first-time stipend for first-time job seekers, industrial zones, etc. But I think it's really the things that finally, the removal of the angel tax, I think is something that will make it'll go a long way. Because entrepreneurship is really the root. That's our India's strength, and that is the root, because it's really, there's a study in America which showed that the new companies are the ones that create jobs. Not the giants, not the mom and pop stores, but the new startups which become big. So I think that whole startup India story is a very, very important story. In terms of simplicity, I would say the one tax rate we are moving for all capital assets, whether it's gold, real estate, equity, listed, unlisted, moving towards that, I think is that. The new tax regime is a simpler one. There's the trend towards decriminalizing. Tax rates for foreign companies are coming down to the same level as Indian companies. And now they're talking about a long-term review of the Tax Act, which means that I hope ultimately that this idea of faceless assessment, which is the very best thing that has happened in the last 5 years for direct taxes, can also be applied to GST, to the indirect taxes, meaning import duties, etc. My disappointment is hardly any talk of privatization or the sale of the huge amount of excess lands that the PSUs and the government companies are sitting on. That's a great resource which is not being employed. And it's such an important source of revenue, not only to pay off our old debts, but also to give room for spending on education, health, etc. And I would say, if I'd have want my wish, I would have, if I were in Mrs. Sitharaman's shoes, I would have made some policy announcements, as Monsoon Singh used to do in his budget. Because the policy announcements really have to take us to where are the priorities of this government. And the priorities of the government is export of labor-intensive manufacturers. As a direct step that this is going to be the thrust of this government. So
lots of pros, very few cons for you as far as this budget goes. But I want to get in Sriram Balasubramaniam also on this. And let's speak of the tax being simplified, or the criticism is that you've put everything into one tax bracket. The kind of simplification that has happened, or the rate that has come to the fore, whether it's your financial assets or non-financial assets, what you would gather on gold or a non-financial asset is the same as real estate. That's something that shouldn't have been done, is what many critics are saying. How would you weigh in on that?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me here. I just wanted to, start off by saying that, congratulations to the finance minister. It's our 7th budget. It's a very impressive accomplishment in any country, and I think we have, sort of underplayed that impressive accomplishment. And the fact that it's been continuous for such a long time itself is something that we need to be proud of. I echo Guru Charanji's views on most of these issues. I think it's a budget which is a very responsible and pragmatic budget. It focuses on things, a sense of continuity. I think that is very important. You see this in mature democracies, and I think Bharat is also moving towards that. And the overall macro picture is very impressive. The 4.9% fiscal deficit, for this year, and the projected less than 4.5% in the coming years. I think it's a very good sign. Even on employment, I think a lot of the schemes worth about 2 lakh crores, especially the PLI, linked schemes. I think those are again very important schemes for the youth in terms of job creation, and the fact that it's sort of a nudge towards formalization, because a lot of the incentives are created, using the DBT and the EPFO. It sort of incentivizes employers to move towards formalization. And now coming to your point on taxation, I think I think what we need to look at is the big picture, right? I mean, are we streamlining taxes to ensure that compliance is easier for people?
Yes, I'm so sorry to interrupt you there. We'll come back to this discussion on the budget, but there's some information that's now trickling in on an equally important issue, and this is to do with that NEET UG scandal, especially as far as the paper leak was concerned. The Supreme Court was hearing multiple petitions of whether or not a re-examination should take place. Now the Supreme Court has come out and said that there has been a systematic breach to the sanctity of the examination. This is what the CGI has said. There is absence of material on record to lead to the conclusion that the result was vitiated. That's what they've come out and gone on to say. Remember, the Supreme Court and the CGI, who was hearing this particular case, has time and again mentioned the urgency of this entire issue and that the fact that the fate of lakhs of students hangs in the balance, which is why the CGI was in favor of ending this hearing today, coming out with a judgment today. No student who is revealed to have been in the acts of wrong would be entitled to claim admission in the future, is what the CGI has also gone on to record in his submissions as that order was being dictated. Anshul, my colleague, joining us, getting us more details. Anshul, does this mean that there is going to be no retest? Is that the direction that the Supreme Court has gone in?
Well, that remains to be seen as to what the Supreme Court will decide eventually, but the manner in which the observations are being recorded and the observations that has been given out by the Chief Justice of India, he says that at this point in time, there is no material that has been found in the investigation that could actually substantiate the claim that the leak or the irregularities that has happened in the NEET exam, that is systematic and that has happened at a large level. Now, what the government, in fact, SG Tushar Mehta had in fact told the court that at this point in time in the investigation, approximately 155 students are being said to have been affected by the alleged paper leak, and the number is not big enough to actually go ahead and conduct a re-examination. And this is something that has been taken on record by the Supreme Court, where they have said that the investigation is still underway. And in the investigation that has happened till now, there is no material that could actually substantiate the claim of the prosecution that there was a systematic breach that might happen in the NEET exams, and that is what is being said at this point in time. It remains to be seen how will eventually the Chief Justice of India and the bench that is being headed by him give a decision, if at all there will be a retest for a specific number of students, or if at all there will be no retest. But yes, this is something that was on the lines, and this was something, in fact, in the closing arguments also picked up by senior lawyer Huda as well, who was...
Right, Anshul, sorry to interrupt you there. I'll come back to you, but Priyanka Chaturvedi of the UBT Sena joining us on the broadcast. Thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Your first reaction to the observations that are coming to the fore from the top court of the country?
The observation is pretty clear that there has been a paper leak in Bihar, while we had the Education Minister of India who lied on the floor of the House, saying that there is no incident of a paper leak. It speaks of how the government of India continues to run away from accountability. And it's a shame that it is always the Supreme Court which needs to step in to ensure there's accountability of governance.
Right, the flip-flops that were made by the Education Minister, by the National Testing Agency when this happened, that's something that the opposition has questioned time and again. I believe we've lost that line with Priyanka Chaturvedi. We'll try and reconnect that. Anshul continues to be with us though. Anshul, the court is also mindful of the fact that ordering a re-examination would have a cascading effect for multiple students, lakhs in this case. That is something that we would see only as a last resort, is what the court had observed last week in the hearing as well.
Well, definitely, when this entire argument was presented in front of the court on the 8th of July itself, when the Supreme Court had reopened after the summer vacation, this was the first thing that the Chief Justice of India had said, that if at all during the course of investigation or during the time period in which this matter is being heard in front of the Supreme Court, if at all it comes out that there was a leak or irregularities that might have happened at a large level and a systematic breach of the exams that might have happened, then only a retest would happen. But one thing is clear, and that has been said by the Chief Justice himself, that yes, a paper leak has happened.
And that's something that the CBI had also gone on record in its status report and said that at least as far as Hazaribagh and Patna were concerned, those two centres, there was an exam leak. Priyanka Chaturvedi, I believe, is back with us on the phone line. There was an error with your line, Priyanka Chaturvedi, but you were making a point about what the government was speaking of and the flip-flops that we had seen when the scandal broke.
No, what is unfortunate is not just a flip-flop. What is unfortunate is a total lack of accountability coming from the government. And even yesterday on the floor of the House when he said what he did, and the Supreme Court taking a totally different viewpoint and admitting there was a leak, which even the CBI report is saying. So it just goes on to show that somewhere this government believes it's above accountability, and it's a crying shame that the Supreme Court has to step in every single time to ensure this accountability of governance.
Right, Ms. Chaturvedi, the Supreme Court has now gone on to say that cancelling the entire exam is not justified because the material that's available on record does not show that there was a systematic breach that vitiated the entire sanctity at all. It was just this localized leak, what the government and what the CBI has been saying.
So Bihar police has also managed to find that it was an interstate racket, and it was a cross-border racket that has been prevailing, and this is something which has been reported time and time again. While the Supreme Court's mandate and verdict is something that we all respect, however, what needs to be done is to ensure that there is, the lakhs of students who give their exams, their future is not put in a jeopardy because of such rackets that are running and people who are earning money out of these examination leaks. And this is not the first time it's happened. There have been multiple instances of leaks happening across the country, exams getting cancelled, exams getting rescheduled. So those are issues that we'll have to finally, want addressed.
So accountability is of utmost importance. Structural reforms as far as the National Testing Agency is concerned, that's also the need of the hour, is the chorus that's growing. Priyanka Chaturvedi, thank you so much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. Anshul continues to be with us, getting us more details. Anshul, the CJI has actually gone on to list reasons why he doesn't think it's justified for a retest for every single person. Not only is that there will be a complete disruption as far as the schedule is concerned, but there are multiple levels at which these students would suffer, is what the court noticed.
Well, definitely, there was a petition that was filed by a bunch of tribal students, and they had gone ahead and said that if at all a re-NEET happens, then those students, those female tribal students, would have to travel all the way back to the cities where they have to give the exams, which actually has a massive burden on them. And this is something that has been taken on record by the court as well, where they have said that at this point in time, since there is no such material that provides such evidences that could actually substantiate the claim that there has been a systematic breach and there has been a paper leak at a large level. That is the reason why a retest is not needed, because if at all a retest is done for all students, then 23 lakh students will have to give a retest. They will all have to prepare yet again for the exams. The entire structure of the exams would have to be yet again maintained, which is a very, very lengthy process and is going to actually hamper the future of the students as well. Now, since in the investigation, the CBI has also gone ahead and said that at this point of the investigation, the word so far that has been mentioned by the CBI in its report, that becomes of very, very crucial importance, because the CBI says that so far in the investigation that has been carried out by them, it seems like that the paper leak was actually localized, and it was only in Hazaribagh and Patna, where approximately 15 to 17 students had benefited in Patna, whereas approximately 35 odd students had benefited in Hazaribagh. And this is where the entire nexus ends. But this is something that was not taken in the right note by the prosecution, as senior lawyer Huda, who was arguing from the side of the students. He said that what happens when the main accused, who is Sanjeev Mukhya, who is still at large, once he is arrested, and through his phone there are evidences that come to the fore that actually say that there might be other students who might have been benefited there, because he is a person who has been running this nexus of paper leakages for the past many years, and is operating in at least 5 states. So yes, this was something that was raised in the court, but since at this point in time, the CJI made one thing very, very clear over the last 2 days, that this is a matter that needs urgent hearing and an urgent solution, because the future of a lot of students are dependent on it. And that is the reason why the CJI has said that there is no need of a re-examination. There is no need. In fact, he has gone ahead and said that the NTA should go ahead with the counseling process. And in the same line, he has gone ahead and said that the Central Bureau of Investigation should also continue with this investigation and bring the entire investigation to its logical conclusion. So definitely, somewhere or the other, the CJI has tried to find a balance in its order. Neither the students who have been benefited, they have been pointed out at this point in time. The CBI and the NTA says that a number is of 155 students that they have demarcated as beneficiaries of the entire mismanagement or the paper leak that has happened. Apart from that, the remaining 23,73,000 students, they were not benefited, or their exams were not hampered in any manner. And that becomes one of the reasons for the Chief Justice of India to go ahead and say that there is no need of a NEET re-examination, because the sanctity of the entire exams does not seem to be hampered at this point.
So an entire retest is not required, is what the CJI said. Arunima also joining us on this broadcast, but would there be a retest for those particular 1,500 students, 1,500 odd students? That's something that the court is yet to speak of, Arunima?
Yes, and I think the indication that we are getting is that it will be ultimately left to the NTA or to the government to come up with the right approach, because what is being concluded is that there was this sense that the entire examination process was vitiated. Evidence available so far does not suggest that this kind of an assumption is correct. And therefore, the Supreme Court is also being cautious. After all, we are talking about lakhs of students. Even if we assume that about 1,000 or 1,500 at best were in centers which were affected, even though CBI's number is that around 150 students overall countrywide was affected. But even if we agree that in all those centers combined, there could be 1,000, 1,500 who are doubtful about that examination result, can you really jeopardize the future of 2 lakh plus students for the sake of that 1,500? So it's a tough call for the government there and for the Supreme Court of India as well. Let's just wait for a few more minutes to figure out as to what really CJI has on its mind.
Right, so we'll get more details as far as retest for a certain section is concerned. But what happens to counselling? That still was in limbo. That was expected to start sometime in the first or second week of August is what we were learning. There is going to be a retally, Arunima, as well, because there was one particular question that there were differing answers on. The IIT Delhi director was asked to look into that. They went back to court to go on to say that there's only one particular answer that should be considered correct. So there is going to be a retally that happens for specific students?
Absolutely. IIT Delhi was asked to do this, dummy test as to how much time does it really take to solve this kind of a question paper. What the Supreme Court is observing is that any student having individual grievance would have the remedy to approach the competent High Court. So, for example, if there is a center in Gujarat or there's a center in Maharashtra where students feel that, the exam process was vitiated, rather than cancel the entire examination process, Supreme Court is allowing those students to go seek adequate remedy at the local High Court, which means it's being localized. Supreme Court is trying to reduce the impact of this doubt that has crept into the minds of petitioners, at the same time not denying them a sense of justice. Justice should not just be done, it should be seen to be done. And therefore, the Supreme Court is giving them that option. But will that be enough? Even if you approach the High Court concerned, it will take weeks, if not months, for you to reach a stage where the final decision is taken. So in that backdrop, you just have to wait to hear from the petitioners if they think that this is justice that seems to be done or not.
Right, so we're still getting details that are trickling out of that hearing which is taking place in the topmost court of the country. Cancelling the entire exam is neither justified on the basis of the test that was laid down by the court, nor is there material available with the court to show that the entire exam sanctity was jeopardized. That's what the court has gone on to observe. That's what the CJI has gone on to observe. We are given to understand that the dictation of the judgment of the order is over. The SC has, the Supreme Court has also asked for strengthening of the National Testing Agency. Structural reforms of the National Testing Agency is something that was the need of the hour, is a demand that has come to the fore from many politicians, especially from the opposition ranks, from many educationists as well. So that's something that, Arunima, we could be seeing the centre take some steps in that direction as well?
Yes, in fact, the Union government has apprised the Supreme Court that they have formed a committee under the chairmanship of a former ISRO chairperson to abide by whatever direction the Supreme Court gives. The Supreme Court direction, for one, is that NTA must be strengthened. So how can that process be carried out? What are the reforms that the National Testing Agency requires? Those questions will be answered perhaps by this ISRO chairman-led committee. This is also very political in nature. We saw on the floor of Lok Sabha how opposition leaders Gherao Dharmendra Pradhan, the minister in charge, asking for his resignation, saying the students will never get justice if you are at the helm of affairs. So it's a political issue too. And what is being suggested right now is that the government takes into account the mood amongst the people at large, mood that is represented by opposition, mood that is represented by petitioners, and come up with a foolproof strategy, because this doubt that is creeping in about our education system is not good for the overall health of the country as well. That's what the Supreme Court is trying to address. The government saying we will follow suit.
Right, the judgment has ended is what we are learning. The Supreme Court has made some strong observations as far as the material on record is concerned, but the headline coming out of the Supreme Court over this entire issue is that there is no need for a re-examination at all levels. It's not justified given the evidence that was provided to this court, is what the Chief Justice of India said. I request Anshul and Arunima to stay on with us. We are slipping into a quick break, but our coverage here on this big story will continue.
Can you start?
And guardians for minors will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees, and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. It is budget day, and today Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her 7th consecutive budget. There's something for everyone, is how the BJP put it. The Prime Minister also came out and lauded the budget that was presented by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The focus was on job creation. The focus was on empowering youth. From women-centric development, we've moved to a women-led development, is what the government has gone on to say. But the opposition is not impressed. The opposition has already started taking pot shots at this budget, going on to say that not only has the government taken a leaf out of the Congress's manifesto, but they've also only favored 2 states or 2 allies, which is Nitish Kumar and Bihar, and the other, Chandrababu Naidu and Andhra Pradesh. All the other states have been neglected, is the criticism that has come to the fore from the opposition. To which the government simply said that there is a lot of allocation that has been made for all-round development of the country. It has nothing to do with just these 2 allies. The opposition continues its attack, but the focus, of course, remains on the 4 castes that the government looks at, like Nirmala Sitharaman pointed out, something that they've spoken of in the interim budget as well.
Joining us now is a leading industry voice. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw is chairperson of Biocon Industries. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking with us. What is your first big takeaway as far as this budget is concerned, particularly when it comes to the angel tax? I believe that's been a long pending industry demand. You must be thrilled that that's now been abolished.
Well, you know, Azaka, the underlying theme has been about job creation through skilling and through internship programs at companies, both through, government subsidies and CSR, which I think is the right approach in terms of creating jobs that are relevant and creating employability amongst the youth. As far as, the government is concerned, it has always supported the startup ecosystem, which, as you know, is a very vibrant and growing ecosystem. And one of the pain points and eternal grouses was the angel tax. And I think the government has done away with it, which is, of course, welcome news. And I think they're expecting that this will spur greater investment into the startup ecosystem. And I think, entrepreneurship has always been the right model for India to pursue when it comes to economic development. I'm also glad that they've actually focused on entrepreneurship even in rural India by increasing the Mudra finance amongst the youth from 10 to 20 lakhs. Let's hope that that really creates jobs, entrepreneurial jobs in the villages. So overall, I think the underlying theme is about jobs and employment creation, which I think is really something that this country needs to do in a big way. And given the fact that India wants to attract some of the manufacturing opportunities to India, I think creating these kind of internship programs that will allow us to create the talent required for some of these manufacturing opportunities is the right approach.
One sort of red flag, at least from a market point of view, has been the increase in long-term capital gains tax and also short-term capital gains tax. Also, this concern about removing indexation from all asset classes, particularly from real estate. What do you make of that?
So of course, they have marginally increased the long-term and short-term capital gains tax, which I think one ought to expect in terms of the way wealth is being created in the country, especially given that the stock markets are always been rewarding investors. I think from that point of view, I think wealth creation is going to attract higher taxation, and it's marginal. In terms of indexation, I think we really have to see whether it's lopsided or whether it has got some kind of rationale behind it, because I think people are concerned that if the return on investment is low, then the taxation seems to be higher. Indexation seems to be creating these kind of anomalies, but I don't understand the sector too well, so I really don't want to comment too much.
Are you also, one sort of recurring theme of the Modi government's budgets in the past has been about capex and the increased outlay for capex. She's kept it at 11 lakh crores plus. At the same time, even though they've had to keep their allies happy in Bihar and in Andhra Pradesh, the fiscal deficit has actually reduced. It's 4.9% of GDP.
I think it's fiscal prudence. I think Nirmala Sitharaman has always focused on fiscal prudence, and she's done it once again. In terms of capex, I also want to focus on how do you get industry to invest in capital creation, and I think that's one area where I think I would like to see more granularity in terms of the PLI scheme, because there I think we wanted to make sure that the PLI scheme does continue in the sectors that they have identified, and increased PLI in these sectors, because I really think that you need much more capital investment in these sectors, especially the pharma sector. I'm also very pleased that research and innovation has got a good support from the government this time in terms of the 1 lakh crore allocation to this particular sector. Again, it remains to be seen how much of this is allocated to each sector, and we need to read the fine print in terms of whether it's going to come through grants, is it going to come through tax incentives, how is it going to come? But regardless of that, I think the fact that the government has recognized research and innovation as an important investment is music to my ears.
All right, one final word before we let you go. Again, I want to come back to the focus and the emphasis in the budget on youth, jobs, employment, whether it's the internships, 1 crore interns in the top 500 companies, 5,000 rupees for internships, 15,000 rupees in 3 tranches to first-time employees. Do you think there's now incentive enough? The finance minister used the phrase employee-linked incentive. Incentive enough to companies to start hiring, particularly at the entry level?
See, companies will only hire when they need employees based on the job opportunities, based on their business opportunities. But having said that, I think the government is looking at creating new job and talent for new, for the manufacturing opportunities that are coming our way from China. So I think when you look at a lot of the large-scale manufacturing jobs that need to be created, do we have enough talent? Do we have enough jobs? Skilled jobs is the question. So I think having these internship programs is the right way to go. So let's try and build these, opportunities in the right way. And I think the government is thinking about all this. So whether it is, greening the businesses, whether it is climate initiatives, whether it is abolishing the angel tax on startups, everything is about, how do we kickstart the economy and get investment going, and of course consumption going.
Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, it's always a pleasure speaking with you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18 on our special budget coverage, the Modi government 3.0. By and large, industry seems to have welcomed much of the announcements made in the budget, certainly when it comes to this whole focus on jobs, internship programs, the emphasis on employment and employability, particularly the entry level. Poonam will continue with the rest of the news.
There is a lot for everyone. There's something for everyone is how the BJP puts it as far as Budget 2024 is concerned. Remember, this is the first budget of the Modi 3.0 government, the 7th consecutive one for Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Prime Minister himself came out and lauded the Finance Minister for walking that tightrope between populism and prudence. Economists give a thumbs up as far as this budget goes. The Aam Aadmi seems a little disappointed. We'll continue our coverage here on CNN News 18. For now, time for a quick break.
Can you start?
An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms, services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years.
Welcome back. You're watching CNN News 18 with me, Poonam Burde. Today was budget day. Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, presented her 7th consecutive budget. It's a budget for Viksit Bharat, said the government. The focus, of course, was on 4 castes, as they call it: the youth, the poor, the kisan and women. We're now looking at women-led development, and that's what this budget focuses on, is what Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said. The Prime Minister soon after came out and lauded this effort, not just by the Finance Minister, but by the entire team. Listen in.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, ये बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है। देश और दुनिया ने पीएलआई स्कीम की सफलता देखी है। अब इस बजट में सरकार ने एम्प्लॉयमेंट लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव स्कीम की घोषणा की है। इससे देश में करोड़ों करोड़ों नए रोजगार बनेंगे। इस योजना के तहत जीवन में पहली नौकरी पाने वाले युवा की पहली तनख्वाह हमारी सरकार देगी। एनडीए सरकार ने पिछले 10 साल में ये सुनिश्चित किया है कि गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग को लगातार टैक्स से राहत मिलती रहे। इस बजट में भी इनकम टैक्स में कटौती और स्टैंडर्ड डिडक्शन में वृद्धि का फैसला लिया गया है। टीडीएस के नियमों को भी सरल किया गया है। इन कदमों से हर टैक्स पेयर को अतिरिक्त बचत होने वाली है।
Can you start banking?
Investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavour will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants.
Welcome back. It was a budget bonanza for Andhra Pradesh and BJP's ally, the TDP, and its chief Chandrababu Naidu. Nirmala Sitharaman announced the government's dedication to funding and completing the Polavaram irrigation project, which is crucial for Andhra Pradesh, specifically for the agricultural community in the state. This year, more funds will be allocated to boost capital investment and foster economic growth also, is what she said. 15,000 crore rupee fund for the development of Andhra Pradesh's capital Amravati has also been announced in this budget. That decision well received, of course, by the TDP.
Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Our government has made concerted efforts to fulfill the commitments in Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Recognizing the state's need for the capital, recognizing the state's need for a capital, we will facilitate special financial support through multilateral development agencies. In the current financial year, 15,000 crore rupees will be arranged with additional amounts in future years. Our government is fully committed to financing and early completion of the Polavaram irrigation project, which is the lifeline. Under the Act, Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act, for promoting industrial development, funds will be provided for essential infrastructure such as water, power, railways and roads. In Kopparthi node on the Visakhapatnam-Chennai Industrial Corridor and Varavakal node on the Hyderabad-Bengaluru Industrial Corridor. An additional allocation will be provided this year towards capital investment for economic growth. Grants for backward regions of Rayalaseema, Prakasham, North Coastal Andhra, as stated in the Act, will be provided.
Can you start
Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and the rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing, statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the
CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching the budget special on Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. We're joining you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman presented her first budget of the Modi 3.0 Sarkar, which also marked her 7th consecutive budget presentation. The FM outlined 9 priorities of the government along with the 4 main target groups that are, of course, youth, kisan, women and the poor. The highlight of the budget was the massive thrust on job creation, skilling and measures to boost MSME sector further. Apart from this, Finance Minister also granted special wishes of the NDA allies. Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, both Bihar and Andhra Pradesh were given major funding. Prime Minister Narendra Modi has hailed the budget, saying it strengthens all sectors and empowers the neo-middle class. But the opposition claims that the government has taken a leaf out of Congress's Nyay Patra on the jobs aspect and that only 2 people have been favoured while other states have been neglected. So does the NDA 3.0 first budget lay the roadmap for a Viksit Bharat or has it fallen short? We'll take that question to our guests and experts joining us in just a bit. First up, as expected, the big thrust was on job creation and skilling. So let me just break down the attempt here to benefit the youth seeking skilled jobs. Direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments up to 15,000 rupees to first-time employees registered in EPFO. For job creation in manufacturing sector, incentive to employee and employer both in the first 4 years of employment. In support to employers further, reimbursement up to 3,000 rupees per month for 2 years towards EPFO contribution for each additional employee hired. 20 lakh youth to be skilled over a period of 5 years and 1 lakh students will get internship opportunities in top 500 companies in the next 5 years. Now, the government has also announced some special incentives for working women and students, and there is more when it comes to youth again. So, setting up of working women's hostels and creches in collaboration with the industry. Overall, 3 lakh crore rupees go into schemes benefiting women and girls alone. Model Skill Loan Scheme has been revised to facilitate loans up to 7.5 lakhs rupees now. And 1 lakh students will get 3% of the loan amount annual interest subvention benefit for loans up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education in domestic institutions. Boosting MSMEs has been a work in progress, especially since COVID. Now, these are some of the measures that have been announced today. The government has announced a new mechanism for bank credit in manufacturing, which will operate on the pooling of credit risks of such entities. A separately constituted self-financing guarantee fund will provide guarantee cover up to 100 crore rupees to each applicant. Under the Mudra scheme, MSMEs will now be able to avail loans up to 20 lakh rupees instead of 10 lakh rupees. The government will lower the turnover threshold for mandatory onboarding on the TRDS platform from 500 crores to 250 crores. Apart from this, financial support for setting up 50 multi-product food irradiation units will be provided. The government said it will also set up hubs to promote exports through e-commerce medium in public-private partnership mode. Keeping in sync with coalition partner demands, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced special packages of sorts for Bihar and Andhra Pradesh. Not surprising, this is something they just had to do this time around. So a quick breakup of what each state is getting. 15,000 crore for construction and development of Amravati as the sole capital of Andhra Pradesh. Finance Minister promised grants for the backward regions, Rayalaseema, Prakasam and North Coastal Andhra regions. The grants will be as per the Andhra Pradesh Reorganization Act. Finance Minister said it's fully committed to early completion and financing of the Polavaram irrigation project. She also said and announced a package for Vizag-Chennai Industrial Corridor. Very quickly, let me also take you through the announcements that have been made for Bihar. 26,000 crore rupee package to support the development of road connectivity projects. Government will also set up airports, medical colleges and sports infrastructure in the state. Finance Minister outlined plans to replicate the Kashi model in Mahabodhi Temple Corridor in Bodh Gaya and Vishnupad Temple Corridor in Gaya. The government said it will develop Nalanda and Rajir as tourist centers and revive Nalanda University to its glorious stature. It was only recently inaugurated as well. The government will also aid development of an industrial node at Gaya, part of the Amritsar-Kolkata Industrial Corridor. 11,000 crore rupees for the to deal with flood-related disasters that Bihar is all too familiar with. So those were some of the political announcements, but by and large, we want to talk about whether this budget is adding to the vision of Viksit Bharat that has been outlaid by Narendra Modi. That and more is coming up with our guests. First up, I want to go across to Anupriya Patel, MOS Health and Family Welfare, joining us. Thanks a lot, Anupriya ji, for your time. I do want to begin with some of the criticisms that are coming in from the opposition side on this budget. You must have heard some of those comments already. They're saying, for example, the Congress says that this is a copy-paste effort. A lot of what they had promised to the youth is what the government is now introducing belatedly, and that's a message that the NDA has accepted out of this recent general elections verdict. Your response on that?
आपकी आवाज थोड़ा क्रैक हो रही है, बट मुझे जो थोड़ा बहुत समझ में आया, शायद इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम की आप बात कर रही हैं।
मैं इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम की भी बात करूंगी।
बात तो ये है कि अगर
जी अनुप्रिया जी, मैं इंटर्नशिप प्रोग्राम की भी बात करूंगी। पहले मैं एक उत्तर आपसे लेना चाहती थी जो पॉलिटिक्स हो रही है। कांग्रेस ने बोला ये कॉपी पेस्ट बजट है, उनकी जो स्कीम्स थी उनके न्याय पत्र में वो गवर्नमेंट अब इम्प्लीमेंट कर रही है। यूथ को जो इंसेंटिव्स दिए गए हैं वो उनकी डिमांड थी।
देखिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी विपक्ष में है और विपक्ष का काम ही होता है खामियां निकालना। ये बजट एक फ्यूचरिस्टिक बजट है, एक प्रोग्रेसिव बजट है, और अगर कांग्रेस पार्टी को ऐसा लगता भी है कि उन्होंने किसी विषय को उठाया था और वो बजट का हिस्सा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को उसका स्वागत करना चाहिए, ना कि उसकी आलोचना करना चाहिए।
और वो ये भी कह रहे हैं कि बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश के अलावा बाकी किसी स्टेट को बजट में कुछ नहीं मिला, सिर्फ अपने एलाइज को ही दिया है। आप भी एनडीए में एलाय हैं।
देखिए, पहले तो मैं बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश के संदर्भ में कहना चाहती हूँ कि जो इन दोनों राज्यों की मांगे हैं, ये कोई नई मांग नहीं है। ऐसा नहीं है कि आंध्र प्रदेश या बिहार की जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज आज एनडीए अलायंस में हैं, तो अलायंस में आने के बाद या सरकार में गठन के बाद उन्होंने कोई नई डिमांड उठाई हो। आंध्र प्रदेश के 2 टुकड़े करने का काम तो कांग्रेस पार्टी ने ही किया था। आंध्र प्रदेश रीऑर्गेनाइजेशन एक्ट के हिसाब से जो आंध्र प्रदेश को मिलना चाहिए था वो धन कांग्रेस पार्टी ने क्यों उपलब्ध नहीं कराया। जहां तक बिहार की बात है, तो झारखंड से अलग होने के बाद बिहार राज्य की वित्तीय स्थिति जो है वो काफी हद तक कमजोर हो चुकी है, और ऐसे में जो बिहार को एक स्पेशल पैकेज की आवश्यकता थी, ये सब पुरानी मांगे हैं और बिहार और आंध्र प्रदेश की जनता को इसकी आवश्यकता थी। मुझे खुशी है कि मेरी सरकार ने अपने बजट में इसका ख्याल रखा है। यदि कांग्रेस की सरकार संवेदनशील होती इन दोनों राज्यों की जनता के प्रति, तो निश्चित रूप से उन्होंने अपने कार्यकाल में ही इसका समाधान कर दिया होता। और तीसरी बात ये कि देश का बजट जब आता है तो वो पूरे देश के लिए आता है, उसमें कभी भी अलग अलग एक राज्य या यूटी की चर्चा नहीं की जाती है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस बात में बहुत कोई गंभीरता नहीं है जो बात कांग्रेस पार्टी उठा रही है।
अनुप्रिया जी, बहुत बड़ा सवाल ये है कि ये जो अभी जनरल इलेक्शंस के जो रिजल्ट्स आए हैं उसमें एनडीए को थोड़ा सा झटका मिला है, उसके बाद ये पहला बजट है। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि आपके लिए, आपसे मेरा मतलब है एनडीए के लिए, सबके लिए जो एनडीए में जो एलाइज हैं उनके लिए चैलेंज है कि जनता ने एक तरह से जो मैसेज दिया है उसको स्वीकार करना है और उस मैसेज पे काम करना है। क्या आपको लगता है इस बजट में उसको ध्यान में रखा गया है?
पहली बात तो मैं ये कह दूं कि देश में 62 वर्षों के बाद कोई ऐसा गठबंधन है, कोई ऐसी सरकार है जिसने तीसरी बार अपने आप को रिपीट किया है, और ये सामान्य उपलब्धि नहीं है, ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। देश की जनता ने तीसरी बार हमारे गठबंधन के ऊपर और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के ऊपर अपना विश्वास दिखाया है। दूसरी बात ये कि हमारी सरकार ने हमेशा से कहा है कि युवा, किसान, महिला, गरीब ये हमारी प्राथमिकता है। और आज के बजट को भी आप देखिए तो हमारा जो बड़ा एक देश के लिए विजन है विकसित भारत का, एक आत्मनिर्भर भारत का, उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए जो हमारे ये 4 पिलर्स हैं, युवा, किसान, महिला और गरीब, इन पर केंद्रित होकर हमने काम किया है। और जब हम इनकी बात करते हैं तो पूरे देश की जो जनता है उसमें हमारी महिला, किसान, युवा, गरीब सबकी आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने के लिए इस बजट में अलग अलग प्रावधान किए गए हैं। हमने कृषि के लिए, आप देखिए कि कृषि के लिए अब आने वाले समय में, जैसे मैं एक उदाहरण दूं, आने वाला समय नेचुरल फार्मिंग का है, तो हमने ये प्रावधान किया है कि 2 करोड़ किसानों को हम नेचुरल फार्मिंग के साथ जोड़ने का काम करेंगे। या डिजिटल क्रॉप सर्वे की बात हो, या तिलहन या दलहन के क्षेत्र में जो हमें अपने देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाना है उसका विषय हो, या इसके साथ ही जो हम देश में सब्जियों के उत्पादन को बढ़ाने के लिए वेजिटेबल क्लस्टर बनाने की बात कर रहे हैं। युवाओं को लेकर उनका भविष्य कैसे उज्जवल हो, कैसे हमारे युवाओं के पास वो स्किल सेट हो जिसके कारण उनकी एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी बढ़े, उसके लिए हम ये कार्यक्रम लेकर आए। 20 लाख युवाओं को हम स्किल सेट देना चाहते हैं। युवाओं के लिए एक हमेशा समस्या होती है जब किसी भी एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूशन से बच्चे निकलते हैं कि उनको अप्रेंटिसशिप की जरूरत होती है, इंटर्नशिप की जरूरत होती है। मैं एक जनप्रतिनिधि हूं, मेरे पास भी बहुत सारे बच्चे हमेशा आते हैं, तो मुझे खुशी है कि सरकार ने एक ऐसा प्रोविजन बजट में किया है कि टॉप 500 कंपनीज के अंदर हम देश के करोड़ों ऐसे बच्चों को, युवाओं को अप्रेंटिसशिप की, इंटर्नशिप की एक सुविधा देने जा रहे हैं। और इसमें हमने स्टाइपेंड भी रखा है 5,000 रुपए का, और एक वन टाइम असिस्टेंस हमने 6,000 रुपए का भी रखा है। इसी प्रकार जो युवा अपने पैरों पर खड़े होना चाहते हैं उसके लिए हमने मुद्रा लोन के तहत जो तरुण श्रेणी थी उसमें 10 लाख को बढ़ाकर 20 लाख भी किया है जी। इसी प्रकार महिलाओं को हम कैसे आर्थिक भागीदारी सुनिश्चित करें उसके लिए 3 लाख करोड़ का हमने प्रावधान किया है। गरीबों के लिए हम 3 करोड़ नए आवास बनाने जा रहे हैं। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पर, एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी पर, इन सारे विषयों पर हमारी नजर है। तो कुल मिलाकर अगर देखा जाए तो सरकार का जो ये बजट है ये एक बेहतर रोडमैप प्रोवाइड करता है कि जिससे हमारा जो एक बड़ा विजन है कि देश 2047 तक एक विकसित भारत बने, उस दिशा में हम आगे बढ़ रहे हैं।
जी अनुप्रिया जी, अनुप्रिया पटेल, MOS हेल्थ एंड फैमिली अफेयर्स, थैंक्स अ लॉट फॉर स्पीकिंग टू CNN न्यूज़ 18। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपके समय के लिए।
बहुत धन्यवाद।
Let me also go across to some of our other guests joining us. Mahima Singh, spokesperson of the Congress Party. I will be joined with Sanjay Nair, President, ASSOCHAM, Gurcharan Das, commentator on economy, and Sunil Alag, market strategist and managing director of SK Advisors, joining me in the studio as well. Let me take a quick comment from both of our studio guests before I go across on the other side as well. Sunil Alag, any criticisms out of what the budget was presented today?
You know, Mr. Modi planned certain things for India when he thought of India first. Now, why are we assuming that he has made any changes in that? Why not assume that, look, he has made this plan, whether he's got X number of seats or he's got Y number of seats.
He's going to continue on that path.
He's going to continue on the path of growth.
You're saying, Gurcharan Das, would you agree that the verdict has had no impact in how the government, Modi-led government, delivers the budget?
I think it has had some impact, and the impact has come because all the surveys suggest that people there was an undercurrent of anxiety about jobs. So this is the first time we've had this. We had good budgets in the past, fiscally prudent budgets with capex, infrastructure investment, but this is the first time the focus on jobs. Which is absolutely right. Which is absolutely right, because you know, for 30 years India's had a 6% growth rate. Now, for a democracy, this is terrific. But that 6% hasn't delivered the jobs. And why? Because we have only fired 2 out of 3 cylinders. The manufacturing driver has failed us. Now I see there's a realization. There's a realization that if you want to go to the next stage of Viksit Bharat, you have, you know, that the reality is that, I mean, we are one of the fastest growing economies. We have created the preconditions for an industrial revolution.
Okay.
And no country, if you see the last, you see all the Asian tigers who have become middle class societies from poor countries, they've all did it on the back of labor intensive export of labor intensive manufacturers. Therefore, what I missed in this, I mean, there were very good things, and I can tell you, we can go through the details of this, what they did. But I would have liked Nirmala Sitharaman today to have made a kind of policy statement that Monsoon Singh used to make as a part of the budget, which was to go how, in other words, a policy statement saying that this is the direction we have to go, and this we are setting up a task force for this labor intensive manufacturers. And how are we going to become an exporting nation? All these things, areas that we have failed.
Sunil Alagh is shaking his head. Why?
No, I'm shaking my head because of the budget is only for 6 months. She's going to present another budget on 1st of February. How much more we can ask for the moon?
No, but
okay, now
let
me finish.
For a policy direction.
Policy direction, she has stated, first and foremost in this budget, which is a policy direction. It's a budget which has laid on employment. It was always a question in India whether you have or you don't have employment, because 20 to 30 years of the age group, they don't save money, they spend money. So I've been saying all along, how does consumption expenditure go up and how does this go up? Because that's what Mr. Modi is for.
Okay, maybe you could argue that it's Narendra Modi who outlines the policy per se.
Yeah, he does.
In many of the statements he makes.
Yes, but
Sir, I'll just come back to you and just give me a couple of minutes. Sanjay Nair, President ASSOCHAM, is also with us. I want to go across to him on the big issue of jobs, skilling, and job creation plus employability. Getting the right skill set for the right jobs and mixing that and creating the amalgamation that you need. Did you see enough in this budget, Sanjay, for that to happen? Because by and large, the biggest criticism is, despite all the schemes, the gap is not reducing.
I think you have to start by looking at the thrust on MSME, which I think Gurcharan mentioned, and seriousness about manufacturing. It's the only way you increase jobs. So I think there's a lot of focus. So I won't repeat that. In terms of bridging the gap, I think the incentives, which is what the industry normally reacts to, have been quite targeted. If you look at the internship program, you look at the employer benefit, you look at the employee benefit. In a way, I think they're putting a little bit of the burden on the private sector. Okay, you've been asking, here you are, let's see if you can do your part of the role. And I think that's the way it's got to play out. But finally, you know, it's got to come down to cost of doing business in India and ease of doing business in India. And she has made promises. And I think maybe Gurcharan, no, I think Sunil said that 6 months to next budget. In 6 months, if we can simplify taxation, which they have said they will look at, the IT Act of 61. They will look at GST simplification and try to resolve all the issues. Some early signs of depenalization and decriminalization. I think that's going to be a bigger boost for SMEs to spend more. And of course, there are lots of schemes like guarantees for CapEx and for stress times and mudra loans for larger numbers. So it's a pretty comprehensive package where they're attacking all the vectors towards the MSME and to grow manufacturing. But ultimately, it'll boil down to the execution on the ground. And that's the simplification, regulations, compliances, and want to do business. I want to put more CapEx. Yes, consumption gap is still there, and we can address that later. But I can tell you, India is a huge market. Why would the Indians not invest more in it? So, no, that's, I think, the key. And I think that should be visible in 6 months. Sunil, if that doesn't happen in 6 months, then I think the next budget can't help. So 6 months, I think just simplification.
With what he's saying.
Yeah.
So, but Sanjay, you said that some of the burden the government wants the industry to take. Is the industry ready, willing, happy to do it? I've been hearing about this industry investment cycle kicking in every year, but it still hasn't kicked in.
I agree. And I don't think it's an issue of cost of capital. The way the equities are booming, and with this kind of fiscal policy, hopefully interest rates will come down, at least in the open markets. So cost of capital is not the excuse. Leverage on balance sheet is not the excuse. So it's something else. And I think, I'm not an industrialist, but I have lots of network. And I think, and our own association with chambers of commerce, it's about ease of doing business. And I think it has reduced, it has increased significantly, but there's a lot more to go. The number of compliances, 33 categories of TDSs. These are easy to just kill. This is a very executive driven government. Okay, they can get things done. I think they should do it. 6 months should be taken as the base setting. And then from next year, you begin to do some real heavy lifting to get to 8% growth. So I don't think we have anything which the private sector needs now. They just need to crowd in and they need to come in. There's no short of financing. They're not short of animal spirits. Now, only thing lacking, is that consumption still needs to pick up. And this budget has not taken an easy way of just giving a consumption stimulus, which is always very, very kind of evasive. It comes and it goes. So they've taken a much longer, arduous route. Go with jobs, sustainable income, disposable income, and hopefully consumption. So it's a longer, arduous, but a much more sustainable way of doing things. So, people have to get ahead of consumption and put in capex. And I think MSMEs will do it. You know why? Because they are a cog in the wheel, supply chain, exports. There's everything going for them. We know so many foreigners who want to come to India to put factories here, to make in India, export from India. So the MSMEs, SMEs, and the Indian private sector has to jump in now.
Yeah, there's some tax relief in the new tax regime as well, up to about 17,000 rupees for the beneficiary. Let me very quickly get in our Congress representative, Mahima Singh, who's also joining us. Mahima Singh, the Congress wants to take some credit of some of the internship programs, skilling work that the government is focusing on. But the government would say we've always been very interested in this, and this has, this is something that we've always been doing. Your first response?
Jai Hind, Shivani, we have heard the experts speak. Now let me give you a commoner's perspective. And a commoner is viewing the budget 2024 as a futile attempt by an insecure government to paint a very dreamy picture of the future, that too with borrowed colors, because it knows that saffron is not going to be enough on its own, because it knows deep down inside that the public, the common man of India is looking at Nyay, is looking for justice. And we spoke of Yuva Nyay in our manifesto, which we call the Nyay Patra. Now, if you say that we are trying to take the credit, sorry, you go and talk to a youth on the streets, they will tell you what Pehli Naukri Pakki was all about. They will tell you, we talked about the waivers of loans. They will tell you how we talked about the employment-linked incentives, which the government has clearly borrowed, and there's no flaw with it, especially when the finance minister herself, when she had not even probably taken a vague look at our manifesto, she came out and said, and she questioned the feasibility of our schemes. She said, how are they going to do this Pehli Naukri Pakki? And here she is. So, but what we did not find in this budget was a mention, we did not find a mention of what measures is the government planning to take to fill up the gulf, ever so widening gulf of inequality. We did not hear.
Mahima, I'm going to come back to you on that. I'm going to come back to you on that. You are here with me for a longer period of time. Just 1 second. I'll come back to you. You're here with me for a longer period of time. In fact, your colleague from the Congress party, Manish Tiwari, is joining us now live. I want to go across to Mr. Tiwari as well. Thanks a lot for your time. So, the Congress's first message has been, look, we've been telling you that jobs and skills, these are the big challenges for the Indian economy. Do you find sufficient measures in this budget, even if, they were to take a leaf out of the Congress's promises, that take care of those concerns?
Thank you very much, first of all, for having me on your show. I do these things very non-often now. But I look at the budget from a completely and absolutely different perspective. For me, a budget is nothing more than an accounting statement. So it's the income and expenditure statement of the government. The rest is that it is a once in a year opportunity for the finance minister to grandstand on everything from motherhood to apple pie. So, therefore, if you look at it in pure accounting terms, the fact is that you are running almost a 16.5 lakh crore deficit. And your national debt has almost touched 172 lakh crores if I go by the figures which are available in the budget documents. So, under those circumstances, essentially, there are two things which are happening. A, your deficit post COVID-19 or in the aftermath of COVID-19 is not coming under control. And number two, what is consequently happening is that you are borrowing in order to finance revenue expenditure. You know, the finance minister or the finance ministry has been unable to answer a very simple question, which I've been asking. In fact, I asked it yesterday also. It's in the list of unstarred questions. That out of the almost 112 lakh crores, which has been the increase in borrowing between 2014 and 2024, how much has gone to towards capital expenditure or towards asset creation? And there is a very fuzzy answer with regard to that. So therefore, under those circumstances, what really worries me is this is this is the fact that there seems to be no tangible attempt to really bring the deficit
But
down
Manish
to the level.
Tiwari, some would argue that the fiscal prudence of this government, not just, let's say, in this budget, but over the last 10 years, has been their crowning glory, despite so many domestic pressures and international pressures.
Well, if fiscal prudence has been their crowning glory, you know, how do you account for the fact that the national debt in 2014 was 55 lakh crores, and today the national debt hovers at close to 169 lakh crores or 170
But
lakh crores?
shouldn't we
That
look at
is-
it at percentage terms?
But you should not look at it in percentage terms.
Yeah,
because
go ahead.
there is intergenerational equity involved. You are actually leaving this debt for future generations. So that's one part of what is problem with this budget. The second part of the problem with this budget is, you see, on the ground, there are three things which are playing themselves out concurrently. There has been stubborn food inflation now for a very, very long time. And in fact, I was quite amused to read the economic survey, which said that when the RBI takes a call on interest rates, it should actually leave food inflation out of that equation. I mean, that's absolutely laughable because that's something which hurts households the most. Number two, during the elections, two things which played themselves out. In every election campaign across the 543 constituencies was the fact that there were no jobs. Inflation and unemployment were the two big things which played themselves out. I have not not closely looked at what is the Manrega allocation this time, but again over the past 10 years, Manrega allocation has gone up 3 times. It was around 30,000 odd crores. In 2014, it went up to 91,000 odd crores, if I remember the figure correctly out of my head during the last budget or the interim budget figures. And so therefore, this points towards very acute rural distress. So in rural India, if people are willing to work at what is called the DC rate or the minimum wage, it points to a very, very high level of rural distress. And so therefore, what I found in the budget was really a lack of imagination, a lack of vision, a lack of understanding, or in fact, complete denial about the real problems or the real challenges which this country confronts.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Manish Tiwari, I do thank you for your initial comments on the budget presentation today. Let me take a few reactions from both Gurcharan Das and Sunil Alagh, who've been itching to come in on what the Congress spokespersons and others were saying. I didn't think I'll hear about deficit issues, but on food inflation, the economic survey said that some prices are high. By and large, it's under control. Yeah. On Manrega, I think the allocation was about 60,000 crore. And for the coming financial year, it's 86,000 crore. But I think the economic survey also mentioned there that don't look at Manrega as the indication for rural distress, because states where there is high rural distress or rural unemployment, they're not spending as much out of their Manrega quota. So maybe not the direct correlation or causation there. Yes, Gurcharan Das.
Well, I happen to think differently from this, but it's right for him to point out that India's debt is high.
Okay.
But you know, it's exactly. I think it's how you see the glass of water, half empty or half full. The reality is that I think most people would agree that the fiscal deficit since COVID, it's been coming down. It's in the right direction. It was budgeted at 5.1. We're going to come in at 4.9. Now and we are aiming for 4.5. So this is a very prudent way for the country, and it shows really the sort of a stability and continuity of the policy. And as far as the inflation is concerned, it is food inflation,
which is higher.
But it is related really to a monsoon,
weather-related
and if
issues.
you have, and it could easily get reversed, and it's also related to the fact. I mean, it relates to the agricultural economy, where Punjab, Haryana are actually growing the wrong crops, and therefore they are not actually. I mean, that's a different story. I won't get into that.
Yeah, but the other thing he mentioned, Sunil Alagh, was capex. I mean, I thought even capex is something that the government is kind of. Or is it that, we are giving too much credit to the Modi government for this 11.11 lakh crore of capex expenditure when when it's not that high?
There's X amount of money which is available. The Congress government will never come out what you need to cut, what you should add. That's what the Congress will say. Look, there's an endless debate on this. Now, whatever money has been given to the FM, they've come out with this project. Now, if you want something extra, then you've got to reduce something else. I mean, there's no endless money that the government has. So therefore, it is very important that, look, anybody in the opposition comes out with a policy, then they must say that, look, you've forgotten this, but if you reduce this, then you can give this. No point in just saying give this, give this, give this, any amount that you want.
And also maintain fiscal deficit.
And maintain fiscal deficit.
I think the more interesting point was raised by Sanjay, and I'd like to further that point.
Yeah, sure.
That now it is also the responsibility of the private sector.
Yes.
And I'd like to address that. We were discussing it this morning with Anand and Zaka, and I think the real issue is, as I said, that one engine has not fired, which is manufacturing. And it is essentially the mantra which China is also employed is the export of labor-intensive manufacturing.
Yes, absolutely.
So now, if I were in Mr. Modi's place or whatever, I would call Adani, Ambanis and all these guys and say, look, you guys have strong businesses. We need companies to compete in the world market. Let's take garments. Garments where we should have been the king, which we were at one time, are now Bangladesh is doing better.
Bangladesh and others,
so,
yes.
To compete in the world market, you need brands. And I think there's very little hope. I mean, our Raymonds and Arvind and all these guys who make brands in India, Park Avenue and so on, they're no place in the world. So I would go ask Indian manufacturers. Now you go to these guys, the big guys. The big guys are Nike, Uniqlo, Levi's, Zara, H&M, Banana Republic, you name it. I mean, Marks and Spencer. And go to them. Look, we can give you not only, we can give you a domestic market, but we can also become
the
real supply. So offer the Indian companies can become what Foxconn is to Apple. You know, that is a route available, because they are also, a lot of them are in China.
Yeah.
And they're looking for China +1.
You know, it's
so
interesting.
This is perfect. We are in a sweet spot.
We're in a sweet spot. We can do this. Interestingly, the economic survey talks about how while we and the entire world has a difficult relationship with China and how much of China money and others to accept, they're actually saying allow Chinese capital to come in, even if you don't allow Chinese goods to come in. But Chinese capital, if it comes and invests in India, will give you the wherewithal that you need to, you know, to establish these large hubs. Can I very quickly give Mahima an opportunity one more time?
Yeah.
Because Mahima, you were, I needed to go to Manish Tiwari, your colleague. On the issue of jobs, that is the big focus that the Congress party had. That's the big focus of this budget. So should the Congress be complaining at all? You can take the credit, but certainly the government has listened to you or to critics.
Yeah, it's a compliment to you, for God's sakes.
Too less, too late, Shivani. In fact, if I were to say it in a poetic style, I would say किसी भी क्षण बगावत के लिए परचम उठा लेंगे करोड़ों हाथ जो इस मुल्क में बेकार बैठे हैं. That is why the government had to now listen to the opposition, because it has seen what it has lost in 2024 elections. But what we are not seeing is what is this government planning to do about the inequality, which is worse than when it was during British Raj. The inequality during British Raj was better than it is now. You see, the country's total wealth, the country's total 40% of total wealth belongs to just a few chosen ones, crony capitalist friends of the Prime Minister. That is what our leaders keep on pointing out time and again. We did not hear about census. What does the government plan to do about census, or are they totally not concerned with what the common man of this country you see deserves? If you're supposed to figure out what share does, how much share does belong to whom, you've got to count. And it is for the first time in the history, Shivani, that there's not been a census for over 10 years, and the government is not even talking about it. It's not uttering the word census at all. And you see, there have been schemes. There are more than 800 schemes which are lying, which have been announced over the past 10 years, but they have not been effectuated. Again, there's no data on how these these schemes have been executed. There's no data on how
execution
is that
the major issue. We've been discussing that. If execution is the main issue when it comes to, you know, kickstarting the private investment cycle, or with skills, job creation, you know, getting the right talent in the right industry, etc. I have to slip into a very short break. I do want all of our guests to just stay with us for a bit. More experts and special voices will be joining us. A very short break right now.
has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavour will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Lots of discussions kick-started after Nirmala Sitharaman presented a 7th consecutive budget earlier today. And no doubt, the big focus was on skilling and job creation. Now, the Congress has been criticizing the NDA governments over the last 10 years precisely on this front. A lot of the battle, the political battle for 2024 general elections was fought exactly on this. So has the government hit the mark or not? And can this budget truly propel us to the Viksit Bharat vision is the big question we're debating right now. Let's continue to go across to our guests. Some more special guests will be joining us. So Sunil, the Congress's criticism was inequality in India. Would this budget, with its skilling, with its focus on job creation, helping young people earn better, earn more, will that take care of it? Or is that, or is the focus too much on, the educated elite still? Let's say the inequality also comes from those who are not seeking exactly these jobs or internships in top 500 companies.
But the unskilled worker, they've increased on infra spending. Now, unskilled workers are going to be required there, and therefore infra spending, building roads, building ports, 3.4% of GDP is going to be spent there. So whether you spend money there unskilled, now skilled workers were there and you're giving them, now instead of calling it internship, they should have called it employment. Now CSR, they've included this amount. They're actually incentivizing government and they're incentivizing private sector to come into this thing. Now at best, the opposition could have said, you've taken our ideas. Yes, but Mr. Modi is a man who is going around implementing for the nation. That should have been their criticism. Maximum criticism was there. But they are criticizing and they are saying you should have included this. And I have come back and I said, look, 100 rupees is all that she had for 6 months. She's done X amount. Now, if you think you've got a better idea, then say so. And you're going to reduce something.
On the issue of census that Mahima raised, we will try and get a political response to that. But maybe this was something, as you said, Sunil, you very rightly pointed out, this is a budget for 6 months only. There was an interim budget 4 months ago. So maybe in the next budget, we can look forward to
February, when she gets a
which
full
is,
year,
that's a full year that we can outline.
She will evaluate what she said, suggested, whether
Mr.
it
Das,
works
you
or
wanted
not.
to come in very quickly before I go across to Mahima again?
Well, I just wanted to say that, that I wish we would stop talking only about inequality. Because, frankly, what the country needs is opportunity. And how do you get rid of inequality? You can do it by the Marxist way, to take control of all, remove all jobs from the private sector and turn them to the government, and you'll get equality.
A certain level of equality or certain kind of equality.
So the idea of soaking the rich to make the poor rich, to make the poor better off is not, we found historically doesn't work. So the only way that we have found in a democracy is through the market. And the market creates jobs. Now it's not easy to understand that. It's not easy to understand that millions of people who are working for their own profit ultimately lead to the rise of the whole society through job creation. But job creation is what I call opportunity.
Yeah.
And therefore, that's at the heart of this budget
is job creation.
And so it's the heart, removing inequality or answering inequality is at the heart of this job. Otherwise, you can keep talking about from the rooftops, you know, about
so
inequality.
Mahima, you know, the message possibly is that, okay, not everything was hunky-dory to begin with, and there has been criticism, and the government is responding. Maybe we don't need to be pessimistic so much to the extent that we call it too little, too late. We are a young country, we are a robust country, our macro parameters are very much, you know, safe, stable, the outlook seems to be very good. Yes, there are issues, and every year, this is what this exercise is for, to fine-tune what we need to do.
With due regard to the wisdom of all the panelists, Shivani, I must say that it is very convenient to call constructive criticism pessimism. You see, we have been criticizing this government for the past whole decade. What we have been telling the government for the past whole decade is that denial, suppression of facts, suppression of data is not going to help you.
Okay.
Yet what we saw in the economic survey yesterday is the government telling, see, you have seen in the economic survey that the corporates, corporate growth is skyrocketing. But there's a dearth of hiring, there's a dearth of, generation of jobs. And the government tells the private sector that it is your primary duty to create jobs. Sorry, that is not the case. We are a welfare state. As per the directive principles of state policy, it is the government's job, it is the government's responsibility to create jobs for our youth, to talk about health, to talk about education.
But not everybody can have a government job.
Thinks that. Why is it the government's responsibility?
No, hold on. I've been very patiently listening
but
to
Mahima,
everybody.
I have 30 seconds only. Just 1 second. I've got some guests waiting, Mahima, so I'll give you 30 seconds, please, very quickly.
So what I was saying was that, you see, now you are saying that the Congress will say you are taking credit from us. Why should we not say that? You read the Congress manifesto and the FM called the
We're saying you should say it.
No, hold on. But it's a cut, copy, paste in haste, because she herself said it's not feasible.
Okay,
she finds
all right.
it not
Mahima,
feasible.
unfortunately, I've run out of time. I do thank you and our other guests for joining us. I do have to go across to two very special guests now joining us on the show. V. Anant Nageswaran, CEA to the Government of India. Also Sanjay Malhotra, Revenue Secretary to Government of India joining us. I do thank you both, sirs, for your time. V. Anant Nageswaran, I want to come to you first up. There seems to be an acceptance that skilling and job creation were trouble areas or concern areas for the Indian economy. In this budget, according to you, what is the main the main announcement that takes care of these concerns? Mr. Nageswaran, can you hear me?
Skilling and employment. I think I am hearing it very feebly. Maybe I think my colleague Sanjay is here. You can go ahead.
Okay. The question that let me try to answer this on behalf of the ministry. The concern that what is being done through this budget to improve employment opportunities. So a number of efforts, number of announcements have been made. Primarily, first of all, how do we incentivize employment? And for that, there are 3 schemes in which for new employment, a benefit of 15,000 rupees is proposed to be given. Then there is another scheme, especially for the manufacturing sector, where a benefit spread over 4 years of up to 2,16,000 rupees is being given over and above the benefit that is available under the first scheme. So a benefit of up to 2.31 lakh rupees can be availed by the employer and the employee together for new employment. So this is really, one major scheme. Similarly, for skill upgradation, there are announcements for upgrading 100 ITIs. There are announcements for internships in 500 top companies to about 1 crore of candidates, interns. That's going to again spur jobs. Then there are a whole lot of schemes for MSMEs. MSMEs, are the job creators. They are the growth engines of our country. And so over there, a number of schemes, a fund being set up for them. And then similarly on the taxation side, our effort has been to spur investment, both through customs duties, rationalization, reduction on inputs of various manufacturing sectors, like, for example, you have the critical minerals, which cater to various sectors.
Right.
You have the diamond sector. You have the marine sector, which is again, very, very highly employment intensive. Similarly, leather and garments. Angel tax, being
Sanjay ji,
removed.
one
Again,
of the concerns has been that the government has been trying for some time to, fix this issue. The issue of good jobs, job creation, employability, skill gap, etc. But all of these schemes over the past few years haven't had the impact that was required on ground. What makes you hopeful that this time around, the onus or the partnership that you want from the private sector also will actually yield results?
No, we are very, very confident that because this time, we are having a whole of government approach. Number one, as I mentioned to you, it is not only, giving schemes and subsidies, but it is also about creating an environment of investment. So whether it is through taxation policies, whether it is through reforms in other areas, including, that by the state governments, we are very confident that this will give a boost to employment. Very innovative scheme of interns, where a partnership is being forged between the industry. It's a very different scheme, partnership being forged, with industry to create skills in employable sectors.
Okay.
So this all gives us hope that we should be able to really spur employment growth in our country.
Before I attempt going back to Nageswaran ji, I want to ask you about the hopes of the middle class, particularly when it comes to direct taxes. Now, some relief has been provided to those in the new tax regime, benefits up to 17,000 rupees per year. But could more have been done? Why is it that the middle class doesn't really get such a cheer in budget after budget of the Narendra Modi Sarkar? And nothing seems to have changed in 3.0 Sarkar either.
So I did not get your question.
Could more have been done on the tax front? More relief for the middle class?
So first of all, you see, last year also, a huge relief of up to 37,500 rupees was given in the new tax regime. So it's as a result of this change, this huge benefit, 68% of the tax filers have opted for this scheme. Obviously, because they have benefited from this scheme, they see a benefit, that's why they have shifted.
Okay.
Yes, those who are in the old tax regime, they did not get any benefit, and maybe, you are asking this question on their behalf, and it is the stated policy of the government to actually move away from exemptions and deductions, make taxation simpler. And so that's why, again, this year too, year after year, and again this year, you can see that benefits both in terms of increase in standard deduction and change in the tax rate structure will benefit the middle class.
Okay, can I quickly try and attempt one more time with B. Anand Nageswaran, Chief Economic Advisor as well. So the particular question I want to ask, I was wanting to ask you about the skilling gap, etc. But your colleague has answered that question. So I want to ask you about this indexation benefit on property that has been done away. It seems to have created a little bit of anxiety amongst,
a lot of people and they belong to many classes, different economic classes. If you could just comment on why that has been done and, the anxiety that is coming in from the public generally on that. Mr. Nageswaran.
Actually, of course, this question is better answered by my colleague Sanjay Malhotra. But since, of course, he has been taking many of my questions as well, so let me step in and take this question on his behalf. So the removal of indexation should be seen as part of the rationalization and simplification of the long-term capital gains tax. As Sanjay very eloquently explained in a different context, you have to refer to multiple sections to understand your tax rates and the horizon for which you should have held the asset before you could compute your long-term capital gains tax. It was different for debt, it was different for unlisted securities, different for real estate, etc., etc. Now all of them have been brought to 2 years and above, and that's 12.5%. So it is a very simple move. It's easy to understand. And remember, for real estate, if you have a return of more than 10% per annum, which is a very reasonable expectation in real estate asset, then the new tax rate of 12.5% benefits you more than having the indexation and yet be taxed at 20%. It's very easy to make the calculation, the break-even point. It is somewhere between 9.5 or 9.6 to 10%. Above that, actually, the lower tax rate under the new system benefits any asset owner than it used to be before. So in that sense, the unnecessary angst about the changeover from the old long-term capital gains tax system with indexation to a new one at a much lower rate without indexation, the anxiety is unnecessary and ill-founded. This is not only simpler, but also will benefit real estate asset owners as well.
Okay. I'm out of time. We, Anant Nageswaran and Sanjay Malhotra, do thank you for your time. And we look forward to breaking down more aspects of the budget with you in days to come. That's a wrap on Plain Speak. My colleague Rahul Shivshankar is now joining you with the Hard Facts Budget Special on the other side.
Can you start banking?
Establishment of land registry. And 5, linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land-related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of eShram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
Co-powered by
the rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be
CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
The hard facts from the CNN News 18 Federal Bank Primetime Studio. Viewers, after the BJP found itself chastised by the voters in the recently concluded Lok Sabha election, there was only one question that was left to be asked. Will Prime Minister Modi hear the voters' message? The question has been significantly answered in the affirmative by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman while presenting her 7th consecutive budget, a new record surpassing the 6th consecutive budgets presented by Morarji Desai. Jobs or the lack thereof was singled out by many as one of the reasons why the BJP lost ground to the opposition on June 4. Today, the BJP-led NDA has taken a major step in focusing on the employment challenge by rolling out an employment-linked incentive or ELI scheme. Under this scheme, the government has allocated 2 lakh crore for the ELI scheme to create jobs over the next 5 years. The scheme includes a direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments, up to Rs 15,000 to first-time employees registered in the Employees Provident Fund Organization or EPFO. Importantly, the scheme will incentivize additional employment in the manufacturing sector linked to the employment of the first-time employees. The incentive will be paid out up to Rs 3,000 per month for 2 years towards their EPFO contribution for each additional employee. Not just offering employment, but this will also give a reason to employers to formalize jobs, which is much needed. In addition to the ELI scheme, the government has announced an apprenticeship program along with an allowance to every apprentice. In other words, the government is virtually guaranteeing a first job. To ensure employability, that government has allocated Rs 1.48 lakh crore to create job opportunities. This will be spent to develop infrastructure, 3 crore houses for the urban poor, Amritsar-Gaya Industrial Corridor, several highways. Friends, let's very quickly listen into what the Prime Minister had to say today as he underlined the centrality of the budget exercise and its main thrust. In fact, viewers, the Prime Minister himself took ownership of the budget's central theme, which was employment. Listen.
इस महत्वपूर्ण बजट के लिए मैं सभी देशवासियों को बधाई देता हूं। वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी और उनकी पूरी टीम बहुत बहुत बधाई की पात्र है। साथियों, ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है। ये देश के गांव, गरीब किसान को समृद्धि की राह पर ले जाने वाला बजट है। पिछले 10 वर्षों में 25 करोड़ लोग गरीबी से बाहर निकले हैं। ये जो न्यू मिडिल क्लास बना है, यह बजट उनके सशक्तिकरण की निरंतरता का बजट है। इन नौजवानों को अनगिनत नए अवसर देने वाला बजट है। इस बजट से शिक्षा और स्किल को नई स्केल मिलेगी। ये मिडिल क्लास को नई ताकत देने वाला बजट है।
The finance minister laid out the context while holding a press conference. Interestingly, the backdrop to her media interaction was framed by a massive LED screen with the word employment emblazoned across it in giant type size. Listen in, viewers.
Prime Minister's package that I announced has 5 different schemes. The first timers is, I would think, one of the very, very innovative initiative. So what we are doing there is to be able to provide first timers 1 whole month's salary as subsidy. And this will be put into their account as direct benefit transfer, but possibly in tranches. When an employer picks up a first timer, and this is through the EPFO that you get to know that they have paid their provident fund amounts, and therefore the first timer indicator that we are talking about will be established. So they can't just say one of the existing employee is a first timer and claim it. There are enough checks and balances in the system to make sure that indeed the first timer is coming in. And then the first timers will be put through that learning curve, and this will help them to acquire skills so that they become fully productive.
The important point is that the funds for these employment generating schemes are being drawn from the surplus corpus provided by the RBI. In other words, they will not put pressure on the FM to miss targeted obligations towards ensuring fiscal prudency next year. Talking of which, the fiscal deficit stands at an appreciably conservative 4.9% for FY25. Many will of course be tempted to dismiss these initiatives as a shortcut. Listen in.
I'm afraid it's an underwhelming budget. The government has simply not addressed a number of key issues. Manrega wasn't even mentioned. Health and education, no indication of any increase in the share of GDP allocated to these vital subjects. Nothing in the announcements about how to actually do anything about the income inequality in this country.
अब मान लीजिए सरकार बचानी है तो अच्छी बात है कि बिहार को, आंध्र प्रदेश को कुछ विशेष पैकेज या विशेष योजनाओं से जोड़ा गया है, लेकिन उत्तर प्रदेश जैसा प्रदेश जो प्रधानमंत्री देता है, क्या वहाँ के किसान के लिए कुछ बड़े फैसले हैं? किसान की फसल की पैदावार, उसकी कीमत के लिए क्या कोई इंतजाम है?
Are they big enough? No, what do you mean by taking the name of Bihar and Andhra multiple times does not make it big. Now allocation for road construction, and you are presenting as if a great favor has been done to Bihar. Bihar needs a special status, special package, which is conspicuously absent.
Let's open this up. Let's ask some fundamental questions. We're joined by Amitabh Kant, who is G20 Sherpa, as always, KV Subramaniam, very articulate, former CA, and now, of course, with the IMF. Let's go straight across to KV Subramanian. Mr. Subramanian, your first opening remarks on this budget. Many people are suggesting that the budget has put the jobs challenge right there in the middle as a focus. But they're also saying that it's not deep enough, and you've heard some of the other commentary from the likes of the former finance minister, Mr. Chidambaram. How do you react to some of those people who are saying that, look, it's too late, too little, and of course not enough?
Very good morning, Rahul. I think some of these noises that are made on the political side, I would ignore because they're not worth responding to. Let me focus on the economics. I think the first budget of a new government is oftentimes looked at very carefully for what is the vision that they're laying out for the economy. And I did see a tangible vision for inclusive growth leading to, the India at 100, especially the emphasis on employment. I do not remember another budget that has actually focused as much on employment. I myself was part of 4 budgets, in the government. But this one is visionary, especially for its focus on employment, because Rahul, you know very well that inclusive growth, for that, jobs are incredibly important. I have mentioned this, before, but let me say it again. Some of the, good work that has been done on employment is not well recognized. Let me point out some facts. If you look at the high quality data, PLFS, and the and the data that is used by the CLEMS database used by the RBI report, they show that over the last 10 years, 8.9 crore jobs have been created, and this is excluding jobs in agriculture. In other words, about 89 lakhs jobs on average have been created. That puts in context that the 80 lakh job number that the economic survey, pointed out is achievable. And this 89 lakh per year in the last 10 years was done without the kind of impetus that's been placed. I think on skilling, and many of us ourselves when we were younger have worked, as interns. I remember working with ICICI as an intern when I was doing my MBA. You end up picking a lot, learning by doing. and applying some of the skills, I think that makes the people attractive for not only some of the top firms, but especially some of the smaller firms, because that experience really helps. And I think I like the fact that this is focused not on any firm, but on the top 500 firms where the experience will be significant. I'll also point out, this is a third aspect. If we look at these schemes, the incentives to employees and employers, there is evidence of this having already worked very well. The Pradhan Mantri Rozgar Yojana that was announced during COVID, which had provided incentives to employers and employees for firms less than 1,000 employees, that has already, helped save or generate about 60 lakh jobs. So this is things that have worked very well. They've done that more. The increase in the threshold from mudra, from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs. And I think apart from that, the proposal to look at the tax code, I think that is extremely critical from an ease of doing business perspective, because the Income Tax Act that we have is 83 years old, and it's actually now a very large patchwork of lots of amendments. So overall, I think a very visionary budget that lays out the path for India to actually not only grow well, but grow in an inclusive manner by creating enough jobs.
When you say visionary, obviously the word visionary is derivative of something that is novel, but the opposition has come out and said this is a copy-paste job, especially on the ELI and some of the other incentives that have been offered to companies to boost jobs.
Rahul, if as they say, if there's something good that has happened to actually copy paste that, I think that I would commend that. As I was mentioning earlier, the Rozgar Yojana had done well. The ECGLS scheme, the credit guarantee to MSMEs, that had done well as well. To double down on what has already worked very well is something that should be commended rather than dismissed.
Okay, let me bring in the Niti Aayog former CEO as well as the G20 Sherpa, Mr. Kant. Mr. Kant, first impressions of the budget.
I think, Rahul, to my mind, it's a very path-breaking budget. It's a budget by a supremely confident government. It's a budget which is growth-oriented, which lays a lot of focus, huge focus on employment. And it's also a budget which lays emphasis on urbanization, on MSME, on startups by doing away with angel tax. And I think it's a very, very, to my mind, a budget which looks at a long-term perspective of making India grow at high rates of 8 to 9% per annum. It goes much beyond the economic survey. It's a budget which really envisages the growth story of India for the next 3 decades.
Okay, so in your
to my mind, it's a remarkable budget.
So in your worldview, what is the thrust? What is the headline thrust of this budget, sir?
So I think the real crux of the budget is a growth story with employment. I mean, the fact that you are saying that you're going to, this is the first time it's happened in India's history that you're saying that you're going to give 1 month salary to all those who are getting employed and who are going to get a salary between 15,000 and 1 lakh, and you're going to reduce, give a benefit to all those who are going to get employed in the manufacturing sector. And thirdly, you're also going to give benefit to all the employers who employ people, give them a benefit of 3,000 rupees for the next 2 years. So these are remarkable things. And then this huge focus on a new centrally sponsored scheme for employing skilled workers and bringing in internship for the corporate sector, the 500 top corporate sectors to intern over 1 crore of people. I think these are remarkable initiatives to my mind.
Let's open this conversation up. K.V. Subramaniam, let me ask you, as I bring in the national spokesperson of the BJP, Mr. Malviya, I also want to bring in Karan Bhasin, Sanjay Jha, and let's just get into some of the issues, because it's always important to have a balanced conversation. Some people will accuse me of starting with 2 individuals who are speaking for the government, so that may not be ideal. But K.V. Subramaniam, let me quickly bring you back in, as Amit Malviya is listening on to this and Sanjay Jha is waiting to pounce and attack and all of that, which is all very fair. It's good. It makes for a more cogent and obviously informed conversation. So let me also bring in K.V. Subramaniam. Mr. Subramaniam, very quickly, look, there is this criticism that a shortcut has been adopted, that all of this requires actually more fundamental grounding. If you really want to boost employment, you've got to increase the pace at which you are setting up manufacturing companies, this, that, the other. Now, how do you address this?
So, Rahul, first of all, let me say that I'm not with the government anymore.
Yes.
And even when I was with the government, I would always speak based on data. So I think the accusation that we are, me or Mr. Amitabh Kant, are actually doing any bidding for the government, I think is not right. Unlike those who actually tend to focus only on the negatives, instead we are actually looking at what is credibly positive. I think the employment emphasis is really very good. Apart from that, the angel tax, I think that will really help in growing the entrepreneurial ecosystem, which, as we see, has grown significantly. And if you look at the data, from 2004 to 2014, number of new firms had grown at only 3.2%. In contrast, from 2014 to 2024, it has grown at almost 220%. That's orders of magnitude higher. And the angel tax actually will really further that as well. So overall, I think, it is a business of people who actually, have to criticize. They will do it. But from my perspective, as an economist, looking at the vision that has been laid out, I don't agree with all this shortcut. I think people who are saying shortcut themselves are taking shortcuts in calling it a shortcut, because this is visionary, focusing on employment, focus on drivers that will lead to 8% growth, not just in the next few years, but over a decade. I think that can't certainly be a shortcut.
Okay, Mr. Malviya, one criticism that will come your way is, why did it take an election and perhaps, reversals in the election for this government to address this central sort of elephant in the room of employment, and then come back after a lot of prodding over the last 2.5, 3 years on this issue to address it in such a big way? Can you explain if there has been a time lag? If so, why?
Well, thank you, Rahul. I just heard the two gentlemen before me, and both of them seem to suggest that this is a fairly progressive and a forward-looking budget. Now, coming to your specific question on employment and the steps that have been taken, and you are questioning the timing of it and linking it to electoral reverses. Before I answer this question, let me tell you what Prime Minister Modi's government achieved on the employment front in the last 10 years. Just so that we are talking numbers, India created 12.5 crore jobs during financial year 14 and 23, compared to just about 2.9 crore jobs in 4 and 14. This is how you look at the performance of the UPA and the NDA. So it's not as if the focus on job creation is something which is new. It has always been there. Not just this, in the last 10 years that Prime Minister Modi was at the helm of affairs, we disbursed about 47 crore loans under the Mudra program, which was worth 29 lakh crore, and approximately 67% of that loan went to women. Now you can imagine that if so many entrepreneurs were being funded under the Mudra program, they were at least hiring 1 or 2 people along with them, and therefore the kind of employment numbers that we're talking about is massive. The problem in our discourse is that when we look at employment numbers, we look at government jobs. It's about time that we understand that this government clearly realizes that in a country as vast as India, getting everybody a government job is not possible, and it's not tenable either. And therefore, several opportunities have been created for people to become entrepreneurs, to employ and hire more number of people. So that should answer your question on what the government has done in the last 10 years and why the initiatives taken now have nothing to do with the election, but about the fact that if you have to create a big manufacturing base, if you have to get your industries incentivized to hire more people and also bridge the skill gap that exists. Today, if you speak to the industry veterans, they will tell you that they have huge number of openings at various levels, but they do not have enough skilled people, and perhaps they do not have the financial wherewithal to first take in these people, train them, and then deploy. What the government is doing through this entire employment program is that it is plugging in that gap that exists where companies need skilled people but do not have adequate resources or the inclination to train them and take them through an internship process and then absorb them because it comes at a cost. The government is saying we will bear the cost. Let's ensure that we plug this gap between the requirement and the skills of the people.
Right.
And that is why this focus. And let's not forget, this is the first year of Modi 3.0. This is the first budget. Naturally, it is a clear signal that the government is looking at consolidating India's economic growth, particularly in the post-COVID era, and club it with this entire skill and apprentice program so that we get a very robust industry and plug the PLI scheme into it. You have a story where you are looking at growing your manufacturing, you're getting in more skilled people, the government is funding that gap, industry gets resources, and of course we are doing everything else from power, from land, from other resources required to set up industry. So it's an overall picture.
So very quickly, KV Subramaniam, yes. Okay, let me open this up.
The roadmap.
Okay, let me bring in KV Subramaniam. KV Subramaniam, okay, and Sanjay Jha is listening in, and so is Dipanshu Mohan and Karan Bhasin. Very quickly, I want to ask you, KV Subramaniam. Look, yes, there has been an incentivization of job creation. Hopefully, the companies will respond. But obviously, the longer-term aim is to also generate or boost manufacturing. So far, we've seen private investment has lagged government spend. Is this budget creating the environment for that?
So Rahul, even on investment, I think the story is more nuanced than just investment not happening. Let me give you some data, and this is from the Economic Survey. For the year 2023, NSO data shows that the in private capex expanded by 19.8%. For 2024, and again, the Economic Survey now uses Axis Bank research data across 3,000 firms, both in the formal and informal sector, showing that investment has increased at about 19.8% as well. And finally, if you look at the gross fixed capital formation in 2019, it was about by the private sector was 5 lakh crore. That has increased to about 9 lakh crore. That said, I think given the excellent situation, especially the dual balance sheet problem being taken care of, the private sector is in a good shape to invest even more. And with the PLI
but hold on,
and
KV Subramaniam, then how does that explain manufacturing down to 13% of GDP?
On that, I think manufacturing sector growth in 2024, Rahul, has been 9.9%. This is economic survey data. 2023 was not that good, but 24, 9.9% growth in real terms, in manufacturing. So again, I think when you look at the facts, there has been investment that has happened, but I think more investment needs to come in. As I've always emphasized, the virtuous cycle.
Okay, so what explains lagging consumption? If not the fact that salaries, obviously people have no disposable income, or then the fact that agriculture, which is unfortunately not contributing that much to the GDP, has 40% of all the jobs.
So, and this is something I've highlighted, umpteen times, Rahul. When you look at the virtuous cycle, consumption follows investment, and therefore consumption, and the impetus that has been provided to employment will definitely, mark my words, this year consumption will grow at more than the 4% at which it has grown, because investment is coming in. And both, government capex and private capex, I think private capex needs to ramp up more. I'm not denying that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the whole criticism. In fact, even Nirmala Sitharaman sort of urged private capital to come to the party in the last budget. So let's at least, in the interim budget. So let's not paper over that. That's the reason why I was asking.
No, Rahul, I'm not papering over actually, but the facts are facts. These are data from the economic survey, which we cannot dismiss. All the three facts that I mentioned. That said, there is, overall gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP needs to touch about 40%. That is what is the target. And given that target, and what the finance minister and the team is trying to do is to incentivize that, that higher growth rates of capex and private capex happens for us to reach that target. That's the way I would actually look at this.
Okay. So viewers, fundamentally, will this budget actually address that issue is what we are coming to. We can quibble over the exact numbers, the magnitude of the problem, but there is a challenge and that needs to be overcome. Thank you, K.V. Subramaniam, for spending some time with us. I want to open this up, bring in Sanjay Jha, bring in Dipanshu Mohan, also bring in, obviously, Amit Malviya to play counterfoil to what we're going to hear next. So, Sanjay Jha, look, is the Congress now being unreasonable? If the only criticism from the Congress is that, oh, you've copy-pasted our manifesto, what's wrong with that? I mean, the opposition, if it has good suggestions, it can strike 2 or 3 other people. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, surely there are more than one mind that thinks alike.
Yep. Rahul, imitation, as they say, is the best form of flattery. So I think that's part for the course. But I do admire that you have asked some very pertinent questions at the very outset. Since we are talking of jobs and there is an acknowledgement, I think I want to actually appreciate what Mr. Kant mentioned, that jobs is one of the primary considerations for this government. It is also an acknowledgement that there has been jobless growth. Now, here is the problem. These are all very ad hoc, fixed solutions because you need, for the gigantic scale of India's workforce, the big demographic dividend story, you can't sustain it on government expenditure alone. Now, if you look at in fact, for a considerable period, there has been no private investment. If you look at the data, the private investment as a proportion of the GDP would be lower than 30%. Once upon a time, it was as high as 35%. So it's significantly lower, point number one. Point number two, that ease of doing business is really been low. Forget the hype over some gaming of the ranking system, etc. The reason why private investment is not happening, Rahul, is because the ease of doing business is not at all impressive. And I would like to bring the elephant in the room. You can't have a culture of vindictive politics, the CBI, ED income tax story. Trust me, I live in Mumbai. You have lived here as well. Many people from business and industry are extremely frightened of the culture of political vendetta that prevails under this government. Point number two, there is a lot of unutilized capacity. I mean, even if that capacity may have gone up a bit, you're still talking about at least 20% of unutilized capacity. Who's really going to invest? Evidence of that, when Nirmala Sitharaman gave those subsidies on tax, 1,45,000 a year in 2019, it aggregates to roughly 8,70,000 crores of foregone income of revenues. Where has the private investment come? Where are the jobs? They have both been absent. Okay. Which brings me to one other point. Even the foreign investors, they have given some tax benefit to foreign multinational companies. Rahul, pay attention to that, hype over FDI. They kept talking about some absolute numbers. But in economics, everything is based on a percentage. There are absolutes, but you look at the percentages. In terms of the percentage of FDI as a proportion of GDP, it is today lower than what it was 16 years ago. It is the lowest.
I'm seeing a challenge coming to you from The Economist.
My one last point. Between 2021 to 23, projects worth 23 lakh crores have been scrapped. That tells you that you have a long way to go. And, the government copying some stuff from the Congress manifesto, yes, it definitely will help in the short term. Okay. But you need structural, fundamental
change required. Karan Bhasin and Amit Malviya respond, and after that, Dipanshu Mohan and his take. Yes. Karan Bhasin, quick one. You're holding up some graph.
Yeah. So this is basically India's real investment ratio, and you can see it's at an all-time high of 35%. I've seen this issue being talked a lot, particularly by people who should know better, that investment ratio is low. Largely, most of my peers say that India's real investment rate is low, less than 30%. What they ignore is that they're looking at the nominal numbers, and no macroeconomist worth his salt would like to look at nominal numbers. If you do it correctly, you would see that India's real investment rate has now, gradually leveled up to where it was previously. So it's actually at 35%, not at 30%, as Mr. Jha was speaking. And I have another chart I want to show him on total employment in India, which again is at an all-time high. The issue really is not of jobs not being created. The issue really is the kind of jobs that people want are not being created. So let's not, use terms like jobless growth that will deflect the issue. The issue over here is that people want formal, well-paying jobs that, cater to their skills and matches their skills and expectations. And unfortunately, that has been a challenge which has persisted through much of this century. So it's not something that has happened only in the last 10 years. If anything, between 2004 and 14, the situation was much worse than what it is now. And one final point on the workforce being primarily in agriculture, a very interesting trend has happened over the last couple of years, which is that even within agriculture, we see an increasing proportion of the workers move towards cash crops. And that's particularly interesting because that means that even within the agriculture, when we look at the primary sector as a prime employer in the economy, there's a churn happening. People are moving towards growing, avocados, for instance, rather than, rice, paddy, and pulses. So that's also something that we should keep in mind, that we are in an economy that is bound to go through several structural changes as we grow and move from a $2,500 per capita income to a $5,000 per capita income. And that's exactly what's happening.
Okay, could it
and
have
this
happened?
budget will, of course, help you get there.
Okay, we'll get into that conversation, the latter part. But Amit Malviya, quick response on a political level to Sanjay Jha.
It's a luxury to be a critic, and if you happen to be in opposition, you don't really have to worry about whatever you say. But just to put the record straight, the gross fixed capital formation in this country continues to grow. The gross capital formation by private non-financial corporations has increased by 19.8% in FY23. And as per an Axis Bank research report, the private investment across the set continues to grow at about 19.8% for FY24. Not just this, the household are leading the capital formation, and incidentally in 2023, the sale of residential real estate was the highest in India in the last decade. So if everything was as gloomy as Sanjay Jha would like us to believe, how is this happening? And last but not the least, in the last 13 years, it was the first time that the S&P rating agency upgraded India's rating from stable to positive. Now, if it was all that bad, as Sanjay and his cohort would like us to believe, then perhaps the rest of the world is not seeing what they are seeing. So let's not get carried away. The fact is that I have given you the employment numbers in the last decade. We've created 12.5 crore jobs. We've sort of put out a huge amount of entrepreneurial trust with about 47 crore loans made under Mudra totaling up to 29 lakh crore. So clearly all of that has gone towards employment. And let me ask you a very fundamental question. If you are getting so many airports made, if you're getting roads done, new malls are coming up, new infrastructure is being developed, then who is building all of this stuff? Naturally, there is employment that is being generated. And you look at quality data from PLFS or the RBI data, they clearly seem to suggest that the number of jobs being created is an all-time high. Not just that, if you look at the poverty numbers, right, which is fundamentally important for a country like India, you will find that we have pulled out 25 crore people from poverty. The extreme poverty levels have completely diminished in India. This is despite COVID, the kind of welfare programs that we've run. So there is a huge amount of positive for the country. If anybody is really interested, should read the economic survey that was put out yesterday. I can't expect the Congress or the opposition to read it, but that is the reality.
So let me bring in Dipanshu Mohan very quickly. This gloom is a factor of a motivated narrative. That's really what the BJP national spokesperson is saying. Dipanshu Mohan.
Yeah, no, thank you, Rahul. And I appreciate that a couple of questions that you'd asked were consistent with also the critical facts on the state of the economy, that the economic survey and most importantly, the finance minister implicitly, I think, is addressed with this budget, which is the key question around employment generation. Apart from that, the two other main issues that the government has faced, which were evident in the political economy of the recent elections, was higher food inflation, the increasing amount of debt, which as a result of household level, from government level, always affects, people at some way or the other. Fiscal consolidation has been the strong suit of the government. It has come at the cost of revenue expenditure a lot of times. But what I seriously see when I look at this budget are three big points. And I think that's very important. First, there's a tacit acknowledgement by the government that there are serious issues at a structural level with the nature of policies which have not created the kind of jobs it wanted to. I'm not questioning the intent of the government. It has done everything it could on capex. It is very high. But what you would see is that in this budget, the government has not increased overall expenditure. Directionally, it has moved around increasing more schemes on revenue expenditure, which would be targeted at employment. And that should be welcome. The second is that because of the newer sort of focus on coalition politics, the transfers to states have increased. I would like to see this happening more in the context of the next 2 to 3 years, because fiscal devolution and the timely disbursement of funds has not been the strong suit of the government in the last 5 years, at least in the last 5 years, and that creates problems in completion of projects. Third, and that's a key point, is most of the key schemes that the government has had, the government's own schemes in the last 6 to 7 years that it has announced, they've not increased or seen an increase in spending. What you see is that with housing, there is an increase in some amount of spending. A lot of tinkering has been done around taxes, which I would imagine has been done to increase the disposable income of the higher middle income class. And I think that's, again, should be welcomed. What you want to look at with this budget is continuity from a humbling economic survey report, which tries to give a very good status quo picture of the state of the economy. On investment, you need to have a separate debate, because what you'll find is private investment for increased profitability does not mean that there's added productivity. And that's a key question the economists, not accountants, look at. Because you have to put the investment in context to what jobs principally are being created. And that's really not happened. Where there is investment, and mostly in the MSME sector, which I would appreciate for this particular intervention of the government, there has been some effort made to release stress, which has been affecting 80% of the job creating manufacturing space. So on those points where there is credit, there is due, but you'll expect this to be a medium-term fiscal strategy for the government if it's serious about addressing the structural issues that it wants to. There is tacit acknowledgement of that.
Well, viewers, remember that in about 5 months, there's another budget that's going to be presented. So this is like the interim, in the interim budget, after another interim budget. So look, let's not sweat it that much. What is great, however, is the fiscal consolidation is ongoing, which means that fundamentally the Indian economy is better placed, perhaps even much more secure and stable than some of the leading economies of the world. And whether we suggest that it has been nudged by the electoral outcome, or it is a quick redressal of grievances that it believes have to be addressed in the normal course, the fact is that a more receptive to voter grievances and a bit more, therefore, accountable government is good for everyone. It's a win-win, in fact, for the voter and, of course, for democracy. So there can be no quibble of that, viewers. Let's go straight across. I'm being told that Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri also now joins us. Let's go straight across to engage him in a few questions. Mr. Puri, thank you very much for speaking to me. You, of course, hold an important economic portfolio in your own right, but a quick conversation with you on the budget, the 7th by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, a record in itself, actually, emphasizing continuity. But how is this budget different from those presented by 10 NDA governments before this one?
Well, I think the difference, both in terms of the continuity and change, will come if you do the context setting for this budget. I mean, after holding office for 10 years, the Prime Minister's Finance Minister presented an interim budget in the beginning of February this year, and this budget presented today should be seen in that context as a continuum of that interim budget. It is very significant in the sense that the emphasis here, contrary to expectation, I mean, I saw a lot of comment, and I see still the comment, people say, well, you know, this is a time to reach out and please section X, Y, and Z. Now, if you have that kind of a mindset where you want to use freebies and populism as a instrument for governance, then you are in a different. But the Modi government has been anything but that. After the 10 years when it has been able to navigate the economy from the fragile 5 to from the 10th to the 5th position, and the IMF says now maybe 2027 will be the 3rd largest economy in the world, and then moving onwards to 2047. So this can only be done provided you are responsible, and that fiscal consolidation which you undertake unleashes the productive forces. So which I look at today, I was very happy to see 3 lakh crore for women-led development. Rahulji, you know, we've come from women-centered development to women-led development through the Women's Reservation Bill. 2,66,000 crore on rural development. Then for youth, 4.1 crore jobs over a 5-year period, 1 crore youngsters getting internships in 500 of the top companies, Mudra loan being doubled from 10 lakhs max to 20 lakhs. When you see all these things happening, also digital inclusion, what's happening on the ENP side, I can give you Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana from the 4 crores that we built, another 3 crore, including 1 crore for the urban sector. If you look at the totality, there is something in this for everyone, particularly our younger people, the youth, the kisan, the poor, and our other women. So this is a fiscal consolidation, responsible budget, which has already, I think, set the task to move from here to the Viksit Bharat. This is the first stage after 10 years of Modi government to lift it forward. You've grown at 8%. Coming time, you'll grow at 7.5% or so. And you have to navigate a particularly difficult global situation. I'm not only talking about geopolitical tensions, Rahulji, I'm also talking about, you know, the fact that parts of the global economy, many parts of Europe, are either flirting with recession or are in recession. You've got political uncertainties in terms of some of these governments, whether they will come back or not in Europe. That's a different discussion. But India must hold firm and be solid on its own economic development strategy, and that's what this budget prepares us for.
Okay, so let me ask you, because the big concern, and you know, some people have viewed the election results through the filter of the lack of jobs in the economy and a certain degree of distress. Now, how does this budget address this challenge? Because even if you looked at the context, so to speak, the context tells us that employment is an issue in the backdrop. Even when Nirmala Sitharaman ji today was addressing the press conference, Mr. Puri, the word employment was written right behind her. So how does this budget do that?
I think, Rahul, you've that it's vintage, Rahul. First of all, the election result, I have a slightly different take on it. I saw a picture of the G7 leadership gathered, and I looked at each one of them, and I thought to myself, which one of them, whether it's Joe Biden or Macron or Sunak, can come back. And there was Narendra Bhai Damodar Das Modi ji, the Prime Minister of India, and I said, this guy is coming back for sure. All right, what about the others? I mean, after a devastating 2 years of COVID, a once-in-a-century pandemic, for any party to come back for a 3rd term with a pre-poll alliance of 292, it means we must have done something right. Now, if we didn't get the 400 or the, you know, self-created hype that we inflicted on ourselves, well, I don't know. I don't want to go into that politics. But today the fact is you're back for a 3rd term with safe numbers. Throughout the world, Rahul, there has been a certain concern that even where economic growth takes place, and it's not taking place equally everywhere, there also the economic growth takes place because there is a growth in the services sector, in technology, so that joblessness is a characteristic. Because, if you go into high technology or even normal technology, you're not creating brick and mortar jobs. Whereas India, at the level of development it finds itself in, it has to also deal with those issues. So maybe, as I said, I'm very proud of the figures that the RBI has put out, the others have put out, on how many people have come into the EPF reckoning, how many jobs we've created. But yes, if there is a lag, let us utilize these 5 years, and this budget frontally addresses that, Rahul. The fact that you're going to be dealing with 4.1 crore jobs you have to create in 5 years, the fact that you're sending 1 crore of our youngsters for internships to the top 500 companies, yes, that focus is well deserved. And if more needs to be done, I'm sure that those who are responsible for the navigation of the economy will address that as well.
So let's look at this first-time assistance of 6,000 rupees and some of the other so-called DBT payouts to the first-timers. Now, some people, and I've been reading a little bit of commentary on this, say this is a shortcut, a DBT fashioned on a Congress blueprint that was mentioned in their sort of Nyaya Patra or whatever, will not solve the problem at a fundamental level. How do you respond to all your political detractors today?
Which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, and 2. Urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivision.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity, one tree for Mother Earth, one tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
Can you start bank?
The current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms. Financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments. The rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments. 2.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree. One tree for humanity. One tree for Mother Earth. One tree for our future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
At Taxation, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics for improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees.
News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and we are coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go straight across to the press conference being addressed by the Education Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, and this is on the day the Supreme Court has very clearly said that they do not find reason to believe that there was mass-scale leak of the NEET UG paper. Let's listen to what he has to say.
अपना रिकमेंडेशन देगी, उस हिसाब से एनटीए की नए अध्यक्ष नियुक्त हो गए हैं। एक वरिष्ठ अधिकारी आदरणीय प्रदीप खोरोला जी उसकी दायित्व में हैं। वो भी खूब मेहनत कर रहे हैं। एनटीए को और विश्वसनीय बनाने के लिए हम लोग सब लोग प्रयास करेंगे।
सर, यूजीसी नेट जो एग्जाम कैंसिल किया था, लेकिन पता चला है कि उसका लीक हुआ नहीं था, तो एग्जाम तो हो गया था, तो क्या रिजल्ट तैयार हो गया एनटीए को?
अभी तो उसकी एनटीए ने नया तिथि भी घोषणा कर दिया है। देखिए, सब विषय में हम कोई भी चीज़ों में एक भी 20% की शंका में नहीं रहना चाहेंगे।
सर, आप ग्रामीण बच्चों की बात कर रहे थे जो अक्सर वंचित रह जाते हैं एग्जाम से। उच्च स्तरीय कमेटी से ये मालूम होता है कि कंप्यूटर बेस्ड टेस्ट आने वाले समय में लगाए जाए ताकि जो ये गिरोह है जो एक तरीके से स्कैम करते हैं पेपर की, ये ना कर पाए। सर, उस पर कुछ आप कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, प्री एआई पीएमटी जब होता था, हमारी सामने एक तुलनात्मक तथ्य है। जब एआई पीएमटी होता था और जब से नीट हुआ है, अगर उसमें से पिछले दिनों में से सबसे ज़्यादा लाभ किसको मिला है? देश के ग्रामीण विद्यार्थियों को मिला है, देश की बच्चियों को मिला है। गर्ल स्टूडेंट्स आर डूइंग मच मोर इन नंबर्स इन कंपैरिजन इन द डेज ऑफ पीएमटी। एससी स्टूडेंट्स की संख्या बढ़ी है, एसटी स्टूडेंट्स की संख्या बढ़ी है, ओबीसी स्टूडेंट्स की संख्या बढ़ी है, इकोनॉमिक वीकर सेक्शंस की संख्या बढ़ी है। पहले 2 लैंग्वेज में होता था, अभी 13 लैंग्वेज में होता है। आज नीट की एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर 4750 तक पहुंच चुकी।
So that's the new NEET aspect of it, where the Education Minister is saying that they will do whatever is required to ensure that the testing system is corrected, even as the Supreme Court has very clearly said. that they don't have any reason to believe that they need to order a retest of the NEET UG. Meanwhile, presenting her 7th consecutive budget, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman announced plans to raise spending, create jobs and provide relief to the middle class. Some major changes were also made in the taxation front, while loans of up to 10 lakh rupees for higher education and domestic institutions were announced. Productivity and resilience in agriculture, employment and skilling, manufacturing, infrastructure were among the 9 priority areas in Budget 2024. SOPs have also been announced for Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, which are ruled by major NDA allies. Opposition calling it a budget for Bihar and Andhra. But first, let's go across straight to Dr. Jitendra Singh, Union Minister, who's joining us at this point. Namaste, sir. Thank you. Thank you for speaking with us here at CNN News 18. Your first thoughts on Budget 2024.
So at the outset, Anand, thank you very much for having me with you. I think my first thought, which also gives me a certain amount of gratification and vindication, is that this budget has a huge boost for the startups. Because that is that's a subject very close to my heart, and as you know, I've been following the startup movement of India for the last few years very closely, very passionately. And we started in 2014 from just about 350 startups. Today we are more than 1.5 lakh after Prime Minister Modi introduced the startup policy. So in the present budget, on the one hand, we have some of the decisions which are very bold, which are courageous, which are out of box, like abolition of the angel tax. On the other hand, we have decisions which can be described as quite innovative, like introduction of the paid, shall I say, the paid internship opportunities. So angel tax was something which was introduced by the earlier government, the UPA, somewhere in 2012 or 13, amidst a lot of controversy and debate among the economy circles, and it was a detriment to the expected growth of the startups. So now this amount of money, because as we know, this is applies to the unlisted companies which raise their capital above the market value, the fair market value of the company. And by selling it to the investors and then generate income tax over that. So this amount would then be at the disposal of the startups to invest. And the paid internship, I think, is a very futuristic concept which is going to raise India to the level of competing on the universal parameters. Here we would be identifying about 500 companies which would impart training to about 1 crore youngsters, and that to a paid stipend of 5,000 rupees a month, which would be not a liability on the state exchequer, but will be borne of the CSR funds of the company concerned. Similarly, also the decision to upgrade the industrial training institutes, maybe 1,000 of them, to the international level, including women through 1 lakh crore investment as women-led development programs, because as the Prime Minister keeps reiterating that to build the Viksit Bharat 2047, we need to have the optimum contribution of each and every citizen of India, regardless of gender. So I think that is very much in keeping with the vision of the Viksit Bharat envisaged by Prime Minister Modi. And of course, if you see the ecosystem as a whole, Anand, if you see the ecosystem as a whole, Anand, you have the Mudra loan limit being increased from 10 lakh to 20 lakh. You have the space sector economy being planned to be raised 5 times in the next 10 years, because that's been opened up to the private sector as well. And what is significant is that you have 1,000 crore venture fund for space startup. So if you see the ecosystem as a whole, and of course a model skilling loan, all this is actually meant to create a very futuristic growth, both in the livelihood sector and also in the revenue generation, the economy.
But there is criticism, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and it's come from the opposition also. They've said it's a kursi bachao budget. How would you respond to that?
See, Anna, today we live in an evidence-based era. So what one says doesn't make a difference unless it carries some conviction, carries some argument, and carries evidence. Now, if I have to answer them in the same phraseology, I would say the decision to introduce angel tax was actually a kursi bachao decision. It was taken on the eve of the 2014 election, just about 1 year earlier to that, when they thought that they had very little prospects of returning. So they were trying all the tricks in the book. They hurriedly went through the Lokpal bill, which was also not very well drafted. This is part of one of those ill-taken decisions out of nervousness on the eve of the truth. So this was actually a code 3 which has been redeemed by this government. And if you take as far as the allocations for the Andhra Pradesh is concerned, I think it is this government which actually facilitated the creation of the Telangana state from the 1st of June 2014, one of the earliest decisions when this government came in.
Right.
And now keeping in with the spirit of the cooperative federalism, which Prime Minister Modi has been reiterating time and again, I think it is the responsibility of the centre to help a newly created state to set up itself, to build the infrastructure for itself. And it's quite in contrary to the practice which was being followed by the UPA government. Just recall when Prime Minister Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, what kind of a discrimination or what kind of a deprivation had the state of Gujarat, the government of Gujarat suffer. So quite contrary to that, he has actually raised the levels of the relationship between the state and the centre and try to introduce a new culture of cooperative federalism. I think it should be taken in that spirit.
All right, but
maybe they are looking at it through the prism of what they practiced before 2014.
Jay, okay. So, but the other aspect is about taxation, sir. Why is it that the middle class is always left cheated? You've created, the finance minister has created something in the new tax regime, but that's just another small slab there. Why is it that there is no drastic step taken that you'll slash the income tax rate, increase the band, make it a standard 15 or 20% across all income bases? Nothing drastic's been done to put money in the hands of the middle class. It somehow feels that you're being faulted or you're being punished for doing well as a salaried professional. The other part is, sir, on the long-term capital gains and the short-term capital gains. Industry was expecting a flat rate. Now with this indexation gone, many are feeling cheated, saying, order na maar diya.
No, I think India, being a heterogeneous society with different kind of requirements related to different segments of society and also different socio-economic groups. I think this is, if you look at it from that point of view, this is a very holistic budget, and as the finance minister said today also, even in the course of her media briefing, that we are looking forward to the simplification of the tax regime, which might gradually happen in the years to come. What shape or format it will take place is difficult to predict. And at the same time, look here, for so many years, for 60, 70 years under the earlier governments, we were confining ourselves to the resources confined to the emanating from the state exchequer. For the first time, we are now opening up to the private sector. I think space sector is one of the most notable examples of that. Till about 2 years back in 2021, we just had one startup in space. Today we have 199. In just 8 months, beginning from 1st of April to 31st of December 2023, we had 1,000 crore of private investment in the space sector. So gradually we are moving in that direction, and rightly so, because if we have to meet the universal parameters, we have to move in that direction. So, and I'm sure gradually the market is also coming to be
market sentiment will know a day later, the next day, sir.
With the kind of approach that has been adopted.
But my final question to you, and very respectfully, if you target a 7% growth, can you provide 1 crore jobs per annum? Is this budget tailor-made to cater to that kind of a need in the market?
No, I agree with you. I agree with you. And no government on this planet can give a salaried government job to every youth.
Right.
Those who say so are actually bluffing the masses. Of course, the masses are now no longer ready to take this life. But a responsible government, the present one headed by Prime Minister Modi, is conscious of the fact that it has to continue its endeavour to create opportunities of livelihood, to create opportunities or avenues of livelihood, which could be in the form of a gain startup. I think the huge thrust to the agriculture sector, which is priority number 1 in the list of 9 priorities, is also aimed at the same direction, because even when the startup movement came in India, somehow among many of us, it had stuck to the IT sector. But our actual domain is the agriculture sector, the coastal sector, and therefore the exploration of those sectors which were hitherto not fully explored is something which is going to create jobs. And in the years to come, when we say that India will be rising from economy 5 to 4 and then to 3, how is the value addition going to come from? Absolutely from those sources which have hitherto remained unattended or unexplored. But I'm sure we are moving that direction, and the pace of it is going to be faster than we can actually visualize today, going by our past experience. Because in the past, some of these decisions have not happened. Like for example, the space sector was static, almost static for 70 years. Within 3 years, it has taken a quantum jump. So the pace of our growth is also going to increase, as
so
you
believe
mentioned.
So you will be able to
digits of the
overachieve
growth.
than underperform. Thank you, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Always a pleasure speaking with you, sir, and hope to speak with you at length very, very soon. Let's quickly go across to our other guests and put this question. Are you, one, happy? Has the finance minister ticked all the boxes that are required? Are we all strongly on the path for a Viksit Bharat? But more importantly, are we going to be in a competitive arena where there are jobs for everyone? The allies are happy, everybody feels good, but more importantly, we get competitive globally. Arvind Virmaniji, member of the Niti Aayog, is with us. Nilesh Shah, member of the PMEAC, is with us. Nalin Mehta, managing editor, Money Control, is with us here in the studio. And Saket Mishra, investment banker, has moved out of the studio. He was there with us in the morning, and he is there in the comforts of somewhere where he believes he can make a very, very honest assessment of this budget. Thank you very, very much. My namastes to everybody. First, I'd like to ask Arvind Virmaniji, if, with all your permission, Arvindji, do you believe this budget, 2024 budget, makes Bharat more competitive on the global market? Let me start from there, Arvindji.
That's a very big question. I think the purpose is really long-term issues. Let me take one of them, which is skilling. I think skilling and matching with employment's job skilling is a critical. Why? Because the basic change in India and India relative to the world is demography. So our working age population is rising. That of the developed countries, the high income countries, is declining. And so the key to our growth relative to the world is going to be the basic education and skills of the population. So in that sense, in the medium long term sense, this is absolutely critical to raise the quality of our skilling system and matching. It is not just raising it, you've got to match jobs to skills. I use the word, the way I put it is, jobs and skills are two sides of the same coin.
Right.
So unless you create the skills and the jobs in a matching fashion, you won't get utilized. I don't like to use the word demographic dividend, but I guess that's the most convenient one. So yes, in that medium long term sense, it is critical for competitiveness and for growth of the economy.
Okay, let's take that across to our other panelists also. Nileshji, how do you see this? Although market sentiment has been quite mixed, it came back up towards the latter half of the day or towards the end of market closing, but a lot of it will perhaps unfold on the day after. But your thoughts, sir? Does this make us more competitive as a nation, this budget?
So yes and no.
Ji.
This budget has no proposal which will make adverse impact on our competitiveness. On the other end, as Dr. Virmani mentioned, there are certain proposals on skilling, infrastructure creation, which can make us competitive. If you look at from a financial point of view, this budget lays the foundation for a rating upgrade. For the first time, combined fiscal deficit of center and state will be below 8%. If we can bring that down to below 7%, there is potential rating upgrade.
Correct.
Second, we will go from primary deficit to primary surplus if we can maintain this trend of fiscal consolidation. That can also support credit rating upgrade. If rating upgrade happens, our borrowing cost comes down, our risk premium comes down. To that extent, we will become competitive. Okay. So I will say it is a journey, not a destination.
Okay. Nileshji, please wait with us. Arvindji, wait with us. Nalin and Saket, request your patience because we just have with us the Union Minister for Commerce and Industry joining us live after a very hectic day. Piyush Goyalji, namaste. Jai Hind. Thank you for your time, sir. Is this a kursi bachao budget or allies ko khush karao budget?
देश को खुश कराओ बजट. I think this is one of the innovative, imaginative, transformative budgets that we have seen from Prime Minister Narendra Modi during his last 10 years. One more budget which is inclusive in nature, which comes out with a very holistic vision, addressing several sections of society and giving a huge boost to the country's macroeconomy, giving a big boost to consumption, giving a huge impetus to infrastructure, to manufacturing. In a way, its focus on employment, particularly through interventions on skilling, defines the future of India.
Somewhere are you punishing the middle class for being middle class? There's a criticism that always comes towards the government.
Anand, we keep hearing this narrative. I think sadly, friends in the media look at only a tax benefit as something that goes to the middle class. When we invest 11,000 crores in infrastructure and states will have their own investments, we are giving them 1.5 lakh crores also for infra, private sector will invest. All of this is going to have a transformative impact on the middle class. Jobs will be created, trade and industry will flourish. All people in the middle class will benefit from better infrastructure. When we promote jobs for young men and women through promoting 4.1 crore jobs through the 5 initiatives that FM has listed out, all the middle class children will also be getting benefit from these jobs. When we are giving a thrust to manufacturing through the various industrial parks, plug and play infrastructure, all of these are going to help the middle class. And like that, I can list out every single element of the budget. The beneficiaries are 140 crore Indians. A large section of whom today is the middle class, the new middle class. I think it's a misconceived notion that only tax benefits can lead to benefit for the middle class.
No, I'm also coupling this with the long-term capital gains. Yes, there is some relief as far as the TDS norms and all of that, but when you look at the long-term capital gains, short-term capital gains, STTs, there everybody said, let's have a flat rate. That was the demand. Here the rate's been flattened, but the indexation has gone away on property. It's gone up by 2.5% for the investor class in the markets. So overall the sentiment is कि आप हमें कुछ दे रहे थे कि जो बचा था वो भी ले रहे हैं. So I'm just being very honestly asking you this, and please explain to our viewers.
Sure. Anand, a common middle class person would normally invest in a different variety of assets, different classes of assets, a certain portion of their wealth. Some part would go to own your own house. Some part would go into stock market. Some would go into bonds or fixed deposit. There are several investments that a person normally does to hedge his bets with different classes. Ultimately, equity capital is associated with risk also. And nobody intends to put all their money at stake with risk capital. Now, when you are putting it in different classes, currently the regime provided for different treatment to the capital gains in each of the classes. I think it's a very smart move. The Finance Ministry has studied the past records of many years, as the Honorable FM informed us, and they came to a conclusion that while stock transactions had a LTCG of 10%, most other classes, even after indexation and all, were hovering between 15, 16, at times even more. And therefore they came to a 12.5% as a mean, which is still on the average on the lower side. I think one must recognize that one invests in equity and it's only out of the profits that one is paying 10 or 12.5%. Would you, Anand, stop investing in the equity market because 10 has become 12.5?
Sir, I don't invest. I don't invest. Now I'm worried about owning a house also, because again this indexation aspect will perhaps, I don't know how much of the incidence will be on LTCG in the future. if I have to sell my house. And I don't know, those who've been owning a house for 15, 20 years, when they want to sell it, will the indexation going away, how much it will hurt them? So I think that's where the sentiment is, and perhaps it was also reflected for a few hours in the market.
Let me tell you why it will not hurt. Let me tell you why it will not hurt. When indexation happens, you take the value of for indexation of a very old date and bring it to recent values. I think the value of indexation, particularly in a galloping market in real estate, doesn't give you that much of a benefit. The benefit will be 2-3% only, or 4%, 5% at extreme levels. So I would recommend strongly that you do continue to invest, and this revenue neutral or flat rate will actually help investors with a diversified portfolio.
Now let's come to the commerce and industry, and somewhere some of the challenges for the government which is there, and you'll have to drive a lot of it. 12 industrial parks are proposed which are like plug and play manufacturing. Is there a timeline with which you'd establish this, and which markets or which states have they been identified? And secondly, do you think you'll be able to create the kind of jobs that you need to create?
Well, largely, you know that Prime Minister Modi works with a lot of homework and ground preparation. And I can assure you that broadly these 12 industrial parks have been worked upon for a long period of time. They are in dialogue with different states who are to provide the land for these industrial parks. They are spread across the country in different states, right from north, south, east, west. All the states are benefiting from this. Just like Prime Minister Modi's programs over the last 10 years have been saturated across the country, industrial parks are also proposed in different states. In fact, when I look at the states, I find many of them in states where we don't even have our own government. So it only goes to show that this is going to benefit states across the country and will help large industrial development through plug and play infrastructure.
But so you're saying there are non-government rule or non-BJP rule states also in the list, because one of the charges was everything has gone only to the allies.
Many of them.
And states where you didn't do well during the Lok Sabha elections have also been ignored. That includes Maharashtra, UP, Bengal.
Finance Minister could not take all the names for paucity of time. But I can assure all your viewers that you will keep hearing the good news coming very soon as each of the parks gets finalized with the states and the cabinet approval is received. And a number of parks are in states where our opposition will be very happy to know that they have been beneficiaries of these parks.
So another aspect, the customs duty bit, the finance minister hinted at an overhaul of the overall financial policy, including that of customs duty being trimmed, the Income Tax IT Act of 1961, a review, because this would also impact positively if the changes are in that direction. An erstwhile ministry of yours, that's the textile ministry. So what should the people expect? What should the industry expect?
Well, what will finally happen is yet to be determined, and the Honorable Finance Minister, I'm sure, will work in consultation with the line departments and the industry stakeholders to do what is best in the interests of each of these sectors. Also, the overhauling or the revamping of the income tax department, I think will be a music to everybody's ears. Because over the years it has got more and more complicated, and we would all like to look at a much more concise, easy to understand, simplified income tax act. She set a very ambitious 6-month time frame, so I suspect it will almost coincide with the next budget, and that should be good news for all of us.
Sir, my final question, I know you have paucity of time and a lot of people want some of your thoughts. In terms of jobs, at 7% growth, can we create the 80 lakh jobs per annum, average of it, that's expected by the RBI?
Sure, more so because a lot of it is related to massive investments in infrastructure, to the thrust to manufacturing. And a new element I have seen in today's budget is a focus efforts to reignite tourism with specific mention of certain areas. So I think it augurs well for India, and the 4.1 crore jobs that are sought to be incentivized in the next 5 years are only those jobs which will be through this incentive model. There will be many, many more jobs, particularly jobs in the non-farm sector, jobs in several, gig workers, for instance, or people associated with self-employment through startup ecosystem or through the various initiatives which are already underway. I think 7.5%, 8% growth also would be possible in the coming years. The government has always maintained a conservative stand and like to overperform rather than
underachieve.
In this global geopolitical situation full of difficulties, I think it's better to remain conservative and make every effort to overperform. I think she has been very conservative, very prudent and very practical.
Piyush ji, always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for making the time. Thank you, sir. Namaste.
Thank you.
So that was Piyush Goyal. Nalin Mehta, Saket Mishra, your thoughts before we bring back Nilesh ji and Arvind ji.
So, Anand, I think this budget, I mean, a lot has been said by the various guests and the ministers. I think this budget is also the first public signaling of a political shift by the Modi government a month after the elections. A lot of the signaling so far has been business as usual, nothing has changed. The budget and the way it was framed and bookended, the focus on jobs, the focus on farmers and rural India, the focus on the allies, Bihar and Andhra. Bihar goes to election next year. All of those are a direct response to the messages inherent in the election results, and this is the first public signaling of that.
So in that, listening.
So in that sense, the budget is. I mean, any budget of any government, the first budget signals the direction for the next 5 years. This one is particularly significant because this is the third term of this government. Also, I think there are two other key messages in the budget. So that is a change on these three things. But these are constituencies where the BJP, where its support eroded. The youth on jobs, particularly in UP and parts of the Hindi heartland, farmers and rural India, but the budget has been increased by 10%, so there's been a lot of spending on that. You also see a fund being made for inflation. So all of those are linked to that. The way you see continuity is on the focus on controlling the fiscal deficit. That's been a leitmotif of the Modi governments in the last decade, and we have seen a continuation of that. Where you see continuity is capex, which has remained constant but 10% higher than last year, or the same as the interim budget. And finally on the stock markets, the change in the long-term capital gains tax, the change in the short-term capital gains tax, and the move on futures and options. We saw the markets essentially falling in the beginning, then recovering a little and ending a little bit under a little bit less than yesterday. What the government is fundamentally signaling also there is a desire to cool down the markets a little bit. And fundamentally because there was a lot of overvaluation in
too much of buoyancy there.
So I think the signaling is very clear on that. And one of the signals for business owners perhaps is to focus more relatively in investments in the real economy relative to stock markets. And for retail investors, maybe the signal is, one of the takeaway for retail investors might be that, look, let's focus on the more tried and tested ones rather than taking undue risks.
There are no quick fixes and quick bucks. And if you're wanting to make quick bucks, then we'll also make a quick buck of you. Saket Mishra?
Anand, I think, not much to add. I'd only say that I think in terms of the Viksit Bharat agenda, this is a budget that takes into account, the various parts of the equation, whether it's custom duties, where some important raw materials, the custom duties have been reduced, the Atmanirbhar Bharat agenda, where in particular areas, they're looking at a review of customs duties, where they feel that particular sectors need to be protected. agriculture, because clearly they realized that without rural India going forward, we cannot obviously move forward as a country. So there's emphasis on that. But I don't know, my feeling today, I mean, unlike, let's say, morning, where I think one was obviously seeing all the various measures being announced, I get the feeling that this is a holding pattern budget, more in the signal mode about what are the priorities. So the priorities of employment, priorities of getting private sector to, I think the term used was to hand over the baton to them in terms of investment, priority about ease of doing business, prioritization about simplification of tax. So I think the priorities have been clear, but I have a feeling that they've held back on big reforms as a holding pattern, and we'll probably see bigger reforms, assuming there's no big political hullabaloo in between now and February 1st. I suspect that will be the real hallmark of the Modi 3.0.
Right. Let's just some finer aspects, because there's a huge allocation that's been made towards women-led development or women. Arvind Virmaniji, why is there an ambiguity on the spends on this one? 3 lakh crore, where is it going to be spent? And why such a huge outlay?
So it turns out these are the two areas which I've spent a lot of time on the last 12 to 18 months.
Ji.
So women, you know, there are traditional areas of women's development, which is, as we know, we have larger proportion of women in education, health, etc. But we've got to also open up, because their percentages are so low. We have to open up other areas which, you know, there is no reason for it to be male only occupation. So, so in that sense, in that context, entrepreneurship is very important, because in some sense, in the old jobs, the resistance is there is a historical legacy, etc. But when you create entrepreneurs, it is completely new jobs. So women-led development in that sense, where women define what is needed, what is possible, what is the future, I think it in some ways will create less resistance and can happen very quickly.
Indeed.
Now the difficulty is that entrepreneurs, in some sense, you can give the outer training, but the drive for entrepreneurship really comes from inside. So you have to create the conditions, and that's not simple. I'm telling you from my learnings on the last 12 months. So there you have to do a lot of things without knowing really which one will work. Just to give you one example, one of the things I heard from women is they need what do you call it, role models. Okay, so by financing women, by talking about women-led development, you are creating those role models, and that can have a disproportionate effect. It's not all about money. Another example of that is what is a very good program, what was drone Didis.
Yeah.
So when rural women are seen to be using drones to provide fertilizer or whatever
irrigate
in the fields, that has a multiplier effect in terms of this creating role models. So I wouldn't go only by the funds. We perhaps don't have enough experience of which are all the programs which are effective, but as an economist, that would really what I would be looking for, to see which programs are more effective and which are less effective.
Right. Nileshji, do you echo the minister on the market sentiments, or what Nalin was also saying, that it seemed to be just running away and it's just trying to rein things in and to just bring a semblance of a modicum of balance there, that this entire LTCG effect has happened? You think that Wednesday morning the markets will wake up positive or negative?
So it's always difficult to predict the market. But right now, momentum is in market's favor. We are doing well. Other countries are doing badly, and which is why FPIs have turned buyer. There is liquidity, there is fundamentals, and there is sentiment, all in support of the market. But, you know, please remember, from STT was levied in place of capital gain. 2018 capital gain came at 10 and 15% with STT. Now it has become 12.5% and 20% with STT. There will be one last straw on camel's back. Hopefully we will not put that straw.
But overall, what's your sentiment on this budget? Do you believe it's a little underwhelming? There are a lot who have said that perhaps this budget is a little boring. It's belied expectations. Much more was expected from the government on this, especially when this is the first budget in their third term. Nilesh ji?
Boring is good. I think people are underestimating the fiscal consolidation which is being created, the rating upgrade which can potentially happen, the valuation premium which India will enjoy. I think this budget will undoubtedly increase India's valuation premium or sustain the premium which we are having, and hence market is willing to take the hit of capital gains and STT.
Nalin Mehta?
No, I think I agree with Nilesh, because and that's why you've seen the markets recovering relatively after the big fall in the morning.
They also say some of the big wigs pump the money back to shore up the market. There's all this conspiracy theory that also happens. इशारा किया जाता है, ज़्यादा गिरने मत दो.
See, I think fundamentally the returns on stocks because of the change in LTCG are relatively going to be lesser. But when you compare it to other asset classes, it still remains much higher, and Indian markets still remain among the most exciting in the world. So, so in that sense, it's also a calculated risk by the government, right? So, so while the returns to investors may become lesser, they're still much more than than other asset classes.
Right.
So that's the balancing.
Right. Saket Mishra, your thoughts? And do you believe that education has just been mentioned in passing, whereas there should have been a huge focus, stronger focus on it? Healthcare again?
Well, I mean, look, I think healthcare, there's enough being done. Education, they've actually launched the NEP. And I think it's more about actually execution now. So if we can get the NEP to get people to actually study things that matter in a job, it'll get the job done. They already, I think in the previous budget, they're already in between. They announced that the Ayushman card is going to be spread to everyone over 70. So measures are already being put in place where health and education are there. We have a long way to go. I think there are questions obviously about the quality of education, the quality of teachers we have, especially in sort of tier 3, 4, 5, 6 and rural areas. And a lot of investment is required there. But at the end of the day, those are state subjects, and a lot of the sort of hard lifting there has to be done by the states. I think one point I would also make about, unrelated to this, is that what Mr. Virmani talked about with women role models. Right? The other piece is that if we look at, we've got a country of, let's say, 100 people, right? 50 are women. By having this 3 lakh crore investment in women businesses or women work, think of the productivity change that's happening in the population as a whole with women participation. I mean, as of now, if those women are either staying at home or not sort of involved in entrepreneurial activity, suddenly they come online over the next year, 2 years, 3 years.
Right.
They will be changed, and they're all producing value add in the economy. So I think there is a huge productivity increase potential because of women coming into the workforce.
Okay, I have to wind up. We've got to take a short break also. But Nilesh ji, on a scale of 1 to 10, just final 2 minutes amongst all 4 of us, the guests present here. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate this budget? And the one thing that you feel that the finance minister could have done? So you're on mute.
Sir,
Hanji.
I will rate this budget as 8 out of 10. And I will really wish finance minister would have increased the divestment amount and given priority to low floating stock PSUs.
Very well said, sir. I was about to ask somebody about this, and you've just hit the nail on the head as always. Saket Mishra?
I mean, divestment was my point as it was in the morning, but I would say I would have put in 10,000 crores for AI/ML, because I don't think the private sector has the means to actually do the kind of research and heavy lifting that's needed for us to compete with the Google, Facebook, Amazon.
And how much would you rate the budget? On a scale of 10?
10,000 crores.
No, scale out of 10.
I'd say 7 to 8.
7.5. Let's say 7 to 8 is 7.5. Nalin Mehta?
So I think my rating would be 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10.
For a couple of reasons.
Yeah.
One, I mean, there's a budget's often what is revealed is by what is not said as much as by what is said. So disinvestment, for example, is not prominent in it. Also on LTCG, I think the jury is still out on the impact of the increase in LTCG and in the short-term capital gain. So I would give it 7 out of 10.
7 out of 10. Arvindji, as we going to wind up this conversation and take a break. Arvindji, your thoughts on a scale of 1 to 10?
I'm sorry, I stopped doing that many years ago. I've commented on 30 or more budgets. That part I stopped doing. But what I would say is that one thing which really stands out for me and which I'm very, very happy about, there is of course the small thing like the angel investor tax. That is, I have to be
Angel
personal
tax,
here. From the first year, which was just after I retired as CA, it was imposed. And I've tried since then to get rid of it. So that's something like 14 years. And so it's finally gone. I'm very happy with that. But of course, that's more personal. Fundamentally, the recognition that job skills are the key to growth. You know, if media can propagate that idea and get it to all the people, the kids, the parents, etc., and we could have a revolution, frankly. You know, everybody, somehow we have this thing, it's credentialism. Oh, we have to have a BA, an MA, you know, the credentials. You don't want to learn anything, you just want the degree. But skills, you can't get a job, you can't grow in a job unless you learn skills. So I would say that's the most important thing in this budget.
Jay, lovely conversation, and thank you for being so candid and up forth with your thoughts. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. And from the gentleman, we'll go straight across to the lady who's joining us. Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, Joint MD of Apollo Hospitals, is joining us this evening. Let's go straight across to her. Sangeeta ji, namaste. This is Anand here. Can you hear me?
Namaste. Namaste, I can hear you.
Your thoughts on Budget 2024, the first budget of Modi 3.0, ma'am.
So I think it's a budget that continues the thought process. It is a bit of continuity. It is clearly a budget which hit all the important pillars of society, farmers, youth. It focused.
All right, we'll try and get her back. What we do is let's quickly just take a very short break, ladies and gentlemen, and try and get her connection through and then speak with her when we come back. Stay with us.
Fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land administration, will cover 1, land administration, planning and management, and 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1, assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2, digitization of cadastral maps. 3, survey of subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of
Back live, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just standing by for Dr. Sangeeta Reddy to join us. A little bit of an unstable connection with her, but we have Ashneer Grover, former Managing Director of Bharat Pay, joining us. Ashneer, namaste. Jai Hind, thank you for your time. Your first thoughts on the budget. I believe you think it's quite boring. Why?
See, my expectation from the budget are very different. See, if you look at it, Finance Ministry is the most important ministry in the government. CFO is the most important person after CEO, right? And therefore, there's the opportunity to make the most difference in terms of what you can do in terms of policy change. But somewhere, it's being made a non-event. It's even in this budget, what is there to talk about? I don't even know what I should talk about, right? I only have two figures on my head. One is short-term capital gain going up from 15 to 20%. The other is long-term capital gain going up from 10 to 12.5%, which is just what has been happening for the last 10 years, which is the tax rates going up. The fundamental disconnect I have is that this government believes that they can tax more, they can borrow more, and they can do public spending, which is going to drive the economy. But the fact is, for the last 10 years, what you have delivered is a 6 to 7% growth rate, which was being delivered even in the government before you, right? Or even slightly higher even, right? So this whole concept of let's tax more and we'll have more money to spend and the government knows where to spend, it has proven to be incorrect. Right. So you had an opportunity to make a correction after 10 years in power, where you said, okay, this time around we're going to tax less, leave more money with individuals and corporates, let them decide where they want to invest or where they want to spend. And I think that is what could have made India go from that 6 to 7% to 10 to 12% growth, which is what we are actually looking for. So it's a lost opportunity, and that's why the disappointment.
You feel there's enough that's been done to create jobs? Do you have a point of view on taxes, but on jobs? Or do you believe something else could have been done?
No, see, taxes again, it's a function of overall economic activity.
Right.
अगर आप मेरे को एक बात बताओ ना, अगर आपकी इकोनॉमी 6% से ग्रो कर रही है, ठीक है, at best आपकी jobs 6% से grow कर सकती है, assuming there is no upskilling happening. But there is significant upskilling happening, right? एक बंदे का काम, जो दो बंदे का काम कर, अब एक बंदा कर सकता है. अगर आप 10 साल पहले देखो, जो दो बंदे काम करते थे, वो एक बंदा कर सकता है, because tools इतने हैं, internet है, everything is, productivity has gone up, right? So अगर आपकी इकोनॉमी 6% से ग्रो करेगी, right? आपकी जॉब ग्रोथ तो 6% से आधी ही होगी ना, आपकी 2-3% से ही ग्रो करेगी जी. सो आप फंडामेंटली उसको एड्रेस ही नहीं कर सकते जब तक आप इस माइंडसेट में नहीं जाओ कि यार मेरे को 12-15% ग्रोथ चाहिए फॉर अ डिकेड. एंड सी दिस इज द सेम गवर्नमेंट व्हिच हैड द गट्स टू ब्रिंग इन डिमोनेटाइजेशन. So it's not a different government, right? It's the same government who said कि कल सब अपने नोट अंदर रखो बैंक में जमा करा के आओ, लाइनों में लगो. And people did that, right? जी. But from the same government, when you see such lackluster approach, saying कि मतलब somewhere I feel कि क्या है? What is the what is the policy? How are you going to create jobs? तो बोलने से तो होने नहीं वाली। आप बोल रहे हो जी हम क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, उससे तो होने नहीं वाली। आपने ऐसा क्या किया है फंडामेंटली डिफरेंट जिससे आपको लग रहा है कि कल आज 1000 जॉब थी, कल 10,000 जॉब हो जाएंगी मार्केट में?
करेक्ट।
सो कहीं ना कहीं तो आपको कुछ इंसेंटिव्स लाने पड़ेंगे ना। सी आपको समझना पड़ेगा गवर्नमेंट कैन नॉट क्रिएट जॉब्स एनीमोर, राइट? पीपल हु कैन क्रिएट जॉब्स इज द प्राइवेट सेक्टर।
जी,
लीव इनफ मनी इन द हैंड्स ऑफ द प्राइवेट सेक्टर, लेट दैट ग्रो, राइट? फंडामेंटली आप अभी बहुत ही गलत जगह पे स्टक हो जहां पे आपको लग रहा है सरकार कुछ कर लेगी। सरकार कुछ नहीं कर सकती।
बट सरकार का तो ये हमेशा मानना रहा है that their Prime Minister himself has said that government has no business to be in business. So they claim they're walking that talk. You believe it's not and something else needs to be done. Let's see. We'll all have to read the fine print of the budget. Ashneet Grover, thank you. Always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you for speaking with us. On that note, we're going to call it a close in this special edition of The Right Stand. Hope you've enjoyed our Budget Day coverage. It continues, ladies and gentlemen, with Zaka on Brass Tacks. Stay with us.
Can you start banking?
With other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution, open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal. Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and the rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education.
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree, One tree for humanity. One tree for Mother Earth. One tree for a future. Project One Tree, a News 18 network initiative.
And services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics. For improving data governance, collection, processing statistics, different sectoral databases, including those established under the Digital India Mission, will be utilized with active use of technology tools. New pension scheme. The committee to review the NPS has made considerable progress in its work. I'm happy that the staff side of the National Council of the Joint Consultative Machinery for Central Government Employees has taken a constructive approach. A solution will be evolved which addresses the relevant issues while maintaining fiscal prudence to protect the common citizens. Budget estimates for 24-25. For the year 24-25, total receipts other than borrowings and the total expenditure are estimated at 32.07 lakh crore rupees and 48.21 lakh crore rupees respectively. The net tax receipts are estimated at 25.83 lakh crore rupees. The fiscal deficit is estimated at 4.9% of the GDP. The gross and the net market borrowings through dated securities during 24-25 are estimated at 14.01 lakh crore rupees and 11.63 lakh crore rupees respectively. Both will be less than that in 23-24. The fiscal consolidation path announced by me in 2021 has served our economy very well, and we aim to reach the deficit below 4.5% next year. The government is committed to staying the course. From 2026-27 onwards, our endeavor will be to keep the fiscal deficit each year such that the central government's debt will be on a declining path as percentage of GDP. Land-related reforms and actions, both in the rural and urban areas, will cover land.
This is CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Brass Tacks. We're coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio. I'm Zaka Jacob. The Union Budget for 2024-25 has been presented, while the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has done a tightrope walk by appealing to broad sections, whether it's youth, farmers, women. She has also managed to stick to fiscal prudence and also kept the capital expenditure at a record 11 lakh crores. There is a big thrust on youth. There are multiple incentives, whether it is for first-time employees or interns. As far as states are concerned, Bihar and Andhra Pradesh have taken a bulk of the stated allocations. No surprises there given the political compulsions of a coalition government. But the markets have reacted negatively to the rise in both long-term and short-term capital gains tax. So the big question is, both economically as well as politically, how does one rate this budget? Just a side note, the Finance Minister has now created a bit of a record of sorts for being the minister with the highest number of consecutive budget presentations, 7 budget presentations, including the one today, going one up on the 6 consecutive budgets that were presented by Morarji Desai. But let's talk about Budget 24-25. How is it going to be rated? First, we'll be joined by a group of top economic minds to try and parse through the details. What's in it for you? We'll try and make sense of the taxation slabs, whether it is on personal income tax or whether it is on long-term and short-term taxes. Particularly, there has been a lot of talk about this removal of indexation on real estate assets. Dr. K.V. Subramaniam, Executive Director at the IMF, will be joining us, former Chief Economic Advisor. Nana Lal Kidwai is former President of FICCI. Suman Berry, Vice Chairperson of the NEET Aayog, will be joining us, and Kiran Majumdar-Shaw is founder of Biocon. And then at 9:30, we will have the full political face-off on this, because you can't keep politics separate from any budget presentation, least of all this one, the first one in a coalition regime, as it were. The big face-off, two of the most articulate faces on either side of the political divide, Jay Panda of the BJP and Shashi Tharoor of the Congress, facing off at 9:30 p.m. But first, the highlights from Budget 24-25.
This scheme will provide 1 month wage to all persons newly entering the workforce in all formal sectors. Two announcements to make for those opting for the new tax regime. First, the standard deduction for salaried employees is proposed to be increased from 50,000 to 75,000 rupees.
ये बजट समाज के हर वर्ग को शक्ति देने वाला बजट है.
The main interest of the people of Andhra Pradesh is to rebuild the state, especially in terms of building the capital.
अधिकार के लिए मदद दीजिए, यहाँ के लिए जो जरूरत है बिहार के लिए, क्योंकि बिहार को भी आगे बढ़ना है.
दो मित्रों को खुश करने को छोड़ के दूसरे किसी को भी 140 करोड़ जनता को उन्होंने अलग रखा.
All right, let's first pass through the economic details of this budget, what it has for the middle class, what it has for youth and jobs, farmers, women, etc., and of course for corporate India. Dr. K.V. Subramaniam is Executive Director with the IMF and also former Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India. Nana Lal Kidwai, former head of HSBC and now former President of FICCI. Suman Berry is Vice Chairperson of NEET Aayog, and also I'll be speaking to Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, Chairperson of Biocon. Let me start with you, Dr. Subramaniam. We spoke in the morning and, we were talking about how there's going to be a thrust on jobs. So from whatever you've heard in the budget speech today, whether it is the direct benefit transfer to first-time employees to the tune of 15,000 rupees, 3 tranches, the emphasis on internships, 1 crore interns in the top 500 companies, 5,000 rupees monthly to interns, so on and so forth. What is your first reaction to the deep emphasis that the budget seems to have laid on young people, particularly those who are on the verge of entering the workforce or are entering the workforce?
So, very good morning from Washington, D.C., Zaka. I am pleased to note the emphasis that the budget has placed on employment creation, because I've always maintained consistently that for growth to be inclusive, it is extremely critical to create jobs, especially for the youth. From a macroeconomic perspective as well, when jobs are created, that helps to accelerate the virtuous cycle, triggered by private investment. Therefore, the emphasis on job creation is good. I will point out that the schemes that have been implemented now do draw on the successes from previous schemes, similar schemes. If you would recall the Rozgar Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Rozgar Yojana during COVID, which had provided, the benefits, the provident benefit fund benefits provided by employers was taken care of. That had been successful in creating about 60 lakh jobs. So that has been, doubled down. Similarly, the ECGLS scheme, which actually provided credit to MSMEs, that has been, further enhanced as well. And the Mudra loan scheme, which has actually provided loans to entrepreneurs, increasing that from 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs again. So these are aspects that have actually worked well in the past, and the evidence is clearly there for them having worked. To have actually taken them further is, I think, very good, especially the emphasis on employment. I will point out a couple of other very important aspects that I find visionary as well. I think the removal of angel tax will be very critical for the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And I think overall entrepreneurship is important for solving India's problems. Now we have the third largest ecosystem, and I think that will benefit. At the same time, from an ease of doing business perspective, the proposal to reformulate the direct tax code, I think, is really critical. I will remind our viewers that there was a committee that I was part of when I was in the government, which submitted a report in 2019. A draft tax code has been already written with significantly lower provisions and significantly lower, number of pages. Because the current act is a 1961 act, 83 years old, with lots of amendments. So changing that will also help really on the ease of doing business. So overall, I find it a visionary budget.
Nenal Kidwai, what is fascinating about the budget, and I guess this is where it is commendable to some extent, is yes, there were coalition compulsions. The opposition's talking about how much of a disproportionate allocation states like Bihar and Andhra Pradesh have got purely for political reasons. Yet at the same time, and then of course there are the compulsions of having to address all of these constituencies, whether it is youth, jobs for youth, first-time employees, whether it is women, 3 lakh crores that have been allocated for women, whether it is farmers, so on and so forth, which are again all because of political compulsions, perhaps arising out of the mandate that came last month. But at the same time, I guess where it is commendable is the emphasis and the commitment to capital expenditure is pretty much the same. It's 11 lakh crores plus. So the commitment there showing through. And yet at the same time, maintaining fiscal prudence, 4.9% of GDP for this fiscal, and the finance minister explicitly saying that by 26-27, we will be 4.5% or lower than that. How does she manage this tightrope walk?
Amazingly, I have to say. I must say I was in the school that was a little worried, despite the huge commitment the government had made to staying the fiscal deficit glide path, that political compulsions may have given them a little more leeway in this budget. But they have stuck with the path very strictly, indeed improved on it, and done this with putting forward a bunch of welfare schemes. And of course, a lot of this comes from the confidence of revenue and tax collection, but also from an economy that is in growth mode and the revenues that come as a result of it. So for every step we see that goes into direct benefits, or indeed into the welfare schemes, there are many programs and plans to push growth. And I think exactly as K.V. Subramaniam just said, the thrust on MSMEs, not all of it is new. Some of it is from good experimenting through the COVID years. But to bring in the programs as we see it on the MSME front, I think are important. The Mudra loans going up from now the 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs, based on the experience of the 10 lakh loans that were repaid. And those individuals then become eligible for 20. So that is progress. Making sure that the MSME sector gets attention through finance, the possibility of a credit guarantee scheme for SMEs. All of this helps with growth of sectors which do indeed provide employment as well. So it's about jobs, it's about economic growth, and then also tax collections that result from that economic growth.
Suman Berry, I do want to ask you about the reaction of the markets when the speech was happening and in its immediate aftermath. The Sensex, I think, was down about 1,000 points. Of course, by the end of the trading day, it did recover quite substantially, but did end in the red. To two factors. One, of course, the increase in both long-term capital gains tax from 10 to 12.5%. And then, of course, short-term capital gains tax also increasing from 15 to 20%. And there's also a bit of consternation, not necessarily linked to just the markets alone, but a lot of middle class folks who are asking about this whole business of taking away indexation on real estate. You buy an apartment, let's say 20 years ago, at a fifth of the cost that you're getting right now, or maybe a tenth of the cost that you're getting right now. Why should you pay tax exempt of any kind of inflation adjustment on all the money that you make, or all the capital gains that you would make? Would you like to clarify on all of these things, because these seem to be sort of red flags raised either by the markets or by the middle class?
These are, not the kinds of things we worry most about at Niti Aayog. I think that what is it that they say about taxation? The art is to pluck the feather without the goose squealing. So, look, we are in for a period of significant fiscal stress. There is froth in the equity markets, as was signaled both by Governor RBI and in the economic survey. I think most reasonable tax systems try and have some equality between rates on capital gains tax and income tax, because anytime you have a uniform rate, you get out of classification issues. So I suspect this was largely driven by revenue reasons at a time when markets were doing pretty well. But beyond that, I really don't have an informed or professional point of view, including on the indexation of real estate. But what I think is the larger thrust, and this has been made clear in the economic survey for sure, less in the budget speech, is that there is a desire that the nation's savings, if I could put it that way, the corporate savings, should be directed to the very real needs of the economy rather than, as it were, speculative capital gains. That may have been part of the thinking, but I can't say that for sure.
Let me go back to Dr. K.V. Subramaniam on this. I think it's very clear for a number of fiscal years now that the government wants more and more people to move to the new tax regime, the tax-paying class, as it were. In fact, I think today the Finance Secretary said that at least as for this last financial year, for which returns are to be filed till the end of this month, the figure that the government has is 70% have opted for the new tax regime. But then the worry here is this: there were savings instruments in the old tax regime, whether it is through Provident Fund or pension schemes or interest on housing loan, etc., which were for specific purposes. Is the government now essentially saying that, look, what you save, how much you save is your problem, but we want you to pay tax, a flat rate, an easy to understand simplified rate, but we're not in the business of trying to encourage you to save. That is your business.
I think, Zaka, I would actually characterize this as a process of simplification. You have to keep in mind, while in the new tax code, some of these exemptions are not there, but the tax rate is also significantly lower, at about 20% compared to the previous regime. So that is definitely good. Overall, having worked on the reformulation of the direct tax code, you would recall in 2019 there was this report, which in fact has submitted a completely modified tax code. I can vouch for the fact that simplified tax codes are far better from the perspective of ease of doing business, at the same time, for tax collection as well. So from that perspective, I think this is something which is very good. The second, point, something that you were asking earlier, if we look at India's, demography, and, here the emphasis on job creation is really critical. But when we look at the marginal incentive that is provided for capital versus labor in an economy like ours with such a young population, I think it is equally important to provide adequate incentive for labor and not skew it only towards capital. And I think that is how I look at some of the rationalization on the capital gains tax rates. Here, I also want to utilize this opportunity to appeal to industry bodies like CII, FICCI, and ASSOCHAM. Naina is here. I think she's been with FICCI and still has a very large voice with FICCI. I think it is really critical that the corporate sector focuses on labor-intensive employment, because there is a problem of commons that often prevails here, where individual firms think about, and oftentimes in a myopic manner, to substitute labor with capital. They may benefit, but overall the entire economy does not necessarily benefit, because if every firm actually substitutes labor with capital, that doesn't lead to adequate job creation and thereby demand generation in the economy. And that is why industry organizations like CII, FICCI really need to highlight that this problem of commons is something that must be overcome, so that every firm, especially the larger firms, focus on more labor-intensive growth that will help everybody, and in a more coordinated fashion.
So now part
So
of that
that's
incentive,
broadly what I
part of
see.
the incentive is also when you are going to, give companies back some amount of money for every new employee that they add to the EPFO rolls. So I guess that will help. Some of it will come from company CSR funds as well. But Nainalal Kidwai, the other sort of peeve that the government has had is that while the government is doing capex at 10 lakh crores, 11 lakh crores and so on, they are not seeing the kind of crowding in of private sector investment as they were hoping, at the pace and the scale at which they were hoping. Is there any reason for you to look at this budget and say, okay, this is going to encourage, this is going to kick in much more private sector investment?
So you're right. I mean, private sector investment has clearly been disappointing. And if the government hadn't played the role it had, we would really be in a dire spot as a country. The incentives that are coming through PLIs, which are in fact being lauded because they're showing directionally which industries government holds important, is certainly one way. And we are seeing as a result some capital formation coming from industry therein. And fortunately, to KV Subramaniam's point, some of those are in labor-intensive industries. I think industries like electronics, toys, apparel, textiles, leather, all this needs high focus. It's not always large industry that is stepping in here. In the case of defense and electronics, possibly. In many, it is MSMEs. And the fact that industrial parks are mentioned as an area of high focus absolutely helps MSMEs, because it provides the infrastructure, the logistics, some of the regulatory frameworks within which they can operate in a plug and play type of environment. And many of these would be in labor intensive industries. And for every capital intensive industry that gets set up, large ones and many, unfortunately, large companies in businesses like aluminium, etc., it's the nature of the business. 200 people are all you need to run a large plant that costs 20,000 crores. But for every one of these industries, there is a supply chain of MSMEs that get set up, both to service the industry or indeed supply. So it's all interwoven. But will this employment type of incentives of these amounts that are being mentioned help? I don't think large industry will feel the benefit as much as the more labor-intensive MSME industries will. And I'm hoping that that is where the thrust will happen in terms of multiplication of
Can I also quickly ask you, ma'am, as a former banker, this whole sort of consternation around taking off indexation on real estate, long-term capital gains on real estate, even though the rate itself has come down. How do you see that impacting the real estate sector, specifically people taking loans to buy homes?
So, it can work both ways. The indexation helps old assets. The lower tax rate and the lower time period helps new real estate investment. So the new regime, clean, clear, simple to understand, no indexation, no hanging and holding your breath on what that indexation rate for the year is, could just mean that employees move faster through the system. An employee that today works in Bombay and tomorrow in Delhi doesn't think twice about selling an asset here to buy an asset there. So it could actually create more benefit in terms of rolling stock instead of people just hanging on to old assets because they were reaping some of the benefit of holding an old asset. So to each individual, there are clearly some that will be hurt, but there will be others that gain.
Okay.
And I think we don't have a clear sense, therefore, on what these new tax changes mean in terms of money in individual pockets.
So, Suman Berry, you know, before the NEET Aayog, when the Planning Commission was around, the whole business was about how much allocation is given to which state. And today, I think this is a quasi-political point as well, which the opposition seems to be making, is that much of the allocation of resources, at least by way of budget announcement, a bulk of it seems to have gone to Andhra Pradesh and to Bihar because of obvious political compulsions. How do you speak to that criticism?
Well, I can't. So there are two parts to your question. One is what is given to Bihar and Andhra warranted? And the second is the implication of that the other states have been given, quote unquote, a raw deal. Now, the fact of the matter is that the bulk of these allocations do come from the Finance Commission awards. So that's the core of what gets distributed. Yes, there's a certain amount of discretion, as the budget has indicated, but there were sound reasons given in the budget for, as it were, assisting Andhra in the particular projects, both the capital and Polavaram. As I understand it, a fair amount of the support, certainly to Andhra, I'm less clear on Gujarat, is to come from multilateral development banks, which has the implication, A, that the resources have to be repaid, and B, that the best global standards will be applied to the planning of these and international procurement. Now, in the case of Bihar, I think clearly the Amritsar-Kolkata freight corridor is
industrial corridor.
Industrial corridor, I should say, is an important corridor, and I think that there was this other theme about, and quite rightly, reviving the eastern part of the country, which was also a point that was made in the interim budget. Because, look, in many ways, the most dynamic parts of the world economy lie to the east of India, and yet the paradox is that the more vibrant parts of the Indian economy are to our west. So it makes eminent sense to do what you can with respect to infrastructure, including this Gaya terminal, etc., and tourism, the eastern part of the country. It so happens that Andhra and Bihar also form part of that.
All right. Like I said, that's a quasi-political statement being made by the opposition, but we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Dr. K.V. Subramaniam, Nanalal Kidwai, and of course, Suman Berry for joining us. Earlier in the day, I spoke to Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, one of the leading industry voices, particularly in the new age industry of biotechnology. I asked her about this whole booster for jobs, skill development, this thrust on first-time workers, people who are coming into the workforce, and what this may mean both for India's economic growth and also competitiveness on the global front. So this is my interview earlier in the day with Kiran Majumdar-Shaw. Joining us now is a leading industry voice. Kiran Majumdar-Shaw is chairperson of Biocon Industries. Thank you very much, ma'am, for speaking with us. What is your first big takeaway as far as this budget is concerned, particularly when it comes to the angel tax? I believe that's been a long pending industry demand. You must be thrilled that that's now been abolished.
Well, Azaka, the underlying theme has been about job creation through skilling and through internship programs at companies, both through, government subsidies and CSR, which I think is the right approach in terms of creating jobs that are relevant and creating employability amongst the youth. As far as the government is concerned, it has always supported the startup ecosystem, which, as you know, is a very vibrant and growing ecosystem. And one of the pain points and eternal grouses was the angel tax. And I think the government has done away with it, which is, of course, welcome news. And I think they're expecting that this will spur greater investment into the startup ecosystem. And I think, entrepreneurship has always been the right model for India to pursue when it comes to economic development. I'm also glad that they've actually focused on entrepreneurship even in rural India by increasing the Mudra finance amongst the youth from 10 to 20 lakhs. Let's hope that that really creates jobs, entrepreneurial jobs in the villages. So overall, I think the underlying theme is about jobs and employment creation, which I think is really something that this country needs to do in a big way. And given the fact that India wants to attract some of the manufacturing opportunities to India, I think creating these kind of internship programs that will allow us to create the talent required for some of these manufacturing opportunities is the right approach.
One sort of red flag, at least from a market point of view, has been the increase in long-term capital gains tax and also short-term capital gains tax. Also, this concern about removing indexation from all asset classes, particularly from real estate. What do you make of that?
So of course, they have marginally increased the long-term and short-term capital gains tax, which I think one ought to expect in terms of the way wealth is being created in the country, especially given that the stock markets are always rewarding investors. I think from that point of view, I think wealth creation is going to attract higher taxation, and it's marginal. In terms of indexation, I think we really have to see whether it's lopsided or whether it is got some kind of rationale behind it, because I think people are concerned that if the return on investment is low, then the taxation seems to be higher. Indexation seems to be creating these kind of anomalies, but I don't understand the sector too well, so I really don't want to comment too much.
Are you also, one sort of recurring theme of the Modi government's budgets in the past has been about capex and the increased outlay for capex. She's kept it at 11 lakh crores plus. At the same time, even though they've had to keep their allies happy in Bihar and in Andhra Pradesh, the fiscal deficit has actually reduced. It's 4.9% of GDP.
I think it's fiscal prudence. I think Nirmala Sitharaman has always focused on fiscal prudence, and she's done it once again. In terms of capex, I also want to focus on how do you get industry to invest in capital creation, and I think that's one area where I think I would like to see more granularity in terms of the PLI scheme, because there I think we wanted to make sure that the PLI scheme does continue in the sectors that they have identified, and increased PLI in these sectors, because I really think that you need much more capital investment in these sectors, especially the pharma sector. I'm also very pleased that research and innovation has got a good support from the government this time in terms of the 1 lakh crore allocation to this particular sector. Again, it remains to be seen how much of this is allocated to each sector, and we need to read the fine print in terms of whether it's going to come through grants, is it going to come through tax incentives, how is it going to come? But regardless of that, I think the fact that the government has recognized research and innovation as an important investment is music to my ears.
All right, one final word before we let you go. Again, I want to come back to the focus and the emphasis in the budget on youth, jobs, employment, whether it's the internships, 1 crore interns in the top 500 companies, 5,000 rupees for internships, 15,000 rupees in 3 tranches to first-time employees. Do you think there's now incentive enough? The finance minister used the phrase employee-linked incentive. Incentive enough to companies to start hiring, particularly at the entry level?
See, companies will only hire when they need employees based on the job opportunity, based on their business opportunities. But having said that, I think the government is looking at creating new job and talent for new, for the manufacturing opportunities that are coming our way from China. So I think when you look at a lot of the large-scale manufacturing jobs that need to be created, do we have enough talent? Do we have enough jobs? Skilled jobs is the question. So I think having these internship programs is the right way to go. So let's try and build these, opportunities in the right way. And I think the government is thinking about all this. So whether it is, greening the businesses, whether it is climate initiatives, whether it is abolishing the angel tax on startups, everything is about, how do we kickstart the economy and get investment going, and of course consumption going.
Kiran Majumdar-Shaw, as always, a pleasure speaking with you, ma'am. Thank you very much for joining us here on CNN News 18 on our special budget coverage, the Modi government 3.0. By and large, industry seems to have welcomed much of the announcements made in the budget, certainly when it comes to this whole focus on jobs, internship programs, the emphasis on employment and employability, particularly the entry level. All right, so we've discussed the economic part. Let's now talk the political part. As the BJP heralds this budget as a catalyst for Viksit Bharat 2047, the Congress has called this budget the Kursi Bachao budget, aimed at appeasing the BJP's allies in Bihar and in Andhra Pradesh, even as it is alleged that some of the parts dealing with youth unemployment, etc., have been copied from the Congress manifesto for the Lok Sabha polls. To try and decode the political impact of this budget 24-25, I'm now joined by two very articulate voices, one from the Treasury benches and the other from the opposition benches. From the BJP, Lok Sabha Member of Parliament from Kendrapara, Jay Panda, and from the Congress Party, Member of Parliament from Thiruvananthapuram, Mr. Shashi Tharoor. Mr. Panda, let me start with you first. The Congress, and you've seen Rahul Gandhi's tweet calling this a Kursi Bachao budget, saying that only two states have benefited from this budget, which is Andhra Pradesh and Bihar, largely because the political fate of Mr. Modi's third term rests on his two critical allies, Mr. Nitish Kumar and Mr. Chandrababu Naidu. How do you respond to that?
I think that's extremely cynical and unfortunate, because for 10 years, the Prime Minister has been talking about his focus on Eastern India and the Northeast. And he has indeed provided enormously increased resources to both the Northeast and the East. And so whether it is Bihar or West Bengal or Odisha or Jharkhand or Andhra Pradesh, this time the focus has seen specific large allocations which are going to be transformative in terms of infrastructure, in terms of many developmental agendas that need pushing along. So I think that's cynical, and that just should not be appreciated at all. Number two, the major thrust of this budget has been on creating employment. And Shashi and I have been crossing swords on this, but I do need to point out that India has long had a challenge on creating jobs. And the holy grail used to be to create 1 million new jobs every month. And that holy grail was achieved during the Modi government so far. Let me give you some statistics. The State Bank of India's economic wing, based on RBI data, has put out the following figures. In the 10 years of the UPA government, 29 million jobs were created. Whereas in the first 9 years of the Modi government, 125 million jobs were created. So, that's like 431% higher. And this is not just Indian institutions pointing this out. The Economist and many other foreign observers have pointed out that there has been massive job creation. So on top of that, to allocate lakhs of crores for skilling millions of young men and women, and to provide financial assistance both directly to job seekers as well as to those who would employ them, is a massive new paradigm shift. And that is going to set the tenor. India has already been the fastest growing large economy for many years now. And with this gear shift on an already large jobs creation track record, we are going to see a much better employment situation.
So
Let me ask Shashi
fight.
Tharoor this. The opposition flagged this as the biggest issue in the election campaign, jobs, young people not getting enough jobs. So in this budget alone, a direct benefit transfer of 1 month's salary in 3 installments for those first-time entrants into the job market, a reimbursement of 3,000 per month to employers through the EPFO contribution for every new additional employee. This whole stuff about internship, 1 crore interns in the top 500 companies. They will receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 rupees. So this concern about jobs and young people not getting jobs has been addressed in this budget.
Well, first of all, let me just challenge Jay's numbers, because I'm a little perturbed when he goes around saying that 125 million new jobs have been created in this country, because no one can see these jobs and they don't seem to be paid very much, because certainly, as far as I'm aware of the jobs the RBI claims have been created, 47% are completely unpaid labor. And we're looking at a country where youth unemployment stands at a shocking 45.4%, where graduate unemployment stands at a dismaying 44%. I don't know where Jay is getting his numbers from. The truth is, over half of men in this country and 2/3 of women declare themselves to be self-employed, which is as good as saying they're unemployed in many, many cases. The number of workers in the informal sector in the course of the last 5 years has declined by 1.3 crore. We're looking at a crisis in which the female labor participation rate in India has been plummeting, because whatever little work there is, men are grabbing first. And so it's gone down to 28%, which is far lower than any of our neighbors, lower than Bangladesh, lower than Kenya, Philippines, whatever, certainly China. So we're looking at a situation where unemployment is critically bad. Now, you pointed to a few things that they have done, and I must say that I appreciate the fact that they have been very liberally borrowing some of our campaign ideas, which we're very happy to give them, except we wish they wouldn't dilute them. We talked about an apprenticeship scheme which would have actually trained people for a real job and which would have paid 1 lakh a year. They have reduced that to an internship scheme, which is just assisting people, and which would only pay 5,000 rupees a month, of which indeed some of that money is going to be coming from the corporate social responsibility budgets that would otherwise have been spent by companies on social ills. Now they're going to be spending it on their own benefit, as it were, of hiring their own interns. You talked about the 3,000 rupees EPFO contribution. I welcome that. But our idea in our manifesto would have actually given that as an income tax credit, which many companies would prefer to merely an EPFO contribution. The fact is that these are things that we can quibble about. I am glad this government is taking unemployment seriously, because that's what the Indian people want them to do, but they have not done it seriously enough. If these diluted schemes are the best they can do, and if the fantasy numbers they're peddling are going to be the data basis for what they're trying to do.
Jay Panda, one big negative from the market's point of view, and that's why the markets reacted negatively today, Jay Panda, was to the increase in both long-term capital gains tax from 10% to 12.5%, and also the increase in short-term capital gains tax to 20% from 15%. And there's also a lot of pain amongst the middle class about the removal of indexation from real estate when it comes to long-term capital gains tax, even though the tax itself has been reduced from 20% to 12.5% for real estate. Isn't this something that the government should try and address, this concern?
First of all, I want to clarify that the jobs numbers I actually cited my sources. Shashi has not cited his sources in trying to counter them. As I said, the Indian jobs creation track record is corroborated by both major Indian and foreign institutions. Number two, with this rationalization of the tax regime that's been going on, even in the income tax for the salaried class, there has been some easing today in terms of what they can write off, and in terms of the tax rates, especially at the lower end of the salaried category. Now, the reality is that capital gains did need to be rationalized. It's not a very major difference that has happened. In terms of indexation for real estate, the very big decision that has been announced in today's budget is to make real estate identifiable, to have GIS mapping for urban real estate, and to have digitization of rural land parcels. This is a very historic and a very major paradigm shift that's taking place. So unlike, for example, if you look at China, which has completely messed up its real estate sector, India has turned around in a very dramatic fashion if you look at the real estate failures that used to happen between 10 and 15 years ago, they have turned around with passage of RERA and many other such steps. So, all of this has happened with the ongoing thrust on infrastructure. Now, we already talked about how the east of India deserves, because it had been neglected as a stepchild in many decades by the central government. That's getting corrected. And I can go on and on, but basically the gear shift in the job creation is what's going to be the milestone of this.
Shashi Tharoor, 2 points. One, despite all the coalition pressures and so on and so forth that you're criticizing this budget for, the fact is that capital expenditure is still kept at 11 lakh crores, which is the highest that we've seen in recent times. And yet at the same time, the fiscal deficit has been reduced to 4.9, and the finance minister has committed now in Parliament yet again that she will reach the fiscal glide path of 4.5% of GDP for the fiscal deficit eventually by 26-27. Shouldn't she be commended for that? And this whole business of, 2 states have taken the lion's share, Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. When you have the Amritsar-Kolkata corridor, obviously it's going to benefit Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, eventually Bengal. When you have the Hyderabad-Bangalore industrial corridor, that's going to benefit both Telangana as well as Karnataka. And these are all opposition-ruled states. So how can you say only 2 states have managed to get the lion's share?
The lion's share of special allocations, as you know, Zaka, have indeed gone only to those 2 states. And you've seen specific numbers being given to Bihar, where similar requests from Karnataka have not been honored. But we won't quibble over that. Every Indian benefiting is important. We just wish the government would remember that in addition to those 2 states that are keeping them afloat and in power, there are 26 other states in 8 union territories that also need to benefit. But I want to respond on a couple of things Jay said. Firstly, ask for my sources. The sources are the Center for the Monitoring of the Indian Economy, CMIE, whose numbers are far more credible globally than some of the numbers his government has been putting out in recent years. Secondly, you talked about capital expenditure, Zaka, and I'm all in favor of capital expenditure. But how is it being spent and to what result? We are looking at the flagship infrastructure projects in this country crumbling and collapsing in the course of the last year. You've seen the deadly roof collapse on TV here in Delhi, in Delhi's airport. You've seen the collapse of canopies of 2 other airports in Rajkot and Jabalpur. You've seen 5 bridges collapsing in Bihar. You've seen the Mumbai Trans-Harbour link, which was inaugurated by the PM just in January, developing cracks, and the Pragati Maidan, inaugurated just in June by the PM, again flooded by seepage in less than 2 years. We're looking at infrastructure expenditure that has turned out to be feckless, hasty, and not enduring and not solid and stable. And therefore, I want capital expenditure that builds enduring assets for my nation, that creates infrastructure that every Indian can be proud of, not something that's collapsing and embarrassing us day after day. The same applies to railways. We talk about railways, we've had 2 major collisions, 2 derailments, and at the same time, a pathetically underwhelming performance in implementing the Kavach system, which have been talked about for so long by the government. So, capital expenditure, Zaka, to what end, with what result, and with what enduring value? That's what I'm really concerned about.
Okay, thank you so much, gentlemen, Jay Panda and Shashi Tharoor, for joining us. It's a political face-off, no doubt about it, and I'm sure much of this will come out during the debate on the finance bill as well when that begins tomorrow. Already, the opposition, like I said, is calling this a Kursi Bachao budget aimed at appeasing the 2 important allies in Bihar and in Andhra Pradesh. But the government says this is going to lay the foundation for Viksit Bharat, whether it is the 11 lakh crores for capital expenditure, whether it is the deep focus now on jobs and providing jobs to young people, whether it is through incentives like the internship schemes, 5,000 rupees to the interns, or whether it is the first-time entrance into the job market getting 15,000 rupees in 3 tranches, so on and so forth. Let's now, what we'll do is we'll take a break here on the program. This is the first part of our special edition of Brass Tacks. We'll take a quick break. On the other side, what's the global view on Budget 24-25 presented by Nirmala Sitharaman? I'll be joined by Sir Martin Wolf of the Financial Times right on the other side. This quick break.
Will cover 1. Land administration, planning and management, And 2, urban planning usage and building bylaws. These will be incentivized for completion within the next 3 years through appropriate fiscal support. Rural land-related actions. Rural land-related actions will include 1. Assignment of unique land parcel identification number, UL PIN, or Bhu Aadhaar for all lands. 2. Digitization of cadastral maps. 3. Subdivisions, survey of map subdivisions as per current ownership. 4. Establishment of land registry. And 5. Linking to the farmers registry. These actions will also facilitate credit flow and other agricultural services. Urban land related actions. Land records in urban areas will be digitized with GIS mapping. An IT-based system for property record administration, updating, and tax administration will be established. These will also facilitate improving the financial position of urban local bodies. Labor-related reforms. Services to labor. Our government will facilitate the provision of a wide array of services to labor, including those for employment and skilling. A comprehensive integration of e-Shram portal with other portals will facilitate such one-stop solution. Open architecture databases for the rapidly changing labor market, skill requirements, and available job roles, and a mechanism to connect job aspirants with potential employers and skill providers will be covered in these services. Shram Suvidha and some.
Welcome back. You're watching Brass Tacks. We're discussing the Modi government 3.0's first budget, especially the first one after the mandate of 2024. What's the international perspective on this budget? Joining me on the show right now is Sir Martin Wolf, the chief economics commentator of the Financial Times newspaper. Thank you very much, Sir Martin Wolf, for joining us. I'm sure you haven't gone through the finer details of the budget yet, but one big, broad thrust area seems to be employment, particularly employment for young people, and I guess this is in response to the mandate as well, where one of the big concerns was jobs for young people. Do you see this budget, directionally at least, having addressed that question?
Well, I have to admit that I haven't looked at this budget in any detail. I've been looking at it online, but remember, for me, this is still relatively early morning, and I'm actually writing a column. But as far as I can see, the broad thrust is sensible. They seem to be trying to tighten the fiscal position, which I think makes sense given the substantial recovery and the need for higher government savings to finance more investment. India clearly needs to raise its investment rate, public and private, further. Employment is clearly a very high priority for India. It has extraordinarily low labor participation rates and employment rates by international standards, including among other developing countries. And it clearly needs to generate vastly more jobs for both young men and young women, and indeed, I would say older people as well. So this is an enormous priority. It's a very difficult thing to do, to create stable, good employment. The organized sector has always been very bad at this in India, and I hope this budget will indeed mark a turning point, but it's going to be an enormous task.
All right. Now, one of the reasons, at least from the market's point of view, the reason why they reacted negatively, of course, they did recover a large part of that ground by the end of the trading day, was because of the increase in both long-term capital gains tax as well as short-term capital gains tax. But the view from the government is that if you have to fund all of these infrastructure programs, both physical infrastructure and social infrastructure, the money has to come from somewhere. And somebody's got to foot the bill, somebody's got to pay the tax for it, and therefore the increase in LTCG and STCG. Do you see that way?
That's a very good question. The capital gains taxes have certain problems. We know about that. But at the same time, The stock market is not very widely held in India. The people who've got immensely rich from the enormous stock market boom of recent years are a relatively limited number of people in the context of India's gigantic population. They're relatively well off. And it does seem to me that they can be expected to contribute to funding the government that is essential for both the political and social stability of India and its future economic progress. I don't see, from my very quick glance, that this is really unreasonable, and particularly given income taxes in India are relatively low, as far as I remember, and overall the tax burden is not very high. So I think it's something they just have to learn to live with.
And one final word, India's always, of course, aspired to be a high growth rate economy, creating jobs for its young people, wanting to be a manufacturing powerhouse, similar to what China did back in the 90s and early 2000s, and similar to what the Asian tigers did a little while earlier. What is it more that India needs to do if it has to get the Apples, the Samsungs, the Hyundais of the world to come and manufacture here in India?
Well, first of all, it is worth stressing that trying to get a democracy like India to grow the way China did would be is an enormous challenge. Just to grow at a good steady 5 or 6% is a pretty big achievement, particularly as population growth is slowing. So that means a faster growth, other things equal in per capita income. So getting towards 8, 9, 10 would require clearly an enormous shift. I think overall the investment rate in the country would probably have to get up towards 40%, which is what, 10 percentage points or so of GDP more. I can't remember the exact figure. This is both public and private. That would require much higher savings than now. It would certainly require a very considerable shift in the fiscal position. That itself will be a huge challenge. And then obviously you want to encourage, as you rightly say, inward investment, because that gives you cutting edge technology. Here I think the problems are, is there a predictable environment? Crucially, is there a predictable environment for foreign investors?
All right, so Martin Wolf, we'll leave it at that. I'm afraid we're completely out of time, but thank you very much for joining us. That's Martin Wolf, the chief economics commentator of the Financial Times newspaper, with his thoughts and perspective from an international point of view, looking outward into this budget. That's a wrap. If you've been tuned into this special coverage of the Modi 3.0 Sarkar's first budget. Remember, this is a budget that had to understand and that had to, of course, assuage some of the concerns that have been raised through Mandate 2024, whether it's jobs, whether it is young people and their livelihood concerns, middle-class issues, etc. And, of course, there is now the new political reality of allies in Bihar and Andhra Pradesh who also need to be addressed. That's a wrap. Thanks very much for tuning in. This is Rastax. We were coming to you live from the CNN News 18 and Federal Bank Primetime Studio. If you've been tuned in, thank you very much for your time. Good night. We'll catch you again tomorrow night.
Shram Suvidha and Samadhan portal will be revamped to enhance ease of compliance for industry and trade. Capital and entrepreneurship related reforms, financial sector vision and strategy. For meeting financing needs of the economy, our government will bring out a financial sector vision and strategy document to prepare the sector in terms of size, capacity, and skills. This will set the agenda for the next 5 years and guide the work of the government, regulators, financial institutions, and market participants. Taxonomy for climate finance. We will develop taxonomy for climate finance for enhancing the availability of capital for climate adaptation and mitigation. This will support achievement of the country's climate commitments and green transition. Variable capital company structure. We will seek the required legislative approval for providing an efficient and flexible mode for financing leasing of aircrafts and ships and pooled funds of private equity through a variable company structure. Foreign direct investments and the rules and regulations for foreign direct investment and overseas investments will be simplified to 1. Facilitate foreign direct investments, 2. Nudge prioritization, and 3. Promote currency for overseas investment. NPS Vatsalya. NPS Vatsalya, a plan for contribution by parents and guardians for minors, will be started. On attaining the age of majority, the plan can be converted seamlessly into a normal NPS account. Use of technology. We have successfully used technology for improving productivity and bridging inequality in our economy during the past 10 years. Public investment in digital infrastructure and innovations by the private sector have helped in improving access of all citizens, particularly the common people, to market resources, education, health and services. We will step up adoption of technology towards digitalization of the economy. Ease of doing business. For enhancing ease of doing business, we are already working on the Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0. Further, states will be incentivized for implementation of the business reforms, action plans, and digitalization. Data and statistics for improving data governance, collection,
Climate change is on our doorstep. It's time for a revolution to take root. And it starts with 1.4 billion Indians. It starts with one tree for humanity.